Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Tonight, we gonna let it rain. Just like the sunrise, we gonna let it rain. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side, my love. have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Suck me up, smoke, breathe me in.
And welcome back, everyone. We are into our second match of the day. It's not evening. What am I thinking about right now? We are into the second match here. It's going to be a great time here as we are still working through the group stages. We do have Rensselaer Polytech Institute coming out here versus Sunny Canton, and I can't wait to see what Group B has to offer us.
Just so you know, and everyone who's listening knows, I'm horrible with really long names, so it's just going to be RPI coming from me from here on out. I mean, no disrespect, it's just I trip over words already, and that's a very, very difficult name to say.
As casters, we love to talk, and we love to talk fast. That does not mean we talk accurately by any stretch of the imagination. If we were to have a grammar test, I'm pretty sure I would have failed epically. So, still very, very excited, though, as we do have updates going all the way through, and it's been a phenomenal time. So, even though our match that we just saw went to Game 5, it went the distance here, we do have some updates actually moving through the rest of the bracket. So, just to give a little bit of an idea, I believe Bay State went ahead and won their series in the Group A. So entirety of Group A has already been solidified for their opening matches. It is a Bay State College 1-0 with the Golden Knights Overwatch also at 1-0. That's how it's played out. And then Boise State has also won their first match against Wayne State. So already everything kind of shaping up as teams battle for those top two spots.
And just a reminder for anyone who is just jumping into us, our first match here is going to be Control, and I do believe that we're going to be seeing Busan.
Ooh, yeah. So far, a decent spread of the Control maps that we can see throughout the entirety, and I think that speaks volumes to how the teams do like to kind of manipulate their own standings and what maps they are comfortable on, as Busan is one of the prettier ones, of course. But again, great roundabout options, great open air territory to work with, and it's very it's one of the more solidified even maps. I feel like a lot of flexibility with the symmetry and a lot of angles that you can work with. But of course, taking a look, it will be CAN on your blue side, on the left side of the screen, RPI on that red. So we can already take a look at some of the heroes coming to play. Of course, we do see that Sigma, or not Sigma, my brain does not want to work. Looking all the way across, though, nothing too out of the ordinary so far.
Out of the ordinary, okay, it changed.
That's why
RJ
I
was
said not out of
on
the
the
ordinary.
Bastion. I was like a little concerned, but okay. We do see that TP strat yet again coming out with the Symmetra, and D-Clan's going to swap over to the Tracer. Does look like we're trying to take Cage over here, at least for the side of RPI. And yes, just doing what balls do best, going in and taking away a lot of the abilities. Now Brad here on point is just using Defense Matrix, dodging and weaving between those pillars, managing to survive, get some damage. Blues is going to go down to Skadoosh, and with that, Ghosty's going to follow it up. Zihobo is going to go down, so both supports for RPI have now been lost.
And Skadoosh says, hey, Wrecking Ball, once again at it. Going to be messing around, but this time it's double Wrecking Balls. So far, though, RPI losing a few handles here as the contest of the point will actually go Canton's way. Very solid start here to a game number one.
Brad is struggle busing here. They have no mech, so it's just Pilot Diva, but there are some people who say they're Pilot Diva mains to their deathbed. So let's see if they are genuinely one of those people who just absolutely adore the Bunny Blaster. We have Skadoosh going in and giving the Mushy finger hold to both of the supports here. We've got Z-Elbow go down, and it looks like Blues might be able to escape a little bit of help from Bigfoot.
Tev says, I really didn't like that wooden barrier, but as we do get underway, 27% and climbing for Canton as they are feeling very solid here in round number 1. RPI doing their best to kind of regroup and set up. D-Clan on that side is racking up a lot of damage for that ultimate. 99 now with the bomb available. He's possibly going to try and throw it out, but Zam sets themselves up for success. Canton, though, going to try and double back. And so far, RPI really haven't tried to make any major attempts at the retake.
They're going for the flip here. We have the pulse bomb go off from D-Clan. Both supports will fall to this Tracer, and now unfortunately Ghosty will go down. SAGU looking to pick up a little bit here, but in the process is going to be obliterated by Tivatron.
Just a stylish play. Tivatron able to follow up, and D-Clan. That bomb was amazing, plus the follow-up, the damage played out. I was wondering it was taking him a little bit longer to regroup than I would really like, but overall, phenomenal play. It just took them 1 push after they regrouped. It's a solid foundation, and now they have control. 62% is what they have to beat, all the way up to 100, but Kitten not going to make it as easy. Again, 3 ultimates are available. Damn in pressure. Zag is going to try their best as well, and that's going to be the ulti called out. Do you really catch anything with it, though? Not too much. The damage spreads everyone thin on Canton's side, and this is going to be a pick-up game. Find ones that you can pick up and run away with it. Much damage done, but the retake is done. Canton says thank you very much. We'll still rack it up, 70% inclined.
All right, but Canton did drop a lot of ults. They now only have that Deadeye on lock. Brad is close to self-destruct. Ghosty almost has pulls, but RPI is going to come swinging as their ult economy is heavily in their favor to retake here. Zenyatta looking like their goose is cooked. Diva's out for blood. The Omnic stays alive. That was possible. Yes, Brad's mech goes down, and then D-Clan cleans up Brad. The retake has happened, and RPI now has the point.
The problem with this, of course, is if RPI continue playing this game of give and take, they're actually on the losing end of this. One more retake by Can could easily push it to overtime, and you don't want to be in that scenario. So RPI have to battle against potentially 2 different aggressions. So first one should be relatively straightforward. A lot of ultimates down. Just had to try and rebuke that attempt. Of course, watching Brad, that's going to be the big one. Really keeping eyes on that Diva bomb. Can you get that bomb off? Can you really take out a couple opponents? There they go. They go ahead and throw it in, but it's only the pulse bomb that actually takes the damage. Brad is going to get picked off almost, but is able to make it into the mech in time. There goes the dragon. It slams through multiple, cleans them all up. D-Clan is able to pick up the scraps, and it is going to be RPI taking that first team fight in style.
Looking at both of these teams, as far as composition goes, they have a lot of stall potential between SAGU and Ghosty with the Wrecking Ball and Tracer, and then we have D-Clan and Tivatron on that Wrecking Ball and Tracer as well. So between those two, they can rotate quite a bit of touches. Blues and Z-Hobo, though, they need to make sure they sustain, stay alive, stay out of line of sight of the enemy, and make sure they're in position to just give heals and keep each other well and balanced as we head into the last possible seconds. 2 seconds left. And now with the high news pop, the Graphitic flushes go down. 99 for RPI. The retake is in the cards, but Ghosty goes down. Kitten's hurting. Zekram's hurting. Z-Hobo is out for blood. We do see that we have Transcendence get popped, but it may not be enough.
I think it is. That's going to be the cleanup, as it is now RPI swinging through. And they go ahead and claim round number 1. Well done by RPI as they solidify themselves here at the start of the series. It was close. I will absolutely say it was closer than I was expecting after watching that early game.
All right, now we're on Mecha Base. This can be a difficult map for this Wrecking Ball comp to continue to work out for either of these two teams. I'm interested if they're going to keep it, though. We have D-Clan swapping off the Tracer, so we might see Tivatron swap off that Wrecking Ball. Yes, we are. They're going to go with their tried and true Reinhardt. RJ's going to swap over to May. Bigfoot's going to go Diva. And we have the Lucio and Baptiste coming out from Bluesy and Z-Hobo. Skadoosh, Brad made the swaps as well. Identical comps on both sides. This is going to come down to rotations, shield utilization, who keeps their Reinhardt alive, and ultimately, who makes the first mistake.
I see some crazy Earth Shatters here, but it might not happen, of course. It really depends who gets in the way, and that's the wall that got in everyone's way. D-Clan takes out the mirrored Cassidy plays, and everything is popping off as Canton realize they are getting pinched on all sides. What a heavy flank to deal with. RPI go ahead and slam home one. SAGU is down, Kitten falls as well. Brad is sure to follow. Just like that, the dominoes have an effect as RPI go ahead and claim the first capture.
When you have the Mei Kree comp with that Lucio, the rule of thumb is wall and maul. Separate someone out, speed into them, and make them regret their decision for their positioning. Going forward now, we've got a little bit of a slight change. They're going to choose to push down by coastline. This could be a little bit of a difficult situation, though that wall from Mei is deadly, so Reinhardt cannot be caught out. We see the shatter happen, but the wall comes out just in time to save the team. The return shatter might happen. Bruise will go down. There's the shatter as well, but there's so many walls, so much swinging happening. It's difficult to see. Tivatron will go down. SAGU is going to go down to RJ. RJ goes down to Brad, and the point is beginning to flip.
It is going to flip over at 30%. Very well done by Canton, but they're going to have to try and stay alive again. It can flip just as quickly as they took it. Immediately, Brad's mech is taken away, and that's not what you want to have happen. High Noon is going to be body blocked out, but you get 3! That's going to be a util +2. Kitten and Brad say, dang, we peeked our heads out at the wrong time. Kitten going to go ahead and try and walk back and prep themselves for what can come. RPI need to go in. One person to capture the point, but one's almost all you need. Stopped at about 99, now fully captured.
Diobo's waiting to pop this amplification matrix. It does look like Zekrom also has theirs, so we might see both of them get popped like we've seen multiple times thus far. Brad, unfortunately, will go down. We've got the self-destruct. We have Deadeye as well. Self-destruct for Bigfoot is online, as is Sound Barrier for Blues. That sound barrier can be a make or break thing for a team. If it's used offensively, it could be a risky play, but the defensive capabilities of Blues with ult could pay off in spades here as we hear multiple ults get popped. There it is! Saving grace for their team. And with that, we come through with the Blizzard from RJ, and it's just time to clean up.
That is a very rude wombo combo that came out. Not only do you freeze everyone, but you say, we'll drop the overshield as well and just say, you can't do anything at all. We will cakewalk through that team fight. That's what RPI did, and it's all silent as can go. Well, crap, we have one more shot here. You have 3 ultimates available. You have the Matrix, you have your own Blizzard, and you have the bomb. Big ticket items that all have to hit at the exact same time, and you wall off the Diva Bomb. That is huge to go through, and that might be enough. That's going to be RPI taking a lot of pain, a lot of damage. That's 3 already falling, and more shorts to follow. Canton, go ahead and recap at 99%. What a time to keep yourselves alive here in round number 2.
So it's interesting to see here, because one of the big things you want to do is when a Mei ult pops and you can't eat it as a diva, you throw the self-destruct. But I'm pretty sure Brad saw the wall go up and was like, oh no, they're going to make sure I can't eat it. Because as soon as that little Blizzard makes contact with the wall, it's done. You can't eat it. Nothing you can do there. So Brad threw the bomb as a saving grace. Unfortunately, did not work out in their favor. We see the Deadeye get popped. Damien will go down. Massive Shatter's going to get popped. Defense, we have the immortalities get traded on both sides. SAGU is going to say goodbye to Tivatron, and now SAGU is hurting on the front. 20 health, no health. Mei just kept pushing forward and said it is time for you to go back to the spawn, and the point is slowly getting the ticks that is necessary for it to flop. However, the contest came out at the last possible second. Nope, RPI 99. Is there going to be a recontest? There is. Mandiant trying, gets in touch with the Lucio, but is there going to be a follow-up? There will be from the Wrecking Ball, but Wrecking Ball SAGU. It's time for you to get the Mushi finger hold.
It is going to be that chance. RPI take game number 1, and that one felt very clean for what it was. After our first series of the day, I feel like everything feels very clean, but that one was RPI really holding it down again. Solid plays. They realize when they have to play slow and realize when they want to play fast. Here's our play of the game. Again, it is Zobo showing up here with some massive damage and great util action. Very well done. I'm
not shocked as Diobo, as they are a top 500 support player, well deserved. The Baptiste going in for both the healing action and the damage can be a massive playmaker for your team, and it paid off in spades there.
It was phenomenal, to say the least. And again, so much great action to be played so far. Now moving into game number 2, as we've seen both teams play out here, it feels like RPI do have a little bit better handle and a little bit more to work with. As you said, very nice support to work with, but the rest of the guys are also up at that level as well.
Yeah, so I mean, when you have a well-balanced team like that, it's difficult, but now we have the opportunity to see in Escort if map pick is really going to be like a deciding factor because some teams are more comfortable in some maps than others. And based off of just what we saw coming out from RPI, I feel like the map choice for this next one is probably going to be either most likely Route 66 or Dorado.
Okay. So between the two, which would you rather have, though?
Probably Route 66.
Okay. So we're going to see if it's Route 66. I'll take Dorado and just say we'll split it and see what happens. Most likely I will lose because that's usually how it goes for me.
Or
So,
we'll both be wrong.
yeah, and then we'll get something and we'll be like, oh, we should have thought of that one. Either way, though, it's going to be a fun time. As again, we are still pacing through this group stage and having a phenomenal time here. So hopefully everyone out there here at the GamerCon is having a fantastic time as well. There are still some boosts up. I believe there's also free PlayStations up. So make sure to go check all that stuff out. And if you're not, go ahead and drop by for a little bit. It is, I believe, at the Albany Capitol Center. It has been a phenomenal time, to say the least. So we'll be underway with game number 2 here as the teams are ready to go. Gonna be a great time as, what does that sound?
It was Dorado.
Hey,
You got it.
I got it. I totally didn't steal an answer. Woo! That was great. But of course, as you said, one of the 2 maps that you did expect to come out for both these teams, and I think that speaks volumes to how kind of clear-cut their identities are right now.
I mean, if you have strengths, you gotta play to them, and if you can identify downfalls of the other team and you know a map that can throw them off a little bit, which Dorado, if you can't get positioning right here, I feel like this map just in general can definitely be a brick wall to a lot of teams. So if you don't let a team get a foothold here, they don't get the positioning they need, they are going to be in a tough situation. It does look like we're going to be going with Dive for RPI. We see the Winston coming out, as well as the Diva. We've got Genji, Echo. Blues is picking the Moira, so I'm interested to see how that shakes out. But we got Zhobo on the Ana, and then we got Skadoosh and Brad doing that Wrecking Ball Diva dive. Ghosty is going to be on the Hanzo, the Logzo, so be careful for all those storm arrows coming through. And we got Kitten on Soldier 76. Zekrom is going to be picking up that Brigida, and then we have Zam on the Ana. So Brig and Ana are going to be protecting each other. Brig, on both sides actually, Brig and Ana need to just be sticking around together. We have actually Skadoosh swapping over to the Roadhog, so this is an interesting pick. Honestly, we might see Skadoosh just get a lot of darts in them constantly, even on the Wrecking Ball.
It is kind of curious to me as well. You play a dive comp on the defensive side, so you're really just saying we're going to look for those 1, 2, or 3 big team fights and really take it home from there. But it is going to be a multi-attempt setup as we are going to see the first pop up. Shield goes down as per usual. Coming up from the Winston on the back end, we are seeing a duelist fight as the DPS try and fight it out as much as possible. Winston getting aggressed on and immediately collapsed on as well. Ghosty says, I'm going to try and lane as best as possible. Shots on the back, and immediately the Wrecking Ball is going to be picked up. Zekrom is going to take the first kill. Declan and RJ follow up behind. Very, very well timed to keep Canton down in the dump.
So we have Blues rotating to the high right. Zhobo was trying to get there as well. That's the positioning I was talking about. You want to escort your supports up to that high ground so that they become borderline untouchable once this payload starts pushing a little bit further. RJ's going for the flank here, trying to find Ghosty. They are not able to pick them up, and unfortunately, I do believe that we've had a slight reset, yeah. So this is going to be a difficult situation. The positioning's not in favor of Can, but let's see if they can do it. Oh, Zamdian's decided to swap over to the Zen. This is going to be interesting. Those discords are going to be huge if they can get him on the squishies.
It'll be good if they get him on the squishies. That's always the main thing that we have to talk about. It's always about if, and can you make it happen? RPI, go ahead, set up on the top rope. Immediately, a nice deflect coming out of RJ. Great reflections back, blocking so much damage. And that's Canton going, I'm not sure what we're about to do. Here comes the ultimate, flying through everyone. Immediately sends up a unique 2. That's more than enough. Make it 3. Solo follows up with another. That's one way to wall up a team as RPI pull out the big moves here in the early stages of this payload map.
RJ said, I don't need no nano boost, and said cope and seed to the side of Canton. We see the pulse bomb come out onto Hobo, so there goes the nano for Tivatron's Winston. We've still got plenty of time left on that time bank, so there's still a possibility that we could see a cap here on point 1, but space needs to be utilized, and they need to start taking the high ground. Canton cannot all be pushing from one area. You need to go in like you're a Trident and just mark from multiple angles, not just one.
They're gonna have to try their best. Minefield does go down. What more can you get out of it? Skadoosh doesn't really get any damage. but they're going to follow through. Zekrom is going to pull the rally out. Can you get more?
Bigfoot!
Bigfoot said no. That is the biggest 2 letters I've ever seen in someone's face. As RPI say no thank you. They'll rebuke that push once again. Ultimate's completely depleted from Canton's side. That was their big push, and now it's all on basic utilities. Brad is able to come up with a Diva Bomb of their own, but they got one more push. That is all they really have on their attack.
All right, so hear me out. We've got Savatron does not have their Winston ult. We do have Declan with that copy and a nano, so that could be deadly. However, Brad, huck the self-destruct, get it into space, allow Kitten to push forward, get high ground, and pop the Deadeye. So stall this out a little bit. We do see Declan go for that copy. You gotta burn copy. Self-destruct here from this Echo could be super deadly because there's almost nothing to block it.
There is nothing as they all go in for the final push again. 39, 40 seconds left as RJ again on this Genji says hello. D-Clan on the Echo says it right back, and Kitten are stalled again. Out goes the roly-poly. The hamster said no thank you. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go back and roll around for fun. They're going to get stunned up. RJ is just trying to duel it out right now, but Cassidy won't fall. Kitten says thank you very much. I will walk away, but it's still 10 seconds left, and Kitten are nowhere close to that payload. RPI feeling so good right now as Skadoosh is going to try a one-person push, but it's immediately contested. Overtime being called now for RPI to take it without a single checkpoint hit.
Oh, the DPS ults were coming online, but the support was not there. Skadoosh is still playing the spin-to-win game, trying to Beyblade it to the best of their abilities, but D-Clan is shutting everything down with their Echo Beam, just destroying and deleting everyone. Blues finds one, Tivatron finds another, and with that, Diva, you're in pilot form. This might be the end of your journey. Brad is gone, Tracer will not get a touch, and with that, Canton will round out their first attack with not hitting checkpoint 1.
Score.
That one hurts to see, but of course that was RPI really stepping up here, and I was a little bit worried watching a full dive composition come out on the defensive. It sometimes works and it sometimes doesn't. It's a little bit of a gamble, especially with the Genji. You want to make sure that you can get everything. You can hit all close range battles and really get the deflect sound. That's your bread and butter. However, really well done overall. They played it right. They got the big ulti tickets as well, cycled through it so well, and were able to play it out. However, looking down here into this next round, RPI are going to do their best to push. And in this time, I would like to give a huge shout out to so many of our amazing sponsors that make this amazing event possible. They have given us the opportunity to see all of these players in the opening field. And one of those amazing sponsors is, of course, the lovely New Street. New Street is your home to learn about research and discover collectibles like sneakers, trading cards, and NFTs. Collect wisely with New Street. So if you want to learn more or get some more information about that, you can follow them on Twitter at Real New Street. Or if you want to visit the website at newstreet.com, you can also do that as well.
All right, so Canton is pulling out that Orisa Sigma Comp double hit scan coming in the form of Ghosting Kitten on the Cassidy and Soldier 76. We have the Brig bat play, which can be very beneficial. However, the amount of mobility that this comp has is little to none. They have two players that will be able to move around, but they got to be careful. I mean, the dive is still going to be happening from D-Clan and RJ here. Plus, now they've got a Mercy to boost that DPS. This is going to be a difficult situation. These guys might just be sitting ducks if they do not get these rotations absolutely perfect.
Gotta be perfect if you want to be the best. And they'll go for it. Up top they go as D-Clan is off on the back end, firing away with the Echo. We know how scary. And Echo can be what a deflect. All the bullets being ricocheted right back. And that's going to force the entirety of Canton to fall back to a defensive position. This is a very painful one to watch as the push is continuing. RPI giving no quarters as RJ plays in the back line.
Oh
Another
my
huge
gosh.
deflection, annihilating the HP of Canton. This is anything but slow. This is a blitzkrieg of action here as Canton get wiped. The push is almost there, less than a minute into the action. And RPI slam the door shut on game number 2.
Victory.
All right, we can't count Canton out yet, though.
Nope.
I mean, we already had one full 5-game series with a reverse sweep, so, you know, we could say waking up just a little sleepy. RJ, I'm going to be real with you. I'm not surprised. I kind of figured this was going to happen. I would have been surprised if you did not get play of the game here. What surprised me, though, is the bold move to go in with, like, saying, I don't need nano, I don't need nothing. All y'all can cope. I'm just that good. And just eviscerating everyone. Nicely done. Now we're going to be moving into our next map choice, which I believe is hybrid? Or okay.
No, hybrid is later. It is
Assault,
Hybrid
yes.
is map 4.
So we've got Assault next. It's going to be interesting because I feel like RPI is definitely heavy on the dive. And so if they have the opportunity to defend first and just pull out the dive again on defense, A, it's going to be bold. B, it's going to have to be absolutely perfect and well-timed. But C, if we see a map that dive is not heavily favored on, like, for example, Hanamura, if you just have some insane brick wall defensive players at that front gate, it's very difficult to break through. And if you got someone who can play hit scan, just post up as a Widowmaker or Ashe, get the high ground, and just constantly just be picking off and peppering at people trying to get through the gates, it's going to be a hard fight if you're trying to go dive on one of those points. I just don't feel like this is a map style that favors dive in most cases. So good luck, guys, if you continue with the composition you've chosen.
And that also leads it to the fact that we are still in group stage. If they want to pull something out and start messing around or really want to show what else is in their pocket but not too far, that might be a chance for them to modify the composition, right? The Genji itself seemed to work emphatically on its own even. It's not just to the dive composition. It's the rest of the team, right? Hey, do we want a dogpile with the Genji? Maybe Genji is a focal point, but you still work around with maybe a little bit more of a poke composition or maybe shield walls up, walk your way forward. As you were saying, body block, some of those Widowmaker shots, some of those other opportunities that the team wants. But all being told, RPI have played a solid game overall, and it's up to Canton. It's up to this squad that is currently 0-2 to step up and say, hey, we have an answer to the dive. We have an answer to the Genji. It's an answer. And it's the same story with Moopy from our first series of the day. How do you deal with some of these picks? How do you deal with these highly efficient, highly mobile characters that are in your face at all points?
Well, my advice is do not go with Temple of Anubis because it may seem like it does not favor dive on defense. It can, and it will if played properly. I really hope we see Hanamura get pulled out here and we see just great high ground control, but ultimately, we're not the deciding factors. I do hear the music, and it is Hanamura that we're going into for this next one. So we'll have to see if what Canton pulls out. Most likely they are going to be on attack first because they did get to pick the map. And yes, they are going to be on attack. Let's see what compositions come out from both these teams.
Just full dive, just full send it by RPI.
Oh yeah, RPI
right,
definitely
we're
full
good.
send.
We're good. Just boom. They're gonna give it their own opportunity, but still, like we said, we literally saw St. Rose say, "We're good. We have the flow now. We'll send it." Can't have the same idea potentially. This is where it all turned around. Grab the flow of the series on your own and prep yourself for success. That is what they're going to try and do. Taking a look at some of the characters coming out here, it is going to be, ooh. Is that what I think it is? Is Kitten pulling that one out along with Zekrom? This is a very odd battery situation.
Attackers incoming.
All
right.
right, that's a change.
I'm interested to see if Ghosty goes for the TP that's just right above the point, kind of on that catwalk. If they're going to go for the TP from the front mega at Gateway, you can actually TP to the high left side and get up there. However, they don't really have a comp to set that one up entirely because you have to pile drive so much damage if you're going to go from the left side of the point. So odds are we're going to see a TP up onto the high ground or the far right low ground just to allow Kitten to move forward with Skadoosh and be in Skadoosh's pocket the entire time.
Defend objective A.
They had their chance to play, and they have their opportunities. So where's the teleporter going to go down? They chance it all the way in.
Right
so
on the front of the point. That is a bold move,
oh, Ghosty. They said they're going to do it, and they did. They go right through the front door. They lose a few members, but what can you want? You needed a change. You needed a very ballsy play, and they make it happen. RPI scramble on the defense, but it works.
6.5 minutes.
Lads.
Oh my gosh, that's absolutely incredible. Holy cow! And the TP on the left side's come out. I'm very interested to see if we see one go on to the Pagoda at the back of the point, if they're waiting for the cooldown on that, or if they're just going to stick with it here on the left side. We do have wall coming up, so Ghosty's going to be able to split the point in half, prevent anyone on high ground from getting value. Nope, the drop has come out, so Ghosty just has to drop this. Perfectly timed against the amplification matrix, but they got to be careful. They're kind of on the wrong side, but they're microwaving so many members of RPI, and they are getting stage 4 cancer on that field.
What is happening here, Nerdy? What is with Game 3 sending us into a spiral here. Canton, they do get denied. That is the one thing that does happen. They do get denied. It is not going to be a flat run. But my gosh, have these openings from the underdogs in Game 3s been absolutely monstrous.
I mean, you got 5.5 minutes left on the clock. That's plenty of time to make as a metric ton of pushes, honestly. I mean, 6.5 minutes is probably one of the largest time makes I have ever seen on Hanamura. We do see Ghosty going for another TP. All right, yeah, lower right side by Mini to make sure it's protected, but it's still kind of out in the mid, so it's easy to get taken down. RJ's gonna pop the Dragons from behind. Tivatron's gonna find Ghosty. You have Brad with the self-destruct launching at the point, but there is an immortality. They need to take that out. They only get the Immor with that self-destruct, so not a lot of value. Skadoosh is going to go down. Kenton's going to find Bigfoot. Zikron's going to go to D-Clan. And with that, bodies hitting the floor. This fight is over. It is time to reset. Stop playing with your food and just say goodnight.
Huge props to RPI, not faltering here on point B, and that is something that is mental resilience to the max. To get shuffled on point A in that fashion and to be put down, usually a team will be able to roll that momentum into a point B capture as well. RPI significantly set up. They say, okay, set back up, set our shields down. Let's do this all over again. They prep accordingly and they pull back. That's going to be 2 defenses that they have successfully defended on. Here comes the third charge. Not a whole lot of ultimates in play, as it's a little bit of an overshield for each of the Canton members. However, their HP bars are dropping so quickly. Zobo, again, kicks things off. RJ soon to follow. Watching Ghosty fall behind. Kitten, Zekrim, Zam, and Brad are going to have to try and walk away. D-Clan says, maybe you're not done, but I'm done with you. And they'll push and rebuke Kenton for a third time.
Ghosty has decided to give up on the Symmetra, which is a good decision at this point. They've burned 3 minutes off the clock trying to force the Sim into the point. Now they've switched over to Ghosty on the Cassia. Hit scan might help out with D-Clan, but we do have both the Duplicate, the Dragons, and even the Valkyrie online for RPI. Bigfoot is coming up on their Graphitic Flux as well. 3 ults on the side of Canton can be enough, but they need to be used perfectly, and one of them is mainly a heavy defensive ult coming out from that Lucio. Possibly use the sustained Graphitic Flux, the best option here, but they won't be able to sustain the Dragon. Now this Graphitic Flux comes out. We do hear that sound barrier drop. Kenton's going to get rocked in the middle of their Reaper ultimate, and they will go down as well.
Oh, and when the B-jump has to be used in a defensive pattern like that, you know things have gone a little bit awry. That's going to be the Reaper ultimate being used by D-Clan. From that Echo said, hey, this is how you use it. More time knocked out. They were sitting at 650 working into point B. And at this point, almost 4 minutes have passed. RPI playing the second point perfectly.
So I'll be completely honest, coming from the perspective of a Lucio main, there is the want to be aggressive with the beat. You've got a 33% higher chance of actually winning a fight if you use it as the second beat in comparison or use it defensively. And unfortunately, the choice to use it when 2 ultimates had already been dropped from the other team is just not the way to go. At that point, save it, then use it to be defensive, then use it to sustain in the next fight.
Just a little bit slow on that end, but still a great opportunity. Skadoosh and Brad going in with the combo again. Is it going to be body block? Yes, it is. RPI again defend immaculately and turn the tables. Canton getting wiped on the front end. They try the high wall route once again, but it's not going to work. D-Clan picking them off as they work. D-Clan, DPS master here, following behind RJ as Canton are pushed down into 2 minutes left on their attack. RJ is on a 20-player kill streak, and Brad, unfortunately, is going to try and respawn with that mech in tow.
Not all hope is lost yet. Kitten is close to that pulse bomb. If they go to point, pull some attention, and then get off using recall, Brad can follow it up and sustain just for a tiny bit, especially if they get some assistance from either Lucio or their Baptiste going into this fight. Never mind, Kitten's going to be spotted out and taken out too quickly, so that's going to make this push a little difficult. Ghosty has that Deadeye. D-Clan's going to is going to be able to take out that Tracer, and then also the Dragon. So the pushback has happened. It's time to just reset and wait. But D-Clan is out for blood, and ults are being popped and dedicated to this fight. And with that, we have Skadoosh choosing to go with the hero's ending and go off the map.
Is D-Clan going to drop a 30 streak? If D-Clan drops a 30 streak, that's going to be ridiculous here right now. 25 currently, so you need 5 more, and you'll be happily hitting that one. But that's just ridiculous to me, I think. Like, just being able to hold that long and being able to run for that far. Declan is absolutely showing up here, and this is going to be RPI one last time. They got stopped at the early stages, but this time they're not. This is just a constant healing. This combination is the new Pharah Mercy, and it's going to be a chase in. Great burn of that port, but the Tracer's going to try their best. Laser Beam comes out. Can you do it? This is a 2-person show here. Deny Canton everything. That's going to be a little bit of a grab, and the Tracer Echo comes out, and they do. Declan is still alive. Declan is still powering through. Can't get stopped by a single TPS. And with 2 seconds left, you are into OT. Canton are going to try their best, but RPI have done better. Right now, it is overtime, and you just want at least one more tick.
RJ is doing the dirty, pulling out the Massey, saying, you ain't touching my point, you don't got time, you don't have support, and I am a tank.
What a ridiculous job. Canton get denied by RPI for 6 minutes and 50 seconds on a single point. Not only is that a fantastic defense, but we did it with D-Clan holding steady the whole time, a single Echo player, and rightfully so. Now we get to see what RPI can do. They got bullied a little bit on point A. Maybe they return the favor.
If they would be so bold as to return the favor in the form of another Symmetra TP, it would make my day. However, I'm not asking for them to do that directly, because I also understand that sometimes you don't want to pull out the cheese. I mean, like, if you're like, why would we do that when we can have more fun with something else? Go for it. But also, returning the favor feels very great when you do it just as quickly.
Do you want to send a message, or do you want to play to your own comfort? That's really what it is, right?
And I think a message is getting sent.
Yeah, let's do it, RBI. RBI is going to have a lot of fun here, but Canton has to realize there is an opportunity for a bit of craziness. So, ready to set up, ready to play here. RPI are going to try their best. They have the Winston drop in as well. They are swapping between Winston and Reinhardt. And we get a little bit of dancing. This is going to be Blues giving us the beats real good here for another 15 seconds, but RPI still, again, phenomenal job so far. Let's see what more they can do.
All right, so the one thing that I do not think RPI is prepared for is we've got Ghosty on the far. They could easily scout that D-Clan's going to be popping out on the Symmetra and tell their Ana, be ready for the TP, get a nade on it, and honestly, if they can sleep Bigfoot before Bigfoot touches the touches that teleporter, or right after and land that nade, it is over for RPI on this push. They're going for the high ground right side to drop down. They now can bunker down over here because the speed that's going to be coming out from Team Canton is just not going to be fast enough. Kitten's going to go down. They're pushing too far forward by themselves. Ghosty's going to go down as well. Stevatron is going in and swinging. We do have Mercy Fall and SAGU. Symmetra is at full beam capacity, microwaving everyone in their path.
What scared me, Nerdy, is RPI did that and made it look cleaner. That's the scary part to me. They came in, they just swapped out, and that's terrifying to think about. Now we're in with another 6 minutes on the clock. RPI are going to look to lock it down with a single third of point B.
Going with the same TP. Interesting to see if they're going to be able to take it all in one go. They do have the amplification matrix. It goes down. We also almost have wall coming out from D-Clan. Blues is really low, though, so they got to sustain, make sure they stay out of line of sight for a little bit. Blues does take down Brad, though, in the process. Blues swapping, doing that crossfade, keeping themselves up, giving a little speed, and with kind of a sweat drop on their brow, RPI walks away with a victory on Hanamura.
What was that, Nerdy? What was that? We're talking, we're hyping up, and it's over. It's gone. It's done. What is this?
I don't mean to be like that person, but D-Clan was just like, all right, watch me do it better. And the amount of, like, the gall, the boldness, and the disrespect that came out of that, like, I love it and I hate it at the same time. I just anticipate another team doing it to you. That's all I gotta say.
It's the moment where you respect the player, but also hate that you have to respect him. It's that fact. It's that fact of, I don't want to give you this, but you earned it just through sheer will, and I had to give it to RPI. Phenomenal job throughout this entire series, from start to finish, showing that they are one of the top dogs to be feared. And I'm excited to see what else they can do. Because remember, top 2 from each group are able to make it out, play into the semifinals where it is single elimination, and you are going to be facing up against the other top dogs. So make sure not to miss it at all. We'll go to a very quick break. Make sure the teams are ready and swapped out for our next matchup here in the group stage. You don't want to miss a single bit.
sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah. Light is gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone.
Fuel up for GamerCon with Stewart Shop's Beef Jerky. Don't let hunger throw a glitch in your game. It's easy snacking with Stewart's Beef Jerky, available in original and teriyaki. A great source of protein with zero trans fat. Less hunger, more gaming. Victory never tasted so good. Game on with Stewart Shops.
And thank you so much. Sorry about that. Of course, welcome back, everyone, after that lovely, lovely video. Again, taking a look at some of the amazing facilities that are currently around. And, of course, our lovely sponsors here at the Albany Capitol Center. Thank you so much to the Albany Center authorities. This has been a fantastic and amazing event thus far, and it's only going to get better and better as we are headed in to our third match of the day. Nerdy, are you ready?
I'm ready. Are you ready to lose your voice?
I am. I'm ready. I
We're
think
going
it's already
down the
going.
path.
I think it's already going. It's like, it's great. But again, we've had a fantastic series number 1 and then series number 2 as well. Another fantastic showing with RPI really coming up and giving us a glimpse of what they have to offer.
I mean, honestly, I feel like because that one went so fast, there's probably more that they have up their sleeve going forward. They didn't show us all the cards in their hand just yet, so don't anticipate everything to be exactly the same when we go forward seeing them again. However, our next match, we're going to see a return team that we saw earlier today. Hopefully, they can perform as good, if not better than they did this morning. That is University of Albany. And then we're also going to have the Wildcats in this next match, if I am correct on that.
Yeah, that'll be a good one. And of course, getting an idea of that, University of Albany was interesting to say the least, right? It came out of the gate swinging. It was a lot of steam coming in, and then just kind of petered off. And it was really on the fact of that Wrecking Ball and the problem that I see, not just with the fact that Wrecking Ball just caused a lot of problems, and Moopy played it amazingly, The problem that is seen is now other teams have identified that and might use it against them. And that's the scary thing of a LAN tournament of any sort. Other teams identify your weakness, and all of a sudden you got 7 teams that might be playing the same thing against you.
Yeah, being first up, and honestly, one of the other things that I'm hoping to see is a little bit more adaptability going into this next game from Albany, because it seemed like they had a comp they're comfortable with, and they were very set in their ways with it, and we're not prepared to adopt even the play style of said comp to go against a direct counter using the form of basically a glass cannon wrecking ball comp. So let's see if that has changed here. We are going to jump into our first map here of Lijiang Tower. Interested to see if they pull out a sim TP or if they go with the slow and steady push like they did last time and take the point on the second fight as opposed to the first.
So many things to think about and so many crazy opportunities for them to work their way through and to give, I believe, a little bit of an update of the current standings as well as other matches have been, excuse me, being completed throughout the entirety of the day. After those standings were set, BSC is currently at 2-0, which is fantastic to see. Again, on the other side, for Group B, we are looking at Boise State 1-0, as well as I believe that is Overwatch 1. They're going to go ahead to there. So we already have Group B and Group A shaking up, but we're into WCE, the Wildcats versus University of Albany.
We have ATK pulling out that Symmetra along with the Reaper. TP goes down, everyone makes it through. Uplex gets very close to going down, but immediately healed up. So point is secured, and honestly it's just going to come down to playing their cards right, playing it slow, making sure Ski Coops cannot get value on this flank. We have Reaper going after them, but that is a hard matchup. ATK is getting a little low, so if WCE had scouted, they would have known that Ski Coops is comfortable on this flying just microwave hero here of Echo and needed to come in with something to counter that, some hit scan, possibly a Diva, but they do not have that in their pockets just yet. Great Jesus finally remixed. They're maintaining a foothold here on the point. Now Reinhardt's respawn, and people are staggered forward right now for Albany. This could be bad news, but instead we're going to see WCE decide to maintain footing here on the point as the copy comes out. We need to get rid of this Ryan. The shatter goes down. It's absolutely massive. And we do see it immediately drop. The Immort is put down, as are the amplification matrices here. Now it looks like the push forward is going to go in favor of Albany, and they're going to secure the point.
Phenomenal start here. Again, Albany being able to fire back. Really, really well timed, but Wildcats, I'm sure, have other things in their plan. You can already see attack prep up. ATK, however you want to say, Ski Coops coming back in and playing a solid chance. And we'll have to wait and see if that Ski Coops can bring it back. The Echo was so powerful. What a very nice takeout of that teleporter saying, listen, you ain't getting a cheeky drop down there.
We do see the sound barrier come out in response to the amplification matrix. Not fast enough though, so Uplex will go down. Icy Hells will go down. Cass and ATK go down as well. Ski Coop didn't even bother to pop their ult. They are ready to go, just beaming down. Great Jesus. I'm happy to see that we did have Jester swap over to that Cassidy. ATK is waiting on that wall opportunity. We do see the opportunity for that wall to be accompanied with either self-destruct or a Earth Shatter if it's timed right. I'm hoping we see WCE go through this next push, just taking it a little bit slower. Space is currently being claimed. They've chosen to rotate out towards the mid and go through statue, which is great. But another copy from Ski Coop might end this push, and it's going to be dead in the water. Picks up 3. Ski Coop is just absolutely demolishing everyone in their path. Absolutely incredible.
That is the angriest ultimate I think I've seen in a while.
It's called confidence.
It is. At the same time, it's like retribution. It's like, listen, I looked good in series number 1. We didn't get the full dub. We're going all the way this time. We are absolutely shattering it all the way through, and phenomenal backup from the rest of the team. I love what we're seeing here out of Albany. And again, keeping up the pacing. Do it again over and over. This time close out the series as well. In goes the attack. But Wildcats are ready to go with the ultimate of their own. 2 drop, ready to move forward. ATK prepped on the side. Pop Punk going to take out Llama. They're going to watch as Albany lose a couple other primary tanks. Is the capture going to come all the way through? We are into OT. That's a very dangerous territory to hang on to. Look at the kill feed, though. University of Albany wipe the floor and take it in one fell swoop.
All right, so Night Market is off the table. We now are looking at either Gardens. I'm really hoping we see Gardens next. honestly, though, this is going to be a very difficult situation if things are not changed for WCE. And never mind, it's going to be Control Center. And Astro World is now in their element.
Albany are like, yeah, we're good. We're good. We're going to have some fun. But again, it is moving forward here and prepping for a
Ooh.
very nice setup. The Orisa
Whoa.
coming out, plus
What?
the Reinhardt. Swap back over to the Sigma. And then as well as the Doomfist, Ski Coops. We've seen it tested once. I don't think it's had so much success.
So the way that this is played is everyone likes to play the tiny Overwatch, go to the white room, play in server. However, Ski Coops is actually going to go, most likely going to go to the high ground. At least that's what I'm anticipating. Never mind. They're going to prove me wrong and just go complete baller on them and dive right in and force the tiny Overwatch comp just back out into the hallway, loop around, and go just for what Doomfist does the best and just get in, get out, do the damage. And just be an oppressive force, honestly. But the Junkrat mines are coming through. That's a lot of damage, and it can stack up quickly.
DJ going ahead, knocking out so many, but Albany fire right back. The cleanup is good. That'll be University of Albany swinging true with first capture here in round number 2. And keep in mind, if they maintain all the way through, Wildcats are going to have a struggle as they will be down 1-0 in the series and have to work their way back up.
Looking at the ult economy, just at that, the odds are heavily in favor of you, Albany. We've got the Earth Shatter from Llama Cartel, Meteor Strike, Amplification Matrix has come out. We do hear Meteor Strike, it's going to land, not pick up anybody, but put them in a very risky situation. The Earth Shatter's massive. Everyone's on the ground, and we do see that WCE is forced to reset here. We've got a Shatter coming out, the Amplification Matrix they have beat. They're going to have Graphitic Flux. The only things that are going to be coming online for Albany in this next fight are going to be the beat probably after the first damage is exchanged. They will have Wall, which will help them sustain a little bit against Amplification Matrix. However, Icy can just push past that with a little bit of help from Pop Punk and just shatter the entire back line. So Llama, you better be ready for a face shatter.
Have to, and if you don't, you're
There
in
it
trouble. Icy says hello. What else can they do? The beat drop behind is good, but Albany, they're turning it around. The shields don't matter. Nothing matters. Wildcats go, where did it all go wrong? And University of Albany say, is that all you got?
We are now approaching that one fight territory, 70%, 71. That means 28 seconds and the point cap is complete, and Albany walks away with Lijiang Tower in their back pockets. Going into this next fight, we've got Great Jesus, the only person with anything online for WCE to be the ace in the hole. They have to sustain and keep Great Jesus alive through their Graphitic Flux, which can be difficult because there's a lot of ults on the side of Albany. Astro World pops theirs first. The Meteor Strike comes down behind him, taking out 2, concussing Icy Health, and we see Junkrat go down. Ski Coops just pulling out all the stops, and all the ults have been popped, pushing everyone to spawn, and that is the end of the Lijiang Tower.
What just happened? Ski Coops. It's
Doomfist
gotta be
play
played
the
again.
game.
Yeah, it
Doomfist
has
play.
to. If you don't,
Llama Cartel! All right.
Let's see it. What happened? Going in. Okay. I see that.
I'm gonna be real. I really thought that was Coop. That was. I feel like that was more on Coop. Look at this. I'm possibly Ski Coop's up there like, it should have been my play, but okay.
Listen, the game said the start is what matters, though, because Llama Cartel also set up so many fantastic plays.
True.
And this is Albany. This is the Albany that we saw before, where they were running the early stages. Again, we saw this before. Control was very solid for them. Yes, Game 5 is the misnomer. It fell to the wayside in the first series. However, University of Albany continuously show us that, yes, they still have the capabilities behind it. For Wildcats as well, this is a proving grounds for them, right? They also lost their first series. Both teams are currently 0-1. One team has to come out in the lead, and for Wildcats, it's a much higher climb. I really, really can't wait to see if Wildcats have something else in their pocket to also bring to the table.
Well, we're going into Escort, and hopefully they watched the first series that we had Albany in and saw how Rialto went, because that was, to be blunt, a bloodbath, and it's something to avoid. And honestly, if anything stands true, I can somewhat predict how these are going to go, and I feel like to not play into the strength of Astro and definitely not play into the strength of Ski Goop, probably want to go with something more like either probably Dorado and pray that you're able to get defense first, but most likely going to get attack first.
Don't give Ski Coop comfort.
Yes.
That's actually, I feel like, everything that was just said, and it resounds so true. And I love the fact that you were pointing that out over and over again, and it's going to be the name of the game. Again, at this point, it's identifying the strength. Where's the strength? It's Ski Coop. Yes, great ultimates from Llama Cartel. The game picked it as well. But Ski Coop has been phenomenal. No matter what hero is currently playing, always has a backup from the team, always is in the right place at the right time. And as you said, certain escort maps will give you that opportunity. So teams are going to go ahead, start kind of loading in and prepping themselves for this battle. Eyes being open across the board as well. And it sounds like something just...
I actually want to. I think we might see Havana.
Oh, okay. Now, what's the reasoning behind this? Because I feel like that's a pretty heavy swap between escorts, right?
Yeah, it is. But there's a potential for a very, very close hold. Oh, actually, it's going to be completely different from what I anticipated, and this is great. We're going to be going into Junkertown for this next one. That is going to be an interesting play to see, to say the least, from both of these teams. I mean, of course, we're going to have the horse come out, most likely. If we don't see Astra on the horse, I might actually have an aneurysm on stage. But beyond that, the counter comp that comes out from WCE, what we see them roll out on ultimately is going to decide how this first point goes. If they roll it out on something that we feel like can counter ALB, then great. But if they can't, the odds of them getting a second fight here, unless they take the first directly on the payload in front of the door, are little to none. If you want to get 3 fights out of a team that's like against a team that's going to be bunkering down on the payload, such as we're going to have Astra there, but they're going to be taking a lot of angles with their DPS. Honestly, they would have to be directly on the payload for first fight. Second fight, under the bridge right here where they're standing. And then third fight, rush out from that bottom door and get your DPS on high ground. It's going to be interesting how this goes. We do have WCE Wildcats here going on offense first. And they're choosing to almost mirror match what Albany is pulling out of the gate as well, minus the fact that we're going to see a Zenyatta. So hopefully the Discords come through and come through strong.
Well, here comes the crack in the armor. ATK looking for that angle and maybe that cheeky headshot. No one is going to fall, though, as it's a very quick pop forward. A lot of angles to be held here as the wall goes down.
Oh,
it is going to be that power play as Sumerian does get revived. Hayden goes, all right, you had your one chance. You get your second life. Don't let it happen again. Keep pushing forward, though. ATK, very, very powerful. With his Widowmaker in the back line, takes a snapshot. Notices someone's in the back line and immediately causing a little bit of trouble. WCE are going to take their own challenge forward. Keep rolling 55 meters and counting. Ski Coops is able to take out ATK, though. So that's going to be the lurker in the back line. Not allowed to play any further. Pop Punk is going to get popped up on that popping kill. Albany is going to roll forward as Samarian is going to watch as Ski Coops comes alive. Or actually revives him shortly, and Samarian falls just as quickly. WCE making very quick work of his first push.
With no DPS, the tanks are just going to be able to push forward here with very little struggle. ATK is going to take probably a wide left off angle here and just start peppering down people. We hear the amplification matrix come down, but it doesn't matter. ATK Pop-Pong find one, trade Jesus. ATK finds another. Everyone is just falling down right now for you, Albany. Point 1 is definitely going to be capped here with very little contest. ATK already pushing forward. See if they can pick up one more. Unfortunately, that first shot and second shot will not connect, and now they are getting into sticky territory, staying up there much longer.
First checkpoint has been made, and Wildcats do not feel like stopping at all. It's rolling right through. 5 minutes pretty much on the clock here. Icy Hell is going ahead, laying down that Gatling gun. Sure to get up double barriers as well. Albany are starting to have some ultimates come online. That is going to be the Dragon potentially rolling here with 4% left on that one. Samarian trying to grab the last one as well. Can they find it? It's going to be a call. Up they go. Gravitic Plug is going to be used. Down they all get slammed. What more can they get? Wildcats want a bit more, but Samarian takes out PJ. Great shot to hold them off as Albion go ahead and defend here before point number 2.
It looked like Ski Coops popped Dragons just to get ATK out of that right side because they're that much of an oppressive force, and they do Sonic and then get the dink on ATK. Respawns are staggered heavily right now for WCE. Plenty of time left on the clock, but they can't let that happen again. Once you determine it's a lost fight, start inting. If you're last to die and it takes forever, you are in the wrong. So figure that out. Learn to die faster in those situations.
Albany, they were unable to stop the earlier advances, but this time being able to stall them out. 3 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time to push for Wildcats, but for Wildcats, again, you want to make a statement. You had a great first push, and now you're holding steady, so you want to keep pushing forward. You want to get that second turn. You want to make it look convincing here. However, Sumerian and SAGU are just making it so difficult. Look at the assists that are being racked up as well. Icy Health and Great are not going to be playing for a little bit longer, and WCE are just trying to pepper forward. ATK is trying to build up that ulti to be able to get ready for a big combo.
Getting some boldness coming out of SAGU. Nothing new, but that was pretty gosh darn bold to be completely jumping forward there. Graphitic Flux and Dragons will come out. Graphitic Flux is going to land a little bit late. We do hear that Pop Punk's going to pop that Transcendence, keep their team alive. We've got 1 go down, 2 go down for WCE. Everyone's still online for ALB, and it looks like this fight is over. It's time to regroup and back up as a res on SAGU comes out.
This rebuke by Albany is solid, and the choke point is working in their advantage as well. They've come in from multiple different angles, and having this opportunity to kind of prep in the second floor area and rack up those damage percentages has really kept their ult economy in a stable position. That was another minute off the clock. WCE are going to try their best to lay in, but you can see it's such a tight window for them to build their own ultimate charges up. They have to go frontward facing, and that's very difficult for them. Now, they're going to try it one more time. Again, 2 minutes left on the clock. That's about 2 charges you have. You have 1 more full ulti round that you can work with, and it's all up from here if you can. The Wildcats going to go ahead and press through. This is a full rotate that they're trying to make. This is a very long comp that they're playing for.
It does give them equal footing here, though, going for equal high ground positioning. We see the Deadeye get popped. It does get completely taken away, though. And we have double dragons. The Helix going through the middle of the map. Always beautiful. Cimarroni does have their Bob online, but it's a difficult shot to get it in that position, so they're probably going to hold it a little bit until someone tries to drop to the ground. Amplification matrices are now being traded. Cimarroni gets res, but Astral World will go down to Icy Hells, so 1 man down. It looks like Albany is going to be on the back foot as Llama Cartel goes down as well. Both tanks now, it's just supports and DPS up here. They cannot be ignored as both of those DPS are formidable opponents, but the range that can be created here for the side of WCE might be enough that they can just start ignoring them for a little bit. Samurai is going to go down. Rez is going to be online here shortly, though, so they might come up anyway. We do hear Dragons come out. ATK picks up 1, and SAGU goes down as well.
That was a nasty set of kills to be able to roll back out with. But keep in mind, because WCE lost 3 engages, they actually rolled back pretty far. So remember, at the start of all those engages, they were actually only a few meters away from capping at checkpoint 2. So a lot of damage was actually done. Rolling down to another 30 seconds is going to hurt quite a bit, but they're going to try and give it a shot. Llama wants to go in. Graphitic Flux catches everyone. They're going to drop everyone right on top of their heads. Great slam down. Who follows up behind? Is there going to be raw damage to work with? SAGU wants in. Sumerian slams it home. And that is a powerhouse of death that waylaid into the Wildcats. That is going to be almost a team ace again right before checkpoint 2.
10 seconds.
All right, we've swapped over to the Hail Mary, fastest heroes you can possibly pick. Icy Hells will manage to take out SAGU, so there goes a big player for the sustain. And they managed to get it with seconds left on the clock. Pop Punk, you are the MVP here. Way to get that cap while everyone was distracted. Absolutely incredible.
This is why in Escort, you can't forget the primary objective. Push the payload at all costs. WCE somehow scrape together the semblance of a rope to safety and claw themselves into the second push. But they have 1 more valuable attempt, not too many ultimates behind them, and Albany have a decent amount of time to work with. They're going to go ahead and roll up. PJ ready to go on the side. Really no neuralizer, no EMP, but they're going to get hacked on the back end, immediately annihilated by Llama Cartel.
It's a risky situation to be in, and there was no trade there. Icy Hells is going to go down, as will Uflix, and then Pop Punk will go down too. Now we've got the push forward towards the spawn doors. Ski Coops doing what Ski Coops does best. They do decide to get out. A smart decision there because we have the Cassidy swap happening as well. ATK has the pulse bomb so they can land it on, I'm going to honestly say they need to get on Samroni here and just force out the res early, or, you know, get it on Samroni, let Jester push forward to prevent the res and just camp it out. And then take care of Ski Coops. Keep Ski Coop off your supports, Jester, and your team might have a semblance of a chance here.
It's going to be down to the wire here. Again, 4 members pushing, and they're going to go into OT. It was expected, but is it going to be painful? Contestants all the way up through, and Ski Coop is able to take one. Down goes the utility of Avex, and they're going to follow through. Icy Hells takes out another, and it's a bloodbath on both ends, but WCE falling even further. Unfortunately, they take the brunt of the damage. That's going to be the revive coming through. Astro World ready to go for another tank route. It will be all they wrote for the first round. It'll be WCE getting very close, much further than we expected for sure. Still falling right before the finish line.
0-2.
It's still winnable.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely winnable. I mean, it hurts everyone's heart when you don't get all 3 points, and some people at that point get very tilted. But, you know, every team here and every player is experienced in this realm and knows better than to let themselves tilt in these situations, and that they can always bring it back. Every round is winnable. That's plenty of space, honestly, and now I feel like ALB has definitely shown quite a few of the cards in their hand. We know the stall comp's going to come out if needed, and it's definitely going to have a Doomfist in it. We know that Ski Coops heavily favors that Echo, so WCE has seen them. They know what they can do. They just need to figure out how they want to counter, and it looks like the counter that they're going to choose is the Zen Bap with the Ashe and Widowmaker, choosing to get angles and just do a lot of damage. It looks like Ski Coop's going to go with the Doomfist. It's going to be interesting because as long as they can keep him at a distance, the DPS for WCE will be fine. Great Jesus and Icy Hells can utilize their abilities here just to make Ski Coop's day a little bit worse at a rough time. But both DPS can stay away. It should be okay. They just need to make sure they're keeping tabs on Ski Coops. Otherwise, he's just going to have a ball.
I love that fact, and I think that was PJ going, why am I here? What's going on? You hear the voice lines even kicking in as we do get a little bit of a charge immediately into the diversionary tactics. A split left-right, spreading out themselves fairly thin, but it's a good call. Albany going to go ahead and try their best as a side Doomfist is able to find one very, very quickly. Nice. Dropping WCE before they can really get in position. And the scatter fight allows Samarian to follow up on the angle as well. In comes Eagles, who is consistently pushing them out. This dance, this consistent swirl around the walls of death is starting to catch up as WCE are swept up in the pacing.
So I'm very glad that we saw ATK take out Hayden. I think they saw one of the cracks in the armor of Albany, and that is Hayden's positioning. Yes, they dedicate themselves to the DPS like a good Mercy should. However, they are using their fly ability consistently, and it is slingshotting them into some very awkward positioning in order to stabilize their DPS. And you can do it. Healing someone can cost you your life in that situation if you're not choosing to use your fly in smart situations. So we'll have to see if Hayden's punished more for some of their Guardian Angel movement than we've seen so far by ATK, because they're on a headhunt and they know if they take out Hayden, the DPS are easy pickings.
They really are. We're going to look at some of the other shots. First cap very, very quickly, 5 minutes and moving forward. Shots up top as ATK looks for a pop but can't find it. Samarian now challenging on the back end and is now going to regroup with the rest of the team. Immediately around the payload as the walls goes up and the first ultimates are called out. ATK dropping a little bit of the infrared. What can you find? What can you see? Apparently almost your death. Oh, that hurt to get healed up. Very, very painful side as Albany continue their onslaught. The carriage of doom knows no boundaries. As a top Doomfist is able to cause PJ Sir to fall to Samarian Pop Punk. He's able to find Hayden and the trades back and forth are continuously getting faster and faster now. Albany, though, keeping up with the right call of push that payload.
Honestly, if Ski Coops is going to stick with this Doomfist, at this point, ATK, I want to see your Torbjorn. Show me the Torb, Pop Punk. I want you to hop on that Brigida and Great Jesus, get out that Roadhog, go for some pull hooks, and just start demolition derbying this other team.
Could be what they do, but of course we'll have to wait and see if they do take your advice. Now there's going to be a revive on Llama Cartel. It feels like this might be the ending here shortly, as WCE might be giving up a few huge cleanup by the side of Albany as they clean up so many. 4 dead on the screen of the Wildcats with a 5-player kill streak. Well done by Albany. As they roll forward, the cap is done and still 5 minutes to play with here to catch up to the score of Wildcats. It's feeling like Albany are ready for that 2-0 scenario.
Jester is in a rough spot here. They could get picked off. Never mind, ATK is going to take out Ski Cubes. Need to make sure they maintain space here. Otherwise, Hayden's going to come forward and get an easy res, and they do because the space was just given up. However, their favor is returning immediately. Ski Cubes is going to go down. We do see Sigma's going to go low as well, so Llama Cartel goes down. Deadeye gets popped, but it sounds like it was immediately pulled. It was just a space-creating ultimate. Sometimes that's what we like to call a zoning ult, or it could have just been an accidental Q. It's okay, it happens.
No. Every ult like that is a zoning ultimate, even no matter what. We always call it that. It was nothing different. So, yeah, ATK, absolutely perfect ultimate. That is exactly what you want to do. Now you do not have it, though, as Albany are going to try and waylay in. Remember, they just need one good push to go ahead and finish off this round. In go all of the lasers and Tether, giving them so much work, and Storm Eagle takes the life of PJ. PJ is still going to be able to take out Storm Eagle's utility, but Llama Cartel follows up on PJ. The exchanges are fast and furious, but favoring Albany as they continue pushing forward. Good stun on the back end. That'll catch Samarian. Llama Cartel, though, the tank, the Sigma, the main, will keep that payload at 4.4 meters and more. Gravitic Flux just to end it, as that will be 2-0 in favor of University of Albany.
I'm going to be real, Albany, you owe that fight win to your BAP, because they had one heck of an incredible immortality that popped there and saved everyone's life. I saw so many health bars get extremely low, and then boom, there it was, and it just did not go away.
This play. Samarian going crazy here. The headshots wreaked havoc on those back lines, and it's well done. Albany, they're back in the same situation that they were in series number 1, and I feel like the deja vu might creep up on them a little bit. They did very well games 1 and 2. Are they going to do it in game 3?
It is the turning point. This has kind of been this one's the make or break moment. I mean, yes, we're at match point, and we are moving into Assault. This could be a rough situation.
Assault is one that it is all about how coordinated is your attack. There's nothing else in your way. Literally nothing else. It is just your team and the opponents. What are you going to play with? How are you going to manage to eke around? And for Albany, this should be the bread and butter. Now remember the last time it came off the back end of consistent. I feel like this is consistent over the last few series as well. It's a Symmetra. Symmetra pops out. It's like, oh gosh, everything went crazy. At this point, you're ready for it. Every team is going to run some semblance of that. We have to see Wildcats prep a little bit better for those engages and be willing to adapt and give up space if they need to. Stop challenging it every single footstep, because that's where you start staggering deaths, and that's no fun at all.
And honestly, when the fight is called to be lost, and if someone's not doing that already, you need to designate someone who's like, okay, we're done, we're dead. Someone who's in the comms, hitting tabs, saying, all right, we're down to, up to, that sort of thing. And then when you've decided the fight's lost, die a heck of a lot faster. If you are a support or a tank and you're the last alive, you did something wrong.
And of all maps, to be able to reset quickly, it is Hanamura. So much open space, fall off the edge, you're perfect. You're right back with the rest of the team. We see it time and time again. But again, this is the map where we saw so much cheese come out. I swear, a teleporter in the face of your opponents is the most ridiculous thing I think I've ever seen. It's just disrespect, and then it worked, and then you're just laughing like, you may have won the war, but I got that battle, and you can't tell me any different. It's a very, very entertaining thing. I don't think we're going to see that here. There is a chance that we could. Of course, ATK, it is standard to still get asymmetric teleport down for the positioning. I just don't think it's going to be dropped on point like that.
I think ATK might want to rethink this sim, just because I'm having some flashbacks right now. And Ski Coop, yes, we are seeing that they are not choosing to go with that Echo pick. However, they're going with Doomfist, and let's just be real. all you gotta do is slam into that group and lift one of the supports up in the air, and it's donezo. There is no hope for your team at that point because Doomfist is gonna go take them on a journey to a faraway land. And if Hayden decides to blue beam the Doomfist during that, it can also be very deadly.
But for right now, Hayden said, Soldier 76 needs it a bit more. Wall goes up. ATK tries to slay it down on the top side, so it's a very standard top angle in. Gonna go ahead and punch into this site as quickly as possible, but they actually are met with a contest. So it is gonna be a chance for Albany to lay in as best they can. They're gonna go get ahead another pop-up, and it looks like they are flush out. So Albany are forced off the point. They're gonna try and angle. Good, a little bit of golden Orisa, but Icy Hells is able to follow on the Storm Eagle, the Matrix Seas first. Wildcats getting a great flush here. 2/3 of the point already taken. One more third ready to go, but Samarian is ready to fire back. Great kills onto Icy Health and the Reaper. Just like that, it seems Wildcats, they got a little bit. Not enough to fully cap, and they'll have to go back to the drawing board for the last third.
I'm on fire.
If they respawn fast here and get pushing forward, we did see that a few people go down. So Hayden can always just grab someone and easily get pushed forward. But ATK has that wall. If they push slow enough here, get ATK to full beam, it could be a very deadly situation. We also have Jester here on that Reaper. Only 50% ult can be useful against the Doomfist, but honestly, I would like to see them swap over someone a little bit more of a direct counter like Soldier 76. We do see the wall come out. We also hear the beat get dropped as well as the amplification matrix. Full beam coming out from ATK, microwaving everyone in sight. Now comes a tag visor deleting through the window. ATK is going to go down. Uflix will go down as well. Pop Punk goes down. It's a triple kill. Will they get the fourth? Icy Howls is going to go down to Astro World.
That's rude, Samarian. You can't do that. That's just mean. They can't shoot back like you can. But it worked. Wildcats once again stop at the doorstep, and they're going to have to try and work their way into this A point. They've done so well so far. Again, grabbing 2/3 is a great way to kind of keep yourself always on the toes. If it were a no count at this time, I'd be a little bit worried about their advances, but it's a great choice in. Now Crate does have that Diva Bomb ready to go. Are you going to find it? Up they go. Doomfist dropping in. How many do you catch? You catch everyone. Displays out of position, ready to go, but Crate Jesus was able to catch SAGU with that shot. Great power to be used, but following on the back, Riveting Clutch slams them all down. That will be the damage. That will be the CC used to perfection as Wildcats stopped at the Golden Gates and denied entry into the point. University of Albany, well played, well fought, and well defended, as again, they rebuke with a minute on the clock.
All right, we've got 4 ults going into this next fight coming out from WCE. I'm just very concerned for this Reaper ultimate. It is taking a very long time to get it online. Yes, there is no definitive stuns except for SAGU if they can manage to get a solid punch onto the Reaper and stop that ultimate. However, Rock, Eat, both of those things can prevent that ult from getting value, and you have to be pretty gosh darn close to people in order for it to work. It's just not worth it. I think, honestly, play it safe. Don't use the ult on it. Just go do damage and swap off the Reaper after getting this point is my suggestion to Jester. We do see the bomb go off. Doesn't pick up anyone. Jester goes in for the ultimate, making me eat my own words. Does take out Llama Cartel. Is pushing forward. Takes out Astroworld as well. They got to be careful, though. They're getting really far away from their team. ATK is here on point, sustaining. Takes out one, and with that, the point is locked down.
New defense point.
Not a second too soon either. You were down to about 20 seconds left, and you needed that capture, right? Really, really nice timing. Well played. And Wildcats get a little bit of breath of fresh air. Now you get a chance to follow on through, but again, the hallway battle is going to occur in Albany. Going to try their best. Shots up top, ring true. As PJ gets a huge boost on the back end. Pinned against the wall, though. As Icy Hell says, get out of here, SAGU. You're not allowed to play. PJ able to take out Astro World, and that's a huge cap. Can you get on point with this? They do take out one of the DPS, but Wildcats are still so strong. The healers are down for Albany, and it is going to be an attempt at the capture, contested on both ends, but SAGU and Samarian able to respawn to bring the pain.
It took Crazy Jesus far too long to identify Soldier up on the high ground and take them out. They deleted 3 of their teammates before the contest even happened. Astroworld swapped to the ball just for a few moments, realized it wasn't needed, and has decided to go back and swap back to the Orisa. Crazy Jesus now choosing to go off the edge of the map, get that mech back faster, and not charge any ultimates for the other side. But that is an extra 10 seconds off the clock, just waiting for the respawn there.
Such a well-played defense posturing here. We are going to go ahead and watch as 2 minutes go ahead and tick by. We are wanting to see a little bit more of the crate holding up the Diva bomb and ATK on that high noon. It might be used as a displacement for the potential, and they're going to go ahead and pull it out. Cassidy, what more can you find? Can you find anyone? It's split between 2, which is a little bit of a problem. One outside, one inside. Shots go out, the shields do defend, and Albany will go ahead and keep it steady. T2 does get stunned up, but the side angle is able to flush in. They are going to try and cap off here and get 3 on side. Samarian and Astroworld doing the deed as they go ahead and keep everyone alive. They hold steady in the face of adversity and take the team ace.
All right, so we've got 1 minute 15 seconds left on the clock. With the range from the spawn door, we've got one opportunity left for WCE to cap this point. They have it at 56.6%, but they want that 100. I want to see Great Jesus take an off angle, not push with their team. Yes, Icy Heals is going to leave you a little bit in a sticky and rough situation. However, you'll have both your supports with you, and they should be able to keep you alive. Pop Punk will be coming up on that ultimate as well, but Great Jesus needs to make space. Throw the bomb from a different location than when your team is going in. We do see ATK get taken out, and with everyone shoehorning into one place, it's going to be very difficult to find value.
They're stuck, and that was a huge shatter, but it wasn't able to gain a whole lot of advantages. It wasn't able to open up the game for the team.
Back up,
and that
back
is
up.
a painful time. Samarian goes skeet shooting and takes down PJ. Oh, that hurts quite a bit as Albany are going to go ahead and watch as the timer ticks down once again. 4 ultimates alive for Wildcats. But I mean, can they get there in time? 15 seconds, rounding it down a little bit further. You have one last-ditch effort. Let's see if they can make it count.
Great Jesus, please take a different angle. Do not just go with your team. All of you are making yourself go in like lemmings, ducks just in a row. We see the beat drop offensively. Self-destruct is still online. Prophetic Flux is coming out. We have some people drop low for the side of Albany. Self-destruct comes out. Immor has been dropped. A double kill on the tanks from Great Jesus. Saving grace right now. We do see the high ground contest happening, and Pop Punk finds Simone. Storm Eagle goes down. The Doofus, though, is just annihilating people. The Meteor Strike to sustain and land. They need to be careful, though, because Hayden is very much so hurting. They do go down. Sustaining a little bit longer. We've got the Roadhog out for this final fight. They use their take a breather. They're hacked, though. Jester's made the ultimate swap and gone with that Sombra. Absolutely incredible choice. It's huge against the stalls that we've seen come out. We are in overtime, 63% cap, and it looks like the Wildcats have control at this point. The Sombra is paying off in spades. No time left on the clock. Jester comes through. Absolutely incredible. The swap was amazing, and we cap both points.
2-2. Switching sides.
Oh my gosh, you battled to the bitter end. That was like a 30-second final fight. That is ridiculous. I'm pretty sure I saw someone double ult in there, and I was just like, that's when you know the fight's gone a little bit too long. Well played, though, by Wildcats. Yes, you get the victory, but the downside is now you know Albany's going to come back with a vengeance right now. They've been in this exact situation, by the way. I want to point this out. Albany are having flashbacks. Maybe not as close.
It's not.
But it's absolutely still there. You're looking there, you're like, please don't. Please don't get a reverse on us. We are going to make this happen, and we could absolutely see it. So.
Simroni? Simran? My friend, are you going to go for the play? I mean, I get it. It's going to give you a lot of time on the clock. And if you cap with any sort of time, it's basically in the bag. But it's a little disrespectful.
I think they're going to try it at least.
Yeah, but see, we got Pop Punk ready to go. They've got the Ana. Easy anti, especially if they can avoid Astroworld on the Diva from eating it. Also, they're going to have the damage-boosted Dynamite to hit it. And then ATK just has got to get, some stickies on it, and it's good to go. It's done. It's deleted.
4,
We say that, and it's very, very true that it could happen. They're going to run it, though. Samarian's like, listen, I know what's waiting for me. We're still going to give it a shot. So they're going to go ahead and try and walk through again. The right side flank is there. Up top they go. It is going to be planted on the top side of that building. Once again, it is the standard, but they do make the way out. At least 3. Oh, it worked! Oh, it destroyed it all. Wildcats read them like an open book, and they crush the opening play. Albany are taken for a trip, and they lose the first push in style. Wildcats, what a way to go.
We have the res come out on an ATK to keep the sustain alive. However, the teleporter has not gone down. SAGU has decided to swap over to the Widowmaker here. Interesting choice considering what's happening on the other side. There's a lot of shields, so they're going to have to make perfect angles and are not going to have a lot of time in set angles because of the damage that's going to be put out by Jester here with the damage boost coming out from their Mercy. There is no Mercy on the side of Albany. They're going with that Baptiste break play. It's solid, but it's also, it's not the most balanced going into what they're facing right now. One anti, it's done for. Itmore gets deleted. Good luck.
And Albany actually going for like a full poke composition here. They're running the Widowmaker and the Ana, and it's already down, or the Ashen, very sorry. You can see it already down though. ATK is like, yeah, cool, you're doing that, great. I'll still fire away. And Albany are feeling like they're floundering a little bit here. Getting stalled up. ATK Echoes are honestly ridiculous right now. All of the Echo players have been phenomenal thus far here in this tournament, and still chasing. You see here, ATK just straight up chasing for KDA.
All right, I want to see Jester here take a different angle than just choosing to stick with their supports. I understand, but there is not a lot of dive. Never mind, I'm going to eat my words real fast because Keeps has swapped over to the Tracer. We're playing musical chairs and mystery heroes currently, just trying to force something on this point. We've gone past the 2-minute mark, and no one has gone. There has not been a % captured on this point. AOB is struggling a bit because WCE has pulled out every stop. We hear the Earth Shatter, we hear the Bongo. There goes Valkyrie as well. Rally's going to get popped. Prophetic Flux is online for Great Jesus, and they're saying it's time to say goodnight. Icy Hells is going to get eliminated, but we do see that ATK will find Llama Cartel equalizing the field. Unfortunately, Pop Punk will go down, as will Great Jesus. SAGU also playing cleanup on the Tracer, just being an absolute demon.
It took them a while, Nerdy. It took them a little bit, but they were finally able to do it. 4 minutes, 20 seconds, well within their rights to go ahead and try and keep pushing. And they do get about halfway through the first third, so maybe they can continue on through that advantage, but it looked like it was just a very quick touch of the point and not a full capture. So, of course, it will go back with the rest of the team. Albany go ahead and prep accordingly. Samarian, as we go ahead and take a look, are going to try and build up their own ult economy. Back end, Pop Punk says, hey, let's get some heals down. Let's get ourselves prepped for this fight. In they go. The tanks are healthy. And top side, ATK just says, watch me deny everything. Wildcats deny it. Once again, the first opening push. ATK says, let me just steal your abilities and show you how to do it a bit better. Out comes the Diva, the Echo Diva.
Reback on the head. Reback on the head.
Going to pull it back in. Oh, Wildcats, what a way to go. They slap down Albany in the opening B-side push.
It's really important to remember right now that Albany cannot cap with any time left on the clock. Otherwise, it is a one-tick and walk away with the dub for Albany on this one because there was 0 time in the bank for WCE. So Wildcats got to play this perfectly. We hear the rally. We hear Tactical Visor get popped as well. Pulse goes out. ATK and Mercy both go down. Great Jesus, unfortunately, will get demolished. SAGU is just out for blood. They are thirsty. They are not letting a repeat of what just occurred happen to them in this round. And with that, they close out with 2 minutes, 42 seconds on the clock. So now it is a touch the point, get the 33%, and it is donezo.
I swear there was a moment that you could see like a switch flip between Albany's players. Like they were slowly rolling in, like, yeah, we're doing okay. And then they lost that fight and they're like,
hold up.
No. We're not doing this again. This is not happening, not in our house. And they just bull rush it. All I saw was red in the eyes, and they made it work. So very well done. Pushing into this OT here. They are going to try and grab one more set. And again, as you said, it is a one touch. That's all you need. It's a very, very simple thing to do. You go in, try the craziness, and I like it. Albany are not going for the craziness that we saw before with the Symmetra. No reason to try that here. Brute force it. You have time. Play to your own strengths here.
However, I'm going to give WCE some props here. They held out until the last possible, like for an extremely long time against Albany on their first initial push here. But we've got Astroworld actually choosing to go with the Zarya, something we haven't seen thus far. The Ryan Zarya, a throwback to some old style, because typically now you have the Ryan Diva comp going through. Never mind, I'm going to eat my words. Astro's just going to be swapping around quite a bit and be like, nope, good luck trying to figure out what the heck I'm going to play. Pulling out the Diva, that's pretty standard if they're going to stick with that. We've got the Lucio and the Baptiste as well. SAGU is not going to have that Mercy Pocket from Hayden, though, so it'll be interesting how that plays out, because I feel like ATK and even Jester could just delete SAGU if they are not careful.
I have a feeling it'll happen, but SAGU at this point feels like they're trying to play more for diversion. This angle that's being held is the same style that we saw the Wrecking Ball at. Again, look for the corners, look for the angles, and then play forward into it. They're just going to charge in straight up. Remember, keep eyes on that point. Keep eyes on who's coming around the corner. It's a full 5v5. Who are they taking out? Look at the other angles. It's going to be a watch.
Gosh.
Look at the decimation. Wildcats watch as their tanks explode in front of their face. Everyone's falling down like dominoes, and that is the crushing pain. That is Albany taking the 3-0. It was 3-0, but by no means was it easy.
Not at all. Hard-fought fight. Well done all around. We could see them on stage. Nicely done. Llama Cartel getting another play of the game. You know, honestly, I feel like this one I'm not going to sit here and be like, that was probably SAGU. Yeah, no, this one is 100% you. You put in a hard work here. Well deserved. Nicely done, guys. Absolutely incredible, but good luck at the remainder of the series this evening, because I feel like your cards are all on the table now.
It is, and that's scary, but at the same time, bathe in the victory.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, honestly.
It isn't, and I love the fact that sometimes we do see like the one-trick style of groups come out. It's very, very entertaining, because when they do, these are people that excel at specific compositions, and we see it played to a very high caliber. They can take a one-dimensional setup and play it in a three-dimensional setting, and that's what really gives me a lot of hope. It's fun watching these players take heroes that normally you only see played one way, break out into different situations, and say, hey, I still have this in my pocket. So we have more Overwatch action coming along throughout the day. However, we are going to take a short break, go to a quick panel about esports and the different opportunities that are afforded in our upcoming panel, so make sure not to miss it at all. We'll go to a very short break and be back with some words from others in the community.
Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids, and for their kids, just kids. That's wealth, years and years. Promise my brother, soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
And I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, been fighting ways to get away, to see you again. open eye, feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. Can make me move.
smile. Like the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 Safe and
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HV GamerCon 2022 up here at the Albany Cap Center in our state's capital of Albany, which is kind of funny. All right, so I'm Paul Santoro, and welcome here to the panel of how to establish an esports program. We are going to be speaking specifically in collegiate, and I'd like to have all of our amazing panelists introduce themselves. Start with you, sir.
Hi, I'm Joe Sunner. I'm the former founder and president of Wildcat Esports. I've recently graduated in December. And I founded Wildcat Esports about 3 years ago when I came to HV GamerCon, and I met Dan Kunin, and he was a big inspiration for me starting my program, as well as Lydia. And yeah, I'm really glad to see how it turned out today, and we've even made it on stage today. Really proud of my team.
Excellent. Welcome, Joe. Next up.
So hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. My name is Charles Murray. I am the esports coordinator for SUNY Canton. I'm happy to be here.
All right, Charles, welcome. Next on the line.
Hi, everyone. I'm Aaron Koliakmo. I'm the assistant director at Bay State College in Boston.
I'm Doc Haskell from Boise State.
Welcome, everybody, to our How to Establish an Esports Program panel. So my name is Paul Santoro, Paulie Hype, and I will be your entertainment for the day, as well as the moderator, but moderator second. So starting up first, let's see where we get this thing going. You know, we want this to be an informative panel that's really knowledgeable, and we have just a perfect amount of guests here to bring that to us. How would you guys raise funds for a program who's not receiving funding internally? And really just what would be the thought behind it if you had to do something like that? Joe, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so this is really within my wheelhouse. We started off during COVID times, my organization, so we did have to run on pretty low budget. We were able to keep them within their dorms and have them playing on their current setups instead of having to rely on a PC center. And yeah, also just, sorry, hold on one second. Just give me a second to think.
Fine, brother. Take your time.
So yeah, I mean, we were just able to just go on low budget. Our really only funds we're having to pay for ECAC registration. Other than that, we just have teams communicate on Discord and really just keep the expenses low. Also reach out to sponsorships. There's a lot of sponsors out there willing to sponsor small collegiate programs. We were able to get sponsors like Game Fuel, and I know a lot of people here have Alienware sponsors as well. So definitely just reach out and tell them your mission for your program, and maybe they'll align with your values.
So really put in a lot of outside work and just played it smart. Use the dorms, use the online ecosystem we have. That's not much money. Very, very smart. Down the line, Charles, how would you begin to raise money internally?
Yeah, so like Joe said, if you're just starting off, what you really want to focus on is cutting down your overhead for that initial investment. Once you've got that initial investment and you've got a proof of concept, establish a plan of an ROI, and then maybe when you reach that ROI, you can go and ask for more overhead. Usually, sponsors can help you get there, kind of patch your budget along the way. And SUNY Canton was lucky enough to get Extreme Networks to be a partner and a sponsor for our program. And I'm sure your universities already interact with program sponsors already. Just extend the esports handshake to them, and I'm sure they're willing to meet you halfway.
Very, very wise. Aaron, over to you. You know, Bay State having a quality program, one of the schools, how would you go about doing internal funding?
Yeah, it's kind of a tough question where you really need the administrative buy-in. There isn't, you can get sponsorships, you can kind of, you know, even with one of my first programs there, we had a ZOwie partnership, we had a Respawn partnership, they kind of supplied monitors, they supplied chairs, but you need that administrative buy-in. You're not going to be able to kind of progress as a program, you're not going to really be able to move forward unless it's that top-down. Like, I even said on the panel yesterday, you know, the president for Bay State has been really, really helpful with everything that we do. And so he's invested. That means that we get to stay invested.
And would you say real quick before we get to Doc, would you say that if there is no internal funding, that attacking the point of interest of just the overall raw program is where you would go to a president to even generate a conversation around it?
Exactly. You can show them the numbers. You can show them, you know, how many students that you have active within the program, how many students are interested in kind of joining in. You know, if it's just starting off as a club, right? It's forcing the administration to take notice.
All right, now over to Doc. How would you raise funds for a program with no funding?
Yeah, well, there's no money, right? That's life. It's kind of all or nothing. I would suggest figure out what you are and sell what you are. If you have an arena, then you're an event space, right? If you have a broadcast arm, then you are a potential broadcast partner. Sell what you are, because there are people that can't do what you can do. They can't bring people together to play. They can't broadcast. They can't promote or do the social that they want. The thing that you do best is the thing you sell.
So would you say almost if you were a newer program, kind of searching for that direction, pick your strength and just build on that building block instead of maybe trying to tackle the entire space out the gate?
Yes, and don't focus on endemics. Everybody hits them up. They have no money. There are organizations in everyone's local area that need the same thing. We don't compete for those, right? They are the National Guards, the armies, the service organizations that want to put together events to meet people. That's what you do. That's what you are, right? You do events to meet people. So reach out to the people who need to meet people, because people needing people, sorry.
Yeah, very wise, and that actually leads is a perfect segue right into our next question here, which is how important is community building? How important is community building to the esports program? And let's just build off what Doc said over to Joe. Yeah, how important is community building, especially with it being one of the core fundamental aspects of getting a program started?
Yeah, so that's a great question. Community building is like the #1 most important thing for an esports program. I was in a bit of a different situation. We had to build a community online through COVID, which is kind of different. So Discord was a great tool for us to not only have it for esports players, but also just a place for people to hang out within the college. It's a great recruitment tool that way, where you can get people involved that wouldn't necessarily be involved in esports directly, but they're tangentially related just because the Discord is a great community for them to come into. But obviously now that COVID is kind of winding down, restrictions are winding down, getting as many opportunities as you can to have players meet up in person, have those in-person events, even non-competitive events, just getting people on campus knowing about your program and just offering anything you can think of.
Yeah, I mean, before Discord, that was how gaming and esports, gaming really in particular, how it started, right? Arcade, hanging out with friends, just community building, enjoying time around each other. So being able to get back to that post-COVID, a lot of collegiate esports was really designed inside of COVID. As far as taking off, programs really getting started, they saw that it was pandemic-proof, and they built on that. So it was really cool. So down the line, how important is community building, Charles?
Yeah, and just to really piggyback off what Joe said, I mean, I've grown up a gamer. I grew up playing video games pretty much as I could. So I always knew the community was already there. I was part of it. I was interacting with them. It was just getting them together in a collegiate space in a way that the college would then formally recognize. Because I guarantee you, every single university here, even if you don't currently have a program, you've got gamers on your campus, and you've got people good enough to be esports athletes on your campus. Your community's there. It's just how do you like tackle that? So is it important to Canton? Yes, extremely. But we didn't have to work too hard to build it because they were already there. All we did was say, hey, you like video games? And it was like a roar of applause. So yes, of course. So yeah.
Very simple outreach. Aaron?
Yeah, I'd actually even want to try and focus more on the director community for esports for this question, right? Where it's always funny to even look at Twitter. When Discord goes down, I see all the other directors start complaining, right? Oh, we can't do our job. Oh, it's paid time off, right? No, but in actuality, right, we can't really do this job unless we look at the people who have already kind of been doing this job for a little bit longer. I even said it's really nice to finally meet some of these faces that I've seen, online, and now I can actually put a name to that face. But it's learning from those individuals and reaching out and asking them, hey, I saw you did, this one event, right? Who did you reach out to? How did that go? What would you have changed? And learning from those individual mistakes. So it's not even just, finding those individuals from the student perspective. It's finding the individuals within the community that have already done and gone through some of these.
Absolutely. Doc, over to you. How important is community building in esports?
Turn to the people who already lead those communities and invite them to use the resources that you have. We have a yes policy. We have a club or group that comes and says, we'd like to do a smash yes. We need what are the dates? We'd like to do it. Community building is about allowing those communities to have a new place and to mix with new people.
Oh, great answer, great answer. As we look over everything here in esports, especially collegiate esports, as we look over collegiate esports, what would you guys say, see some of these great questions we have here. Brand building, this is a good one. Brand building in terms of PR, maybe NIL a little bit. For those of you that don't know, NIL is name, image, and likeness. What would you guys say about brand building here for your PR in your program?
Yeah, so definitely, no matter how small your program is, no matter where you're starting off, start social media accounts. It's going to be easier to start in the beginning than it is when your program's already established. Don't wait for you to be an established program before you start these avenues, because these are just super important to your brand. This is how you get sponsors. This is how you get known by other schools. And also, streaming is huge. If you have the capability to stream your matches, stream them as soon as possible, whether it's just the players streaming on their own PC, just anything to get your name out there, get your school's gameplay out there. If you're not out there, no one's going to know about you. So just any avenue you can. You don't have to worry about it being a professional production right in the beginning. Just start amateur, and you'll work your way up.
All right, let's switch it up. Aaron, over to you. We'll botch the line a little bit here, Charles.
Nice. Yeah, so especially this year alone, I know Bay State, we actually got approval for a marketing intern. So we have students that are kind of working under us and getting that general experience. But more and more schools are focusing on that type of real world experience for their students anyways. You probably already have a student that, hey, I'm really interested in becoming a social media manager. Great. Put them in charge of your Twitter account, put them in charge of things, obviously with some stipulations and some overhead going along with it. But you have those students that have those interests, give them a shot.
I really love that concept. Using that possible volunteer work / resume building work throughout your student body to be the people that are literally facilitating your program out of due interest and passion alone. Doc, what would you say is important to PR and branding in your program?
I mean, one, comparison is the thief of joy, right? We're not in competition with each other. Hopefully we'll get to play and we'll compete then, but our audience is local, right? We're not focused on the other things. So whatever your campus brand is, use it. There's a vocabulary already for success. There's design that is success. And we tap into that as often as possible. Francis of Assisi famously, that preach the gospel at all times and when necessary, use words. If what you create matches what is well known, then you get all of all of the benefit from that visual vocabulary already. So if you're a big football or big basketball program, lean into those highlights. If you are a big academic program, lean into those highlights. Branding is a local issue, especially when it comes to finance, and they're linked. So it doesn't benefit you to try to to be the Maryville of southwestern Louisiana.
Makes 100% sense, unless you're, University of Central Florida and Southern Florida, where they have the Battle of 404, and they're on the same exact turnpike, and I forget the numbers, but
then you leverage that battle.
Right, and that's exactly what both schools do. And I was just about to say that it's magnificent because they're actually both schools in the top 10 of overall esports programs, social media following, and they are surviving on the very same exact street, which is very interesting to say the least. So well done, Doc. Charles, over to you. How important is PR for your program?
So most universities already have a PR department.
Right.
I mean, I have my PR guy around here somewhere, and you tap into that already existing.
Bragging about your PR guy, Charles?
I'm just saying, use the resources your college already has.
Right.
So get in the ear of the PR person. Luckily, my guy played video games. Greg played League of Legends for a long time. He liked video games, so I was like, hey, you want to come do some cool video game stuff? And it was a no-brainer, and ever since then, it's been like hand in hand. So you take the already established, like what all the other panelists have said here, take already established work, don't break the wheel, build on the university brand, use the university brand as reference, and for God's sakes, please stream on Twitch. Like, please just get your brand out on the Twitch. Even if you don't cast it, even if it's just player point of view, even if it's just like basic game audio, people will know about you. You'll get a following. Mom, dad, grandma, hopefully if she can figure out Twitch, will watch you, right? So someone will watch you and that brand will build.
Doc, do you have something you want to stick in there?
Just echoing what Charles was saying. There's a vocabulary. Find it, use it.
Right, absolutely. And this question wasn't on the sheet, but it just hit me. What's the importance of unified social media branding for players? And also I want to tie it into schools a little bit. A lot of times colleges and universities, I'll see their overall college social media account, but it won't necessarily be tied into the esports account. Usually the esports account is something totally different. And it actually makes things a little bit more complicated, obviously, every school having two. But do you think, is there any room to eventually become just part of the unified social branding? And for a player, how important is it to have unified social media?
So I think the issue with that, with the separate accounts, where it's often you see a school university account on Twitter, then you see the esports Twitter, is because esports hasn't become endemic enough yet to break into that traditional social media space.
Right.
Once the traditional PR teams understand what it's like to make a social media post and gather a social media following for an esports audience, I think you could see some merge. But until they know how to do it right, they're not going to want to put it on their official socials.
All right. Aaron, what do you?
Yeah. And even to kind of go off of that too, we still have this question within esports of where is it being housed? Are we in student activities? Are we in athletics? And so athletics is going to have their own branding, especially if it's a big D1 school, whereas the school is going to have their own branding. So even for our own esports program, the insignia of the college is very different than the insignia for the esports program for us. So it makes more sense to have separate Twitter accounts, separate social media accounts for those. However, a lot of our YouTube content is on the main the main YouTube page for the college. And so it's just working with your marketing team, working with whoever is at the college to get your information out there and, see the world.
Doc, do you think that having a player unified social branding, meaning that they aim for the same social tag on every social media platform, do you think there's importance in that or not?
So we're learning how to navigate this, right? I mean, it's been a personal communication space. Make no mistake, recruits, look at your social media. It's the first thing we really investigate when we're looking, are we going to commit big resources to an individual to come here? Who are they? Who have they been? Not who can they be? We'll get to that part, but what have they done? So, and there are a handful, and I think there's one or two players here for whom I get an immediate notification at any time of day or night when they post, just to make sure something hasn't been said that might be seen the wrong way. And so directing it, no, I think that it becomes inauthentic when you try to direct it with messages. But saying, and just saying, while you're here, these are our standards, these are the things that are major issues for the university. Let's just avoid those. Here's some ways you can do some of that.
Guidelines.
Yeah.
How about you, Joe? Do you think it's important at all to have a unified social media message? And when I say that, I guess because for building my own personal brand, I like it to be that if you say at Paulie any platform, my brand's going to come up. And I think there's importance in that. When I look back at my own playing career, I wish I had done that sooner because I feel like I would have had a lot of benefit from doing that. So that's what I'm referring to.
Yeah, I definitely think it's important, but like Charles said, it's really hard to unify the two, especially because your school's brand is going to have a much different brand from your esports program.
Right.
And you kind of have to, it's much different audience as well, right? So if your school is going to post on their main page something about your esports program, it's going to have to be specifically guided towards those people who might not necessarily be within the scene, right? So it's going to have to use some different language and some language more targeted towards casual viewers or someone who just is sort of interested in esports but doesn't really know where to start, you know?
Quality answer. Let's start about this one here. This is a really good question. Does your program offer coaching? So coaching in esports, and I'm going to change it here. If not, how would you go about finding a head coach? So let's start over with head coach director himself, Doc Haskell.
So yes, we have coaches. We use a distributed coaching model, which is we have educational leaders in the space, myself and the assistant coach of the century, Alex Moore. Then we hire hourly professional players, professional coaches to come in and work with our students once, because they're top level players. Those are the people they need to listen to, theory craft with, and help to develop that. But the day-to-day, have you had enough food today? That stuff needs to be a person in the place. We organize what they do and what they talk about and make sure that they understand what they're trying to accomplish. And that they have the tools to do that. And pros help us do that. But good professionals are not the same person. If they leave that scene from wherever they're doing, they transplant to middle of nowhere, Idaho, and they start being a coach, they no longer have that angle on the game that they did. They need to be, and so for us, distributed coaching is the model, where we have educational leaders on space, head coaches, people who do bed checks, and then really high-level players and professionals who help the players craft the strategic.
Yeah, and that's a great answer. Just so you guys know, everybody in the arena here, Boise State, everyone here has amazing programs. Boise State's program, Doc, you guys are doing fantastic over there at Boise State. From top to bottom, production, the way they scout, recruit, hire coaches, they are truly one of the most phenomenal collegiate spaces. So congratulations.
Thank you. That was $100 well spent. I'm just going to say. Do we clip that?
That'll be
we clip that, right?
2 promotions are double. So.
Okay.
But yeah.
I'm glad. That was a good investment.
Very well. Over at Aaron, Aaron, how would you find a head coach for your and also Bay State amazing program?
Thanks. Yeah, I know, right? Jeez, I should have. Yeah, but when you look at a program, even with Bay State, and you look at things that 5 years ago, it was unheard of to have more than one person who was in charge of these programs, right?
Right.
It's completely unheard of. So when you try and go to a president or an athletic director or wherever you're under, and you say, hey, I need a coach for each of these games, they're going to look at you funny. But it's where you have this kind of divide in that thinking where it's like you have an esports coach and they're going to coach on the esports field. No, that's not the case. You need an Overwatch coach. You need a League of Legends coach. Shout out to Tensa, as we were able to fly him out here today to work with the Overwatch team. So you need to have those individuals because you're not going to have the game knowledge. I don't have that game knowledge for Overwatch. I'm terrible at FPS games. I can't coach them all myself. Right, so we need to find those individuals that are going to help them level up in that play because collegiate esports is only getting more and more competitive.
It's getting astronomical, and I love that both of you really outsource to use other professionals. Hey, look, we have a coach, right? The coach is this guy. He doesn't need to know Overwatch to be the best coach, but he has to just bring someone in that can teach that. So you guys utilize that model very smart. Charles, over to you in terms of, does your program offer coaching?
Yeah, so SUNY Canton does offer coaching. Like there are some esports that have enough students where a coach, is purchased and then they can then teach the students. But I think there's a very important distinction here, and this is, I think, part of the natural maturation of the field. You need someone who's a content expert, and then you need someone who makes sure the kids shower before they come to practice. So there's a big difference. and those two people. You need someone who can essentially be the parent and say, all right, well, maybe staying up to 3 a.m. is not ideal every day, and you have to do your homework. And then you also need someone who's going to teach them how to, improve their reaction time by 100 milliseconds. They have to be, they're not always the same person, and they're rarely the same person. But if you can find those two in one person, you found a unicorn. So.
Fair enough. So you need a team. You need a team essentially.
You need a team.
In most situations. Joe, does your program offer coaching, and how important is it to your program?
Yeah, so my program was in a bit of a different situation. We're much smaller, so we didn't have the capacity to hire coaches. So I would take on student leaders, right? Students would come up to you, people who are really passionate about their game, and they say, hey, I want to start a team. And I would ask them, would you be okay with coaching that team? Because if you're able to come up to me and take the initiative and you want to put a team together, you kind of have that leadership skill to be able to run a team and coach a team like that. So it's really important to have students learn from each other. And also, if you have the capacity to have more than one team, it's important for those two teams to play against each other, right? And learn from each other, because your better players and your players on the lower JV teams, they have a lot to learn from them, right? So as many opportunities as you have where you can practice together, you can do VOD reviews together, there's a lot of knowledge that students within the same team can share with each other.
Yeah, I love the two comparisons, because at Bay State and Boise, you guys can hire, if you needed to, you could hire almost anybody you want to bring in. And Canton and Poly Institute, you guys are really being resourceful and using your demographic, your student base, and evolving your program that way. So that's two different ways of just budgeting versus a student-ran program, or low budgeting is just perfectly said. As we round it out here, this is an interesting question. When you guys want to get into a new game title in particular, maybe the students are saying they want to play Halo over Valorant or whatever the case is, what's the process in kind of instituting a new game title, official game title here? Let's start out with you, Joe.
Yeah, so this is really good. So I think there's a few aspects you have to look into for a new game before you consider joining. I think one of them is definitely how good is it as a spectator sport, Because some games are great to play, but they won't be super popular because no one's really willing to watch them. And I think that's a super important aspect that gets overlooked. And also the longevity of the game, right? I mean, there's games popping up all the time. You think it's going to be the next big esport, and then next month you don't hear anything about it. So really, maybe be hesitant before you join a game right away, and see if there is going to be longevity in this game, if it's something you're willing to invest time into, because it is a big investment to take on a new esport. And if you have the interest there, and the last one really is student interest, right? So if you have enough students involved and wants to start a team, definitely something you should consider joining.
Great answer. Charles, what would be your opinion on entering a new game title here with your esports program?
Well, Canton started with 3, and now we're up to 13. So the answer is usually yes. The only thing that students have to do, is come to me with enough players to form the team. They have to come to me with a student leader, and then I say, all right, I'll fit you into the esports arena, and then you can start playing. If their league requires dues, I usually handle that for them. But other than that, I know there's some programs, and like Joe said, it's very important to determine what games are a flash in the pan and what games are going to last. Like, as soon as you said what games are going to disappear, I was like, oh, Splitgate. And I was like...
Oh, no, wait. I can't let you go there. I can't let you go there. No.
Yo, I love Splitgate. I played the game, but it's like, come on, bro. It's Halo with extra steps.
Yeah. Splitgate should be in collegiate, though. We talked about this before.
I put Splitgate into my conference, and
what was the interest level like?
It died.
Yeah, it's fair. Fair answer.
But because that's what happened to the game. So you also have to be very...
That was somewhat of a flash in the pan title, at least for its level of success.
And you have to be careful if you invest resources into that.
Like we say that because from a collegiate standpoint, if you had rushed and said, hey, we're going to make a Splitgate team, dump resources, but the next month there's no tournament scene for it, and your Splitgate team is the only one competing on the ladder, you've just wasted a whole lot of time.
And money,
right?
Yep.
Aaron, over to you. Entering into a new game title.
Yeah, that's definitely a big question too, because most colleges, you're putting in a 4-year investment, right? These students most likely will be here for 4 years, and if we invested into Splitgate, where would we be now? Splitgate, Heroes,
watch your mouth, Aaron.
Paladins.
I'm a partner player. I can't let this go down.
But Brian did ask the Twitters.
He did.
if he could recruit an entire team.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that was something that we did look into, right? And it's kind of like, you know, where is that competition coming? But that's a really good segue into there needs to be competition for it. There needs to be some sort of established league for that type of play, right? Honestly, Dota, in the collegiate scene, NACE is still the only one that's doing Dota, but they're doing Dota. So if you wanted to pick up a Dota team, it's like, and you have a NACE membership, why not? In that situation. So again, you need to find that established situation, and that's the reason we haven't really seen Apex either. I get a lot of questions about Apex. I get a lot of students that want to do Apex. However, there's no collegiate competitions for it. So if you're out there and you want to start a collegiate competition for Apex, there's plenty of students that be out there and plenty of schools that invest.
Fair enough. Doc, over at Boise, what does Boise do when they want to enter a new game title?
So we support all students in what they want to play, and if there is a tournament out there and we're part of that organization, we'll support them. We'll give them time, space, jerseys. We don't coach them or scholarship them for games that they bring to us. If we think that there's enough publisher support behind a game, and as Aaron said, there are enough universities to play, then we will try out that game, try to build a group with the folks that we have. If it looks like it's going to be a long-running game, Halo, Valorant, we're going to see those in collegiate for a long time because there's incredible support behind them. Then we start to recruit people that we can keep, as you described, for 4 years so that they can come, play, and get their degree.
Excellent. Joe, you have anything to add?
Yeah, just something to add on to what Doc said about publisher support. That is a huge thing. I think when I heard Valorant was about to be released, I knew it's from Riot Games. They're a huge company. They invest a lot into their collegiate programs, and I knew it'd be a hit right from the start. So that was kind of one of the games where, even though it could be a flash-in-the-pan game like the others, and there was a lot of hype right in the beginning, I knew it was going to last because they're a really great company investing into collegiate esports.
Exactly. And I've got a hot take for you, too. The other thing I didn't mention that we look at is where is the player base? This is going to come as a surprise to some people, but Boise State is no longer recruiting for League of Legends. Their high school player base is the smallest it's ever been, and it continues to shrink. Therefore, Masters to Challenger League of Legends players are all going to be out of the range of folks that we're recruiting for. We want high school, high-performing students who want to come and play the game that they love in college, not take players who've tried the competitive professional scene and have not had the success they wanted, and this is their fallback. So if there's not a good player base, a young player base in the game, then we look elsewhere. We thought we'd have a Club Penguin team, but that one just dissolved as well.
No, and that's a really good point. Where you have, when we look at the high school space, it's what are the big games? Rocket League, Valorant, Smash, right? Those are the big up-and-coming games that we're kind of seeing, and people are able to recruit with. Even with Valorant, there are a lot of schools that are looking in Valorant, and there's been Valorant competitions since release. However, now that RSAA is actually getting involved with Valorant, and there's going to be a season, and it's going to be similar to CLOL, I have seen more and more people who have kind of approached us, like people who are approaching us saying, hey, I want to come play for your school, right? And we're, actively looking for Valorant and, a lot of other schools out there that they're going to heavily invest.
So as we build off that, and this is a really interesting topic. We could talk all day. High school growing is the newest facet of esports. It's something that's extremely new. The fact that you're even tracking analytics to the high school activity is just very, very smart, Doc. Interesting stuff there. But how would you guys go about offering scholarship to, and this will be our last question here, but how do you guys go about offering scholarship to a player of interest? Or if scholarship is unavailable, how can you offer them some sort of value to still say, hey, come on over to our school? And let's start down the line over here. Put you on your toes, Doc.
So the very first question we ask when we're recruiting somebody is, what are your grades? Because immediately, if they have a strong academic record, any scholarship we can offer them will be amplified by all the other scholarships that they're available. So we say to folks, we look for Western states, Colorado and West, 3.3 or higher, because there are a number of financial instruments for college that group of people can use, and a 3.3 is kind of where they begin. Doesn't mean we won't be interested in a student otherwise, but they may require more financial support. So we look first there, and then we try to supplement so that it's as close to zero-sum as possible, especially if they are leaving the place that they live to come to university. So we describe it as a need. I mean, a player that we need at a position, and a need for the student to be able to attend and be there. So we just honestly look for a goodness of fit. People always ask, well, do you offer full rides? And we always say it depends. What are your grades?
Sure.
Right?
Sure, absolutely. So definitely keep your grades up. I mean, it's really important. It's really important. And it also says something about the player themselves. Aaron, over to you. Scholarship, and if not, what value does your college offer?
Yeah, even to like go off what Doc said, it's not going to do anybody any good if you're going to come for a semester and they're going to flunk out of the school, right? It just doesn't make any sense in that regard. So, we're going to try and get them as much help as they possibly can, just so that we can make sure that, the student is comfortable and they're able to stay at the school. But more specifically, when you're kind of looking at scholarships, obviously skill is going to be a big, factor for us. But something that we've actually done with Bay State in a model that we've done that works really well is all students that apply through our esports program are guaranteed some form of scholarship. And that can range, from like $1,000 all the way up to, almost full tuition, right? So it's about, getting those students that have an interest within this program and finding them, their niche and carving it out and, coming to school.
I really like the scaled scholarship. That's pretty interesting. Charles, over to you and Canton. How do they handle scholarships for esports?
So Canton cares a lot about grades. So if you have, what we would consider a student in not good academic standing, you're actually removed from our program.
Wow.
So you can get scholarships for academics at Canton, and some of our students in our esports program can apply for additional scholarship with their esports experience. This is a recent addition. But we ultimately care about your academic performance and how are your grades going throughout the program, because I'm very hesitant to take on anybody that isn't going to stay with me the whole time. So, yeah.
Again, a lot of time, resource that could potentially be wasted. Joe, how about you at Poly Institute? How do they handle scholarship?
So again, I have a different perspective. We don't have the means to offer scholarships,
Right.
unfortunately. So we have to look to other avenues to get people interested, right? So that's really where it comes down to community. And like I said, community is the number one important thing for our program, because that's what attracts our players, our prospective players, is fostering a really accepting and diverse community. Because that's really the main attractor to our program. And if you have a community where you have players that are just not accepting of newer people, prospective players that want to join the program, you're going to have a really hard time growing your program, right? So fostering a really accepting community and a flourishing community is super important for us.
I love that answer. Great answer, Joe. Building that community, it's another avenue. You have to find a way without the scholarship means, and you're a perfect example of a school that's literally building from the ground up, and that's why you're a great panelist here today. Last closing segments here as we finish out this panel on how to build an esports program. Any final thoughts, Joe? Anything at all?
Final thoughts? Well, yeah, again, I started from basically nothing at my school. It was just a small group of kids. I came to GamerCon 3 years ago, and I'm like, hey, I want to get involved. And then here I am 3 years later. We just played on stage. So it's really, if you have the motivation to do it, you can do it. Just look, like they said, there's people playing games on your campus, I guarantee you. They're playing in their dorms. You just got to find the avenue to reach out to them. I mean, gamers are kind of hard to reach, I know. They kind of isolate themselves sometimes, but try every avenue you can. Get them out of their comfort zone, get them to play on a team, and foster a great community.
It's a great answer. Charles, any last thoughts overall, anything at all?
Honestly, Joe sold it. Like, community is what I care about. We have some amazing players, but really, I'm looking to just create a community that when I was playing games, when I was growing up, it was hard to reach. It was hard to connect with other gamers. Discord didn't exist.
Right.
God, we were still playing on dial-up back then. But now with Discord and other tools to communicate, it's easier than ever to find other gamers. Just reach out. Go outside your comfort zone.
Right. Aaron, over to you. Final closing thoughts.
Yeah, it's mostly innovate and adapt, right? You need to be able to be on your toes. You need to be able to be invested within these programs, right? Nothing's going to happen overnight. This is my third program that I've worked with. I've worked with 2 other schools at this point. One that I worked with, they started me out. I was part-time working a small stipend, and now you actually get to a point where you get to a school that's heavily invested like Bay State, and you can actually start really progressing.
Congratulations, Aaron. Doc, over to you. Final closing segments from Boise State.
Surround yourself with good people. genuinely. Find good people and do the thing that you enjoy doing together. I got to travel this week with amazing people. It just so happens that we come together because of video games, but it's that part that's gonna last. None of their children or grandchildren will understand or appreciate how cool they were at this moment in their lives. But all of us, you know, who get to know them will. And that's special. Just, I mean, in life, just surround yourself with good people and be good to others.
Well said, Doc. What a great closing segment. That's going to do it here for the panel on how to build an esports program. Let's make some noise for our 4 different analysts right here and directors, coaches, all the above. They're amazing for our panelists. Let's go. Thank you all so much. When we come back, though, we are going to have some more Super Smash Bros. Ultimate because they were playing. Overwatch coming back, group stages into semifinals. Don't go anywhere. HV GamerCon is coming right back.
Ding, 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 winner.
You know what we could all do with?
Ding, 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 winner.
More winning Wednesdays. More first dates with zombie kills. More t-shirts that say winner on the front and winner on the back. You know what we could all do with?
Ding, 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 winner.
Ding, 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 my friend. Ding, ding, ding.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant
No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. When the lights go down, I've seen hell in you, but you don't care, no, you don't care, no. You just rather watch me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all. You said you wanted to fall into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, oblivion. I'm going in. Into oblivion. Into oblivion. Forget about the world we're living in. Fall into oblivion, I'm going in. You can't fall asleep when you're counting stars. Get it together. Your mind can't sleep when you let it serve. Now you wanna see me fall from a quarter mile. I can see you at the call. Think about it, ring won't tell you what I saw. When you break it off, you'll see who had it all. You had it all.
Fuel up for GamerCon with Stewart Shops. Stock up on Impact Energy. Bold look, pure energy, more fun. Stay energized for a night of gaming with Impact Energy drinks from Stewart Shops. When hunger hits, it's easy snacking with Stewart's Beef Jerky. It's a great source of protein with zero trans fat. Less hunger, more gaming. Victory never tasted so good. Game on with Stewart Shops.
And welcome back, everyone. We are ready to go for the continuation of this fantastic tournament here at the Albany Capitol Center. And again, thank you so much to Stewart Shops. You saw the ad there, and I mean, I hear they make pretty good milkshakes as well, which I think is awesome. All the local farm as well, which is, I think, awesome to help build up the community. So again, if you get the chance, go ahead, check out Stewart Shops. You saw the commercial. Go ahead, find them around Albany. But of course, we're back on the air again. My name is Ordo. With me is a Nerdy, and we are going to be crushing it here as the teams are also crushing and cruising through the group stage. We are now finishing up with our last few matches, so we're really going to see how things shape up.
And we are going to be hopping into our first game on a control point, as we've done thus far this entire day. And change up, a little bit different. We're actually going to be starting out on Busan.
Okay, and so this is also one that we have not seen quite a bit, but we've definitely seen the teams here. You can go ahead and see something coming out here. Actually, I do believe this is a different group. We have not seen Jip and Lem. I don't think we've seen them just yet here today, but we have seen RPI once again, a squad coming in here and giving us a great show in their opening series, now looking for a few more wins.
Very interesting. I'm pretty sure RJ is just baiting us with that Bastion picks. Do not believe it. They like to pull that out. We've got the Orisa and Hog. Never mind. Wrecking Ball Orisa possibly. Going with the Moira Lucio is an interesting strategy. Looks like we're probably going to see full dive coming out if those supports do not change. We got Declan on that Sombra as well. Yes, we are going full dive with the Reaper, so that is a deadly combo. On the other side, we've got Ginger on that Echo. They have the Mercy Pocket. Moose Milk's going to be on the Reaper, and then we got that Ryan Diva, kind of that standard Wombo combo tank coming out. We have a Hack over here in the cage area on the Mega. Now it's just push forward, find a Hack target, and go. However, I do not think our RPI was ready for WSC to be going coastline.
Going to be a little bit of a shakeup, but again, you still have to work your way through as we get the opening shots moving through here. An immediate pinch on that little on the side. There's going to be the challenge right in the middle. So great capture setup here coming in from WS on that red team. Cruising through with Wildcats. What more can they get? That is going to be RPI, of course, though, slamming back home with a solid round of kills and immediately the first cap of the game.
And check that out. Declan already has 64% on that EMP. Typically, you know, when you got an EMP, a lot of people will combo it with that self-destruct, but I think Bigfoot's going to be a little bit too far behind, and we're just going to see Declan pop the EMP as soon as people come out of this alleyway here on street and just eviscerate the entire team. Already at 71%. Easy to get here. Shatter comes out. It is going to be pretty heavy. However, that hack from Declan was fabulous. We have the EMP on lock. It's going to immediately be popped as well as the monkey ult. There is people touching point, but there is not enough support for that to be sustained.
Just isn't going to happen, but of course we are going to have another opportunity. The Wildcats are going to try and prep themselves appropriately moving forward, but that is, again, the reset here. Moose saying, all right, let's regroup with the rest of the team. Let's go ahead and set up with that Reaper, because Reaper, again, I love Reaper so much. At the same time, it is very do or die is the best way to call it. Whether you get the ultimate off or you get the shotgun kills, it's a little bit of a dangerous setup, but we go ahead and get this chokehold set up. RPI also running their own Reaper, and with that, that's Blossom ready. Dangerous. RJ in the middle, wants to go forward. However, the beatdown is true, and they're going to go ahead and move in. Here comes the ulti coming out of a Moose Milk, but it doesn't get too much, as the Overshield is going to do so much more. However, they have finally cleaned the clock. Moose Milk is able to get more, but the re-engage, that was RJ swinging back harder, and the stall out works in RPI's favor. However, the cap comes in at 79%.
Waffles Coalescence definitely played out quite nicely there, keeping some of their teammates alive and well. We did see Bigfoot suicide just to get their mech back faster. Declan almost has that EMP blast ready and unlocked. Jib coming in with the shatter is going to be quite huge here, especially if we can get it comboed. Never mind, Whispers is going to go away before I can even talk about Amplification Matrix coming through. The EMP landed on everyone, not a lot of follow-up, but enough just to continue to stall this out longer to allow their teammates to get in position. And it does look like they might be able to catch out Moose Milk. They do, but not fast enough. Moose Milk has retreated. The hack's gone off onto a Waffle Art. Waffle very low, does get healed up. We do see RJ go down. Smack talk coming through in the voice lines from the Reinhardt there from Jib, as they just hold shield and let their team do work. Their Reaper's doing a fabulous job of staying in the pocket of their Reinhardt.
It's a perfect setup. It's exactly what they want. Of course, Zobo is going to prep with the ulti, waiting for someone else to get the ultis, but there it is. That is going to be the angry Winston going in, but immediately taken out, so it's not going to work. Ulti is up from Whispers. The Matrix is going to force RPI off. They lost their tank, so of course they want to regroup, and they still have plenty of time, right? 79%, very, very doable. Now looking at 65 on the side of Wildcats, and they're looking to do their own, but again, if it's a one-push round, that'd be huge for this squad. Shotguns are out, ready to go. Last push coming in here. In goes the Diva Bomb. How many do you get? You do catch a few, but the ulti, the Blossom, doesn't catch anyone. Moose, you tried, but you failed, and that'll be RPI swinging for the fences. What a beautiful clean out as they go ahead and recap the point.
We are at the 20-second mark. A fight needs to happen fast. We do have a self-destruct almost online. We have Deadeye ready to go. Waffle Art's going to swap over to that Lucio, give their team a little bit of a speed boost, but RJ and Declan have a wombo combo in their pocket, and then Blues has the opportunity to sustain with just beat or go aggressive with it. We hear the self-destruct come out. Declan's waiting for an EMP opportunity, possibly looking to combo it with the Death Blossom. We do see RJ getting in position. The EMP is perfect. Not even needing the Death Blossom, might just be done to add a little flare and finesse the end of this round. And we are at the 99% mark. And with that, RPI walks away with the first round win here.
That EMP, the Sombra coming out here and really putting some pain down. Again, at the very end, to have an EMP happen on that final push, it might not be necessary. It definitely feels extremely bad to know that the enemy team still had that in pocket and could still play that against you at a certain point. Means that you're on the back foot still. So now going ahead, moving into the second round, we are seeing a little bit of a change-up of some of the heroes being used here. As you can see that Roadhog once again coming through. Those hooks can be devastating, as it feels like Wildcats have kind of identified, okay, take out one or two at a time and then work your way from there.
I'm a little bit worried, though, because we have Taco swapping off that Diva role, going in favor of the Roadhog, and then we have Ginger deciding to go toe-to-toe with Declan, who actually swapped over to the Symmetra to give the proverbial TP out and then swapping over to Tracer. So no Sombra to be dealing with right now. However, there's going to be a lack of mobility for these two tanks, and with that in mind, things are going to be a little bit more difficult, especially with Whispers coming in on that Moira and the Baptiste.
What a nice clear right there. Again, Tevatron feeling real solid about that play. Immediately hacked up, but the damage has already been done. That gives great opportunities for RPI to follow up behind it. They're going to clean house again. It is a very, very early team wipe. Not fully, it's a delayed, but it's enough. Wildcats, unfortunately, lose control of that point. You're going to have to watch as the control point is going to be taken over. RPI looking for a quick duo.
Very interesting. We don't see any comp swap coming out from WSC. However, they don't have a lot of stun outside the control of their tanks. We do have Moose Milk, who can possibly land a flashbang, but the issue is that the follow-up is going to be difficult to get if they are not in position properly with their teammates. Taco's going to push forward, take quite a bit of damage. 41% of their ult. We do hear Coalescence gets popped, pushing forward, trying to keep their Sigma up, doing a little damage themselves, but they're going to get taken out in the process. Declan's going to go down. RJ finds Whispers, and we also have the Dragons going out onto point, as well as a hack going off, but the hack will not be capitalized on in time to do anything with it.
Wayne State, though, firing right back here and being able to take 3 out does give a little bit of an advantage towards their way. They clear out the last defender and are going to go ahead and cap on their own. They do keep it to a 44%, which is very, very nice. Again, RPI had a great entry, but for the Wildcats, you do want to try and rack up your own percentage as quickly as possible. You do have that high noon available. And a couple ultimates ready to go. The EMP is about to be ready on Ginger here, as well as the Roadhog. Roadhog is their way to a victory, but Moose Milk ready to go with that high noon, ready to lay down a bit more pain. They'll have to wait and see as RPI are ready to go with their own ulti.
We do have Ginger here with that EMP locked online, ready to go. We see the Pacific Flux come out high. Deadeye's going to get popped. Ginger is taken out by Declan. And Declan then goes down to Whispers with a little help from Sombra. And both teams pretty equal on the man front. We've got one. Moose Milk does finally go down. They lose their Roadhog. Blues with the rally is the saving grace for their team. Whispers will go down, and this point is flipping in favor of RPI yet again. Pretty equal on the percentage front, but now ultimates are not as balanced as we've seen previously.
I don't think we're ever going to see that balance once again, as again, it is up to Wildcats what they want to do, how they want to use these ultimates. Again, the Roadhog ulti is so good at kind of bumping people back, but you can't use it if you're dead. He walked in, took a few shots, and said, I don't like what I'm seeing here, so let's wait for the healers, let's wait for the rest of the team. Immediately getting popped in the head over and over again. So see it there on the side. Great hook! That's what you wanted to see. The Roadhog already paying dividends. Down goes Zobo. That might be the call in. You can hear the EMP goes off. Catches 2 on the back end. RJ has tried to revive, but the rest of the team is down. So Wildcats found their initiation. They found their fight and are able to potentially convert. 86% is being contested once again. RPI causing a little bit of havoc as Tevatron is just waiting up on top of the drum. Did they not realize? They don't realize.
They don't.
They don't realize. Oh, that's so rude. Oh, Tevatron allowed themselves to get another 99%, and they actually forced to OT. Tevatron making what many might feel as a play of the game.
Going to this next fight, we only got Declan with their ultimate. Tevatron does have almost those landmines. Now, Bigfoot and Tevatron, if they decide to combo both those ultimates, it can be extremely deadly. However, also waiting for RJ just to get those dragons up because they get them so fast at this point, already up to 42%. Combo with Prophetic Flux, it's just an instant deletion. We see Ginger Hair go down, Taco goes down, Waffle Art, and Jip goes down. We hear Transcendence gets popped to get point control here. And 77%, 99%. I do not believe we're going to see a touch and stall come out from the side of WSC. And with that, Busan goes to RPI.
Well played by RPI Rensler. They were able to power through that early stage, and again, looked a little bit shaky in some of those larger team fights, but that's to be expected. It's Overwatch. It causes a little bit of chaos. We can go ahead. Zobo with the play of the game, showing off some phenomenal damage actually coming out of the Zenyatta. So really saying, hey, even healers can output DPS when we need to.
And shout out to Blues, making sure that their Zenyatta stayed alive through that, staying in their pocket right next to them, and giving out that extra armor to keep them alive so they can pop off like that. That is some fantastic DPS duo damage happening right there.
It was well played and well coordinated again, and we're still seeing the strength of RPI over and over again. This is a team that I personally really like to watch. They've excelled in every angle. And not just with one composition, they've shown that they can rock 3 to 4 different styles and also different amalgamations of the same sort, right? Hey, maybe the Wrecking Ball isn't working in this particular situation. Let's go ahead and swap it out. Okay, they're willing to change things up, and it doesn't mess with their flow. Very, very impressive stuff.
The adaptability is incredible. However, they're showing a lot of it right now.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering, like, are we like halfway through the playbook, 3/4 of the way through the playbook, or are we all the way through it? Have we seen all the cards that they can offer us for the remainder of this tournament? And now the teams that are going to face them later on are going to be able to anticipate that. However, when you have such a large pool to pick from, honestly, countering everything's borderline impossible. So they're a formidable opponent. Let's see if we can start seeing things flip around, if we're going to have a full 5-game series and our voices die out, or if it's going to end at 3. Only time will tell.
It will only be the time that tells as we do tick in. We're waiting for the players to get set, I do believe. And again, I love the fact that you're pointing out these plays are happening over and over again because we still have not seen some of the teams actually play through. So as the tournament has been running on, and of course you viewing this whether at home or here at the convention center, you know that the teams have been kind of going back and forth. We do have matches running in the background. So some of these teams that we haven't seen fully in the group stages have been pulling through their matches as well. I've been hearing lots of talks, 3-0s, 3-1s. These guys, there is a definitive distinction, it feels like, between some of these teams, and even in the general, almost like rock, paper, scissors compilations and setups and compositional standpoints. Sorry, there we go.
Well, we'll have to see what we have going forward. I feel like odds are we're going to see something very similar to what we saw previously from RPI going into this next map. However, the Wildcats have swapped out their roster partially, so I'm hoping we see a little bit more of a dive-heavy comp with a lot more target focus. If a Sombra gets pulled out again, I really want to see D.Va just doing nothing but marking Sombra, and then instead of trying to pull out the Cassidy to counter Sombra, get a Brigitte, have your Brig just stick on your other support, and sit there and be a nuisance to any Sombra trying to take out your main healer.
Just don't let the Sombra do Sombra things. That's all we're going to say to any of these teams. Stop letting Sombra do Sombra things. But we are going to a little bit of a fun setup. We do have a little bit of a call as well. We have heard that there is a slight change up in who is going where. I do believe Is that Jip that swapped with Lem?
It was actually Moose Milk and Lem that swapped. So Lem was on the off-tank role playing the Diva during Busan, and they now gone over to the other DPS, and they're picking up the Doomfist. And Moose Milk is coming off of that hit scan role and deciding to go with the Winston. The breadth of the hero pools for both these teams obviously is very deep, and their comfort level on these heroes is prominent if they are willing to make a hot swap on roles like that between maps. It is possible to do, it's just not something you see all the time in these Overwatch tournaments, especially since the 2-2-2 lock was put in.
It's going to be a little bit crazy, but we are on to Route 66. Going from a diner to a little bit of a different area, a little bit different scenery, if you might. Wildcats going to try their best as the Genjis do fly thick and true. Ginger Hair and RJ will be duking it out with those blades and the shurikens. Tevatron already says hello to Moose Milk, though. It'll be a painful greeting. Whispers as well answers to D-Clan. So far, Wildcats bearing their fangs here in Game 2.
And unfortunately, Taco gets taken out. That deflect coming out from RJ is just way too powerful. Holding this payload at the corner. We've got some Genji on Genji aggression happening. And the difference was Tevatron coming in to help out, so Ginger did go down. RJ does eventually go down to Jip. Bigfoot takes out Moose Milk, just trading back and forth. There is no definitive cutoff here yet, and it looks like WSC has decided to retreat and regroup as they've lost too many.
Now one hurts as well. Again, you never want to be stopped pretty much right outside of the starting line, and to have that happen, RPI are feeling really, really good. And this goes back to, again, RJ and D-Clan. These DPS here in this tournament, I swear, has stepped up so well. Yes, there is the occasional tank that's kind of outlined their own compositions, but overall, the DPS have played at a level above than what I normally see, and I really, really like that everyone really stepping up. The healers as well, keeping everyone topped off at the right time, and using those ultimates to perfection. Zobo going ahead and throwing down that enlightenment. Make sure everyone sees the light of the win. RPI go ahead and stall out for a second time. Force Wildcats back. Force them back into the jungle to retreat again.
We did see Taco swap over to the Pharah for a little bit. They did not have a Mercy, and I understand that they're not going into a hit scan, a designated hit scan. However, Zobo and Declan are more than enough damage to take out that Pharah, so that was basically a waste of a hero swap, a waste of ultimate charge coming out for Taco during that entire fight and a half that they just had. And they swapped over to the Cassie to help deal with RJ, but that should have been the swap that was made, not the Pharah, and that could cost them, honestly, this entire point opportunity. Every fight that you lose is so quintessential, especially in these first couple of checkpoints.
Lose it as hell, but that's going to be the enemy within Yada going ahead popping open, as well as Whisper, the Ana going ahead trying to do their best. That's going to be a clothesline and a hit, as Wildcats are able to take down a few. RPI, though, hammering right back and saying, listen, you might have taken one, we'll take two. Around the back corner to go. Yaya and Onsen got an action as RPI swing true. Wildcats stalled out once again, and with a minute on the clock, they have yet to reach even halfway to checkpoint 1. RPI are just too dominant.
And we see another hero swap coming out from Ginger Hair. They're choosing to go with the Ashe here. We also see Moose Milk swapping over to that Roadhogs, possibly just looking to get a little bit more sustain, but they could operate as an ult battery for Whispers if they play this one smart. We do have Blues ready to go with their ult. Declan almost has theirs. Transcendence just came online for Zobo. So both support ults means we're pretty solid here. And with the only ult being Taco, it's going to be difficult to make way with that as we see Jip go down and the rally get popped.
That pull on Jip was crucial, disengaging the tank from the rest of the healers and the rest of the DPS. Broke down the entire barrier that Wildcats were trying to play to. Such a well thought out play as well, saying, hey, look, it's a tank, we understand, blow the tank up and work your way forward. RPI set a precedent of understanding how to break down an enemy's team front line. It looks like it's gonna hold steady. 1 second left on the clock. They are nowhere near that payload, and that'll be round 1. Dominatingly going to RPI.
I want to see WSC pull out one of the cheesiest cheese plays of all time, and that is going with the, the Reinhardt, the Mei, the Lucio, the Diva. a Reaper and then
Initiating
Baptiste Lucio
match.
and just hold inside the train, take the first fight directly on the payload. At this point, every second counts. Every possible meter you can take away while that timer ticks down is important because of how close that payload is. It didn't even fully round the corner and hit gas station, so first fight needs to basically be as soon as the doors drop, lest, this turns into a 1.5 fight game.
And it's hard to say that against RPI, of all teams, right? Again and again, it sounds like we're a broken record, but RPI has absolutely
Ready
shown
for
up here.
battle.
They have shown consistent restraint in proper areas, but proper aggression when it's necessary. And you can see here, Wildcats, it doesn't look like they're going to go with it. Maybe they don't
They're
feel comfortable
not.
with the cheese, but they're hopefully
Attackers
confident in their
incoming
own
in
shot. A
30
lot of pick
seconds.
and roll styles with more or less double long-range snipers.
The issue I see with that, though, is that you're heavily relying on Jip and Moose Milk to be the ones that sustain on point, with Whispers point healing those two. Waffle Art is going to have to solely be dedicated to getting damage and healing out onto the 2 DPS, and if those two are spread out too much, it's going to put Waffle Art in a really difficult situation to keep both alive. They may have to sacrifice one or the other, and in that case, as soon as you lose one person, the odds of success are so much lower. And RJ isn't baiting us this time. I didn't say anything thinking it was bait. Thanks, RJ. The one time I don't, you actually stay on Bastion. We've got a pirate ship, Protect the President, coming through. RPI is looking to close this game out quickly. They are saying, no survivors, this is it. You are done. We are going ultimate cheese.
This is so mean. Oh, the Pirates came to play. They are bombarding. They are sieging. They are destroying the walls of the fort. And it is just as easy as that. Game 2 going RPI's way as they go ahead and hammer in a 2-0 score.
All right, so are we approaching match point, or are we going to see this go actually into a reverse sweep? That'd be very interesting, but Zobo, nicely done getting another play of the game on the Zenyatta. Obviously, you are putting out massive amounts of damage. Congratulations on getting another one back-to-back. Pretty gosh darn awesome for support players to see that. But genuinely, we are at the precipice of what could be a complete upset, or what could be just kind of a continuation of RPI and us ending on a, well, that happened note.
Yeah, and our levels of excitement range heavily throughout all tournaments. This is not to say that RPI is not playing up to a certain level. They are so good that it's almost expected that they play at some levels. When you show such domination from the get-go, it levels expectations for us to say, okay, this is what we expect to see from them. And if they keep meeting that, it almost becomes a norm. And it's scary when that strong of play becomes your normal. You're like, oh, yeah, that's normal. And then you go look at some of the other teams, and you're like, oh, they have to play to that. That is such a terrifying thing to think about.
All right, so we are going to be going into map 3. Do you have any guesses as to what it might be?
Nope, absolutely not. Everything that we said so far, it's gone flip-floppity, I swear, because we've had so many 2-0 scenarios that it feels like the callouts just go the opposite way. So I'm going to keep leaving it to you because you are like the prediction master.
Okay, all right. So we're going into Assault, correct? 2 CP. Everyone's bane of their existence, the thing that's getting deleted. If I were the Wildcats right now, and I wanted to avoid those DPS, I feel like I would either be going with Hanamura or Volskaya Industries, especially because they favor the hit scan. If they set up on Volskaya, take the high ground, and make sure they're rotating well through the high ground, they have a chance.
Okay.
Or they'll get Volskaya'd. It's just how it is.
I like how there's very distinct setups, even in the map itself. It's just like, listen, there are 2 options here. We usually say that whenever it comes to composition. Nah, it's the map. The map will do you dirty if you mess up just the wrong way. I love that fact. And if we do get to see it, then unfortunately for the Wildcats, they might be on the receiving end of that. However, at the same time, RPI could also have it because we've had very close matches. Literally, our first series of the day, it was so close. It was crazy to watch. St. Rose was the group that pulled that off. And I'm also curious to see how they're doing throughout the bracket because that was an amazing matchup against University of Albany that no team has really been able to replicate. They come close, right? We've seen some crazy game 3s, but game 4s is usually it tapers off and is finished.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. I genuinely feel like that if a map like Volskaya is picked because of the Wildcats having such strong hit scan, it's an opportunity because RPI is a dive-heavy team. And if you're spread out that far, it's going to make it really difficult unless you mess up unless you mess up, it's going to make it really difficult for RPI to capitalize on that. However, we are hearing also that RPI is making a sub, possibly in preparation for the fact that we're going to be seeing a map that is not as dive heavy. So Full Sky Industries being the case of that, so they're probably going to want to pull out someone who can do more long-range weaponry. And that might change the tides either in favor of the Wildcats or kind of be the boot that squishes all of the hopes with the reverse sweep here.
Of course, and now this was the question: where does the sub come in, right? So you already said that it was most likely the DPS side. What if it is one of those tanks? Because even the tanks can kind of shift up some of the meta, or in that support role. If it's not DPS, which one would you rather see it in? Would it be in that tank role, maybe the off tank, or in the healers? Would it be the I want to say minor support character? Where would you want to see that swap if it's not one of the DPS?
If
players?
it's not one of the DPS players, I'd want to see it on probably the flex tank, just to try and get a little, because a flex tank is very powerful. They may not be the reason you win a game, but if your flex tank is not playing to your strengths, they can be the reason you lose. Just like any other hero, but flex has a lot of jobs to fulfill in any given game. And you can get gassed, A, and just start getting too tired, and B, your hero pool is not always the same as someone else's on your team, or the way you play is not the same, and they could just be looking, honestly, to mix things up enough that there is no chance of the Wildcats prepare for it.
Ooh,
Even
okay.
running the same comp, but having different people play the roles, because of how drastic some people play versus someone else, it can just be too much.
I like that, and keeping that in mind, that's what Wildcats also have to think about, because they've also, of course, been informed that, hey, we got a substitute coming in, we're going to have to figure out how to deal with this. We've been down in the dumps for quite a few of these. Again, that map, too, I hate to say it, that is one of the more demoralizing situations to be in. You can't even round the corner, and now in an assault map, which is well known as one and done kind of thing, if you lose that, if you can't hold against that first rush, if you're on defensive side, you're in trouble. If also on your own attack, if you can't get past the doorway, again, it's that mounting sense of dread. It's a mounting sense of, I can't compete against this. Do you feel that will play into their mentality a little bit? I know we haven't seen most teams deal with it, but I mean, do you feel that might be a factor here?
I really hope not. All of these players are very experienced in the realm of collegiate esports, and it's not like this is the first time that anyone's been in a losing situation. And you have to treat every game as though it's the first. I will sound like a broken record eternally. This is the first game. It's 0-0. There's nothing has happened thus far, and you just cannot let your mental get tilted. We're about to jump into our assault map. We did have a substitute happen, and it is indeed fact Full Sky Industries. So we do see that the Wildcats are trying to play to their strengths of having that range hero damage. They are probably going to be on a attack first, though. Yes, they are going to be, so it's going to be a little bit difficult. We do see we've had I think that's Grapply swapped in here for the side of RPI. And so, yes, it was one of the DPS that got swapped out. I do believe that they are a hit scan specialist. We'll have to wait and see. My scouting could have been wrong. And as we move forward, I'm really hoping that we see WSC pull something a little bit different. Please don't do the TP to the left side of the point. That's just never fun. Yes, we have Grapply pulling out that Hanzo, and we've got double bubble action coming out from RPI in order to panel this long range. It's going to be happening. It's a fabulous, fantastic comp, but difficult to pull off if your supports are not in the right positions, and if the bubble rotations are not perfect happening between the Monkey and the Zarya. Though Bigfoot is a very amazing off-tank. We haven't seen a lot of their Zarya yet. I have faith in them. And then if we're looking at WSC, I talked about it earlier. The Zarya Rhine comp is kind of very old. It's not the go-to anymore. And so seeing Moose Milk and Jip decide to go with that, especially when they're playing Bap Lucio, they don't know that Zobo is going with the Ana, but Bap Lucio, without a Diva to eat nades, that Reinhardt could get almost instantaneously deleted.
Especially on the attack, you're trying to walk forward, and immediately already they get eaten to bits. Great little chunk out, great tag of damage, and gives a large number of information points in. Walpart is immediately going to be taken out. That's D-Clan on the route. Pretty sure was able to find a little bit of a lower position. Zobo with the snipes as well. Ginger Hair is down. Just like that, Wildcat do not realize D-Clan is on top. You're trying to chase around the building, but they've held off so well. RPI playing this one to perfection here at the start.
And I don't know if you saw it earlier, when Jip rounded this corner, they immediately got anti-ed and had to expel Bubbles in order to cleanse that anti from Moose Milk, delaying any form of forward push coming out. And it's There it is, another ante. If you had a diva, the ante would not have gone off, and your team would not be in such a risky position. It's also getting a lot of value to Zobo, getting their ultimate almost ready. It's 66%. Tevatron's just going in for poke damage at this point, trying to charge up that nano so they can get a nano monkey. You're inside a corridor. You are going to be Tesla cannoned into the spawn, and it's going to be a difficult situation. And the Ana's in perfect high ground position, already rotated, took it slow. Surround and conquer, it does not matter. There goes the nano boost, and everyone's just going to start getting eviscerated.
It is going to be the evisceration coming through. Zobo and Tevatron go ahead and fall early, but Moosebook and Gingerfire are also going to do the same. And RPI say thank you very much. We'll go ahead and clean you out. These are the longer routes than expected, but we're still going to get that win. Great defensive hold once again. And Wildcats, it's an uphill climb. We knew that it's more like a mountain climb right now, but you're starting to have some ultimates come online. Big change in the DPS settings. We are seeing Soldier 76 and Hanzo coming out as Ginger here is going to try and channel and grab someone, and they do find D-Clan dancing on the edge.
Huge ante comes out. We force out the immortality. Grab Dragons has popped. We did see Whispers drop the sound barrier as well, but it's not enough. When so many ultimates are getting popped, I said it earlier, if you see more than one, just don't use sound barrier at that point. It's not worth it. Save it, use it to be aggressive. It's not ideal, but it's better than dropping it when multiple have already been exchanged. Going into this next fight, unfortunately, we are only going to have Jip with that Earth Shatter, hoping it's huge, and then Waffle Art is going to have the Amplification Matrix. Hopefully, Taco can take some advantage of that, same with Ginger Hair.
And for RPI to be able to get a team kill on that as well was massive. So now we get the second rotation in. Again, minute 15 left on the clock. Can you get anything? RPI still picking up those kills. Moose Milk is going to be knocked out of that mech suit, and that's a powerful one to have. Ginger Hair is going to watch as Bigfoot annihilates Team Grapply, follows him behind, and RPI shut the doors of this game number one. Their accuracy is too good. Their teamwork is just too strong, and the immortal shield of RPI reigns supreme here in game number 3.
Got Bigfoot chilling out with 71% on that Graviton Surge. We almost have another Dragon Strike as well. Declan has that Pulse Bomb. We've got Nano, almost have Rally. Every ultimate is coming online for RPI. Every cylinder is firing. They are looking to end this with not a single percentage handed over to WSC. We do have Jip still chilling out with that Earth Shatter, and DPS ults are almost online. Waffle Art can pop their Amplification Matrix just to help out their teammates. Shatter comes through. It's big, but the Dragons are going to come out to help as well as Blues finds one. Trevon will find one as well. Jip goes down, and with that, it is just the end of the next fight. 10 seconds left on the clock. Moose Milk might be able to get a touch. Never mind. They have pushed forward too quickly, and they are going to go down. There is no hope for a touch to happen here, and with that, there will be no percent touching for WSC.
That was RPI putting on a clinic. That was from start to finish. RPI saying, watch. Just give us a moment and watch from the start. It was the consistent attack. The top side lurk. I love these positions that a lot of these DPS take, or the Wrecking Ball, right? We've seen the Wrecking Ball do it. It's the behind the back. It's keeping your opponent guessing where is that DPS going to come out from before, because we saw it right early on. It was one of the healers got dropped on Wildcat's side at the entrance, and that throws a huge wrench into your plan. So Wildcats, they try their best to deal with it, but D-Clan was just a little bit too clean, and then follow through. Consistent, well-targeted attacks, and the defenses were immaculate by RPI. Now on their own attack, we're going to see if they can pull off their own. They barely have to go anywhere. It's going to be that easy for them.
And we are going with a double bubble with a slight change though. Blues is going to hop onto that Mercy, so that could leave Zobo susceptible to dive. However, looking at WSC's comp, they are going to be choosing to go with the long-range poke comp yet again. So Blues is going to be fine at not getting dove. They'll just have to watch their corners and watch their Guardian Angels, make sure they don't get flung around too much. The double bubble is very strong, and really the only genuine counters we're going to have here is if Jip gets a pull at the right time, stopping Monkey from getting in, if Moose Milk lands the rock, or if we can manage to get a flail perfectly timed from Whispers. That is going to be WSC's counter to that. Still, though, it's a risky play because every amount of damage that Winston takes is just more ult charge for Zobo.
And this one, they're just going straight through the front door. They're not even worried about going around the angles. Just this Tevatron saying, let's zap it up. Let's make it electrifying. And he does so as well. Wildcats worrying about how they're going to try and break this one apart. But Declan very quickly taken out. Gingy here is sending a very nice greeting with a couple arrows over to the DPS's side. Grapply is going to try and fire right back. Tevatron takes out Whispers. And it's going to be a slow roll burn. In goes the ulti. The slap is good. Sova falls up. And just like that, RPI say good night. Wildcats, go back to your den. We don't want to see ya. We don't want to be ya. What a simple round as RPI take the 3-0.
Oh, that's pretty cute.
I love it. Look at that. It's happy. It's happy, and at the same time, it is business as usual. These guys are so good. Grapply getting that play of the game. Let's see what it is.
It's the Dragons. Of course it is. They were quite hungry, and they consumed everything on that field.
What a play. It's the one that we see so often, yet it's so much fun to watch over and over again. With that, though, RPI have pretty much solidified themselves as a top 2 team moving out of their groups. We will most likely see them moving into that playoffs. And the main question is, of course, is this a 3-0 squad or is this only like a 2-1, right? Do you think they have what it takes with the other competition that's currently here? What do you think they are going to be at the top of their group?
I'm gonna be a little biased and I'm gonna say no. And I'll be real, it's because I am very familiar with some of the teams that are in both these groups, and not everyone who, if you're watching the stream, you've not seen every single team that we have here this evening. And we have some heavy hitters that have been managing to dodge the cameras all day because of just how quickly the matches have been going. So with that in mind, if RPI is looking to come out on top, they're gonna have to make some drastic changes.
They are going to have to make those drastic changes, and at the same time, it feels like they're still almost warming up. You know, there's still time for them to change, to evolve even further within the tournament itself, and that'll be really, really fun to see. So, of course, we will go ahead and throw it to a very, very quick break, ensure that the teams are ready to go as we get our next set of teams up there. I believe we're heading into the final game of the group stage, so make sure not to go anywhere, and we'll be right back with some more Overwatch action.
Messing with my head again. You had your heart set on me, but these feels they come and go, and they come so easily. Tell me what it is about you that I can't forget, but you're breaking down my walls again just to set me free. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way Staying up when I go out, you gotta know I'm all yours. But when I say what's that about, you start slurring your words. Tell me why you have to seem so distant when I'm holding you. Your fingertips are drifting away, and I fucking love how it hurts. Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I love the way you always leave me? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I? Why do I, baby, why do I love the touch but never love the feeling?
know what we could all do with?
Ding ding ding. Winner.
More winning Wednesdays. More first dates with zombie kills. More t-shirts that say winner on the front and winner on the back. You know what we could all do with?
Ding ding ding. Winner.
Ding, 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 my friend. Ding, ding, ding.
And ding, 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 we are back ready to go for our next group stage match. I'm so excited for playoffs because all these matches have been so exciting, from an early Game 5 banger to some of these 3-0s going the distance. It's been fantastic. And again, it's all about winning. You saw it there, Dave & Buster's, of course, always one of the amazing sponsors that we had here throughout this entire convention. It's been amazing. We couldn't do it without all those sponsors there at home and around anywhere that you like to go. Again, Dave & Buster's is also one that also provides a lot of great quality food and games for anyone that likes to visit their facilities. Go ahead and check them out. And remember, win all you can, no matter what day it is. But we're ready to go for our fourth or fifth. I can't count, never do math on stream anywhere ever, please. But it is going to be a Bay State versus University of Albany, two teams that we have already seen here today.
We've not seen Bay State today, so this is our dark horse coming into this game. Definitely a formidable opponent going into Albany. They have had the majority of the morning/afternoon to scout them out, though, so that can start to become a little bit of an Achilles heel because ALB was one of our first teams here on stream. It opens up the door for a lot of extra scouting and analysis. So let's hope that they did not show us everything that they had. And it looks like we're actually seeing a tiny little bit of a swap. We've got Llama Cartel coming in on the Genji as opposed to being on tank. And Coops is on Reinhardt?
They heard that we were doing role swaps and said, okay, we'll do it too. I like it. So going ahead, getting underway here. I believe this is going to be the opening Squid shop. I love it so much. The Squid is so happy while death and murder runs rampant here around the town. Doors are open as we are underway here, moving into those control points. Reinhardt really swinging that hammer as they meet first base. State is going to go ahead, open up. The Diva is going to swing in. Ski Scoop is going to try and do some damage. Unfortunately, Depresso sends Ski Coops to the realm of death. And BSC go ahead and lay waste to the opening round. Before the point even unlocks, Bay State is already in control.
Yeah, it looks like we have a PC issue. I do believe that Llama Cartel had an issue. So yes, we are currently asking for a pause. All right, so one thing I want to point out that's a little interesting is that we had the Sombra come out. Originally, there was a Symmetra, so they did the Symmetra, like push forward TP, then swap to the Sombra, and then just run around and just hack the daylights out of people. And I'll be completely honest, doing a swap over from one of your strongest DPS players, probably that we've seen thus far this evening, well, today. I keep saying night. I'm sorry. Going over to the main tank role, it's such a mental shift that has to take place going away and playing into a completely different position. Your role, what you need to be doing, focusing on all changes, can be very difficult to pull off, and that's why I'm a little bit concerned about moving your hotshot DPS player over to the main tank, because it's no longer about making the plays. It's about facilitating other people to be the playmakers at this point, unless you want to face shatter someone, which is totally possible. It's just that's got to be cold and calculated. It can't just be like, I've got maximum support behind me. I'm not going to die. I'm going to take the 1v1. I'm going to take the Rhine 1v1. So I'm interested to see if that pays off or if it's just going to be, for lack of a better term, a hot mess.
It is, and I'm unfortunately leaning more towards a hot mess because many people have seen role swaps come through. It is not uncommon to see it. It's more uncommon to see it succeed so well. And even if it does, it's off the back of the rest of the team saying, okay, we role swap specifically for this situation, not for an entire game or anything like that. So the idea that the role swap itself was a primary factor of them winning is also very difficult to achieve. Sometimes it is just the team saying, okay, we just need that extra support to kick us back. But it's usually secondary to the team going, we have a better bolster. Now the rest of us can leap up to that same level. As we saw, University of Albany are currently fighting, I believe, for their playoff spot. So far, we have seen them. They are 1-1 total. Lost their first series, won their second one, and it's the whole dance and above. And, of course, with a small technical error, thankfully, it came not in the middle of the match, but at the very beginning. Very, very thankful for that.
Well, it'd be easy reset. Hopefully, because it was so soon, it won't, throw anyone's mental stamina or mentality off.
Mm-hmm.
Any sort of technical problems, especially like disconnects and just freezing up, awkward pauses, things like that, can genuinely, I feel like, from a player perspective, completely throw you off your mojo. Like, your rhythm just all goes out the window, especially if it takes an extended period of time, like that full 5-minute period's used up. You go from, like, gunning, like, blood pumping, ready to go, to having to calm down and then get right back up to that high point, and it's just not the same the second time.
I want to ask, and I love the fact that we do have one, because we do got to talk about this. What's the weirdest pause situation that you've ever had? Like, what moment in a game was it, and how bad did it affect you? Or someone that you've seen?
It didn't affect me, but in a game I was playing in, there was a natural gas leak happening in the dorm room of the team I was playing against, and they were like, "Hey, we're so sorry, but we are having to evacuate the dorm right now, and we're gonna sprint across campus to go get to our actual battlegrounds and play for the rest of the game. If you're willing to extend the pause time for us," and we're like, "Yeah, sure, that's totally fine." And it's not just like the alarms are going off because of this gas leak happening. The lights are out. They have the flashing lights for like the fire alarms going off, and they're having to guide themselves through this darkness out of their dorm rooms and get their mental like reset and sat down and ready to play. And we're all just like, "Are you guys okay? Like, did anything bad happen?" They're like, "It's noise, darkness, and gas all at the same time should never be happening." And I mean, like, it makes sense. There's a gas leak. You have to turn off the electricity except for emergency lights because it's an easy fire hazard. But on that same note, I would have been like catatonic going through a dormitory in complete like pitch blackness, aside from an occasional flash of emergency light to help me guide myself through. I would have gotten to my table and been like, "So I need 5 more minutes if you don't mind."
Just inaudible screaming in the next room. You see him like through a window. It's just like,
especially like then having to sprint like 15-20 minutes across campus to then get into Overwatch and play. I could only imagine how difficult that was. They were great sports about it, super nice people. My teammates and I were completely fine with it. We were just more concerned that they were okay because they were just involved in a natural gas leak, and that's horrifying to even think about and having to go through. So the fact that they kept going, it was amazing, and props to that team altogether.
It's one thing to know that you're in actually pretty dire straits and still go, "Yeah, we still have to do this. Do you mind just like giving us a moment?" It's like, health and safety first, please. Be careful about what's going on. But mental resilience, that's amazing. And I've had a similar situation. I cast League of Legends, and it's very, very entertaining. Pauses come down at some of the weirdest times, and for those that have watched League of Legends, you never want to pause like in the middle of a big team fight. And we had, for those that might not know, it is what is called a Baron fight. It's the biggest objective like in the game. It's a global objective. It's crazy. Everyone's fighting for it. Usually a lot of ultimates are being used. There was a technical pause directly in the middle of the fight. I counted 3 ultimates that were in movement and 2 on the back end. Like, it was a hard, you have to synchronize. Someone hit pause because someone disconnected. It was the most unfortunate thing, and it hurt so bad. The entire game, though, the players were good sports about it. It's just one of those unfortunate scenarios that you do have to meet. But thankfully, it was nothing of the sort here. We just had a quick little swap out of the mechanics, the utility that everyone was using, the keyboards. And we are right back into the action. University of Albany versus Bay State. This is still game number 1. They're going to go ahead and open up here as the first contention for that control point has been made by Bay State.
We do have SAGU is going to go down. Llama Cartel is down. Storm Eagle is down. Infernal went down to the side of Bay State, but they are strong and fine. Neb has gone to the point. The lockdown has occurred. Cave and Espresso both picking up 1. We also almost have that EMP blast ready to go. Infernal is going to have the Death Blossom, and both support ults are going to be ready as well. Depresso's lining up here to get ready for a massive shatter, but SAGU also has theirs. So it's going to be a matter of who reads the other Reinhardt better as we hear the Matrix go out. Infernal picks up 3. Cave picks up another. Depresso finds SAGU, and with that, the entire team is just gone.
Bay State say, listen, the pause didn't affect us at all. We're still going to be running on that high-octane pressure. Great play to kick things off. Great stop. And that's a huge EMP plus the shatter combined. A Felma and Louise jump off the edge. That is decimation by Bay State. A second denial of entry against University of Albany.
Depresso did a bold, a little bit of an ego Reinhardt charge to take the other Rhine off the map. Hopefully it does not come back to bite them. I don't believe it will, as they've returned and the setup has already happened. We see Sam get hacked over here by Cabe. Everyone's getting bundled up. We hear the beat go off from Neb. And SkiCoops is getting taken out by Despresso, but Abs comes in to finish off that fight. Llama Cartel does find Cabe. We've got a full charge Astroworld coming in. They are ready for the Graviton Surge, but they do not really have a combo with it, as Llama Cartel is only at 41% of their dragons, having popped it not too long ago. The beat goes off. It's not enough, though. Neb and Faded will both go down. Now it's just a matter of playing cleanup. This point is going to flip over in favor. Yes, it will flip in favor of Albany. However, the question is, for how long will it last, as there was a lot of ults expelled there. Llama almost has those dragons. We almost have the nano boost coming out from Eagle. But without that Graviton Surge, dragons will be hard to get a lot of value unless it's just being used to split the team to allow someone else to get a little bit of extra damage and poke taken care of, or to keep them back, as we have Faded diving into point, and the Shatter goes off, picking up 2. And the third is quickly going to follow up as Inferno and Despresso find some for themselves. Abs will go down to Soldier, but it's overtime. That is it. You're not going to be able to make it there with enough force behind you to do much. You touch it, but Depresso says it's time to say goodnight. We have the nano boost to go off to try and get the extra speed. But with that, the round will conclude, and Bay State takes away the first map.
You know, you drop a single retake, and that's about it. So Bay State still feeling really, really good about this. Great turnaround, though, from Albany. They did their best, and with the ultimates, I do like the fact that they're showing great, exceptional prowess with that. Ult usage is very, very important here, especially with Sombras kind of dancing around. Ensuring that no matter what situation occurs, you are aware of what ultimates are available and which ones to hack as well when you're playing with that Sombra. A1 class right there. So University of Albany, they're showing they still have the right ideas, the macro plays are available, but Bay State on the mechanical output is absolutely showing off here. Javi on that Sombra is also going to try and answer back. Infernal on that Reaper is also going to be so scary here as we move into round 2.
I'm very concerned about SkiCoops going with the Wrecking Ball, considering there is a Sombra. They get hacked and deleted almost instantaneously between Infernal and Cabe, and then Fade follows up, taking out Hayden. Another hack goes off onto the Diva, so there's just farming of EMP already, going straight to the spawn door, holding everyone back. Neb most likely is going to kite back and get a hold of the point and lock it down. SkiCoops has made that Roadhog swap, but when you've got the DM and a disgusting amount of heals coming out from the supports, it's not going to be enough to take them out. SkiCoops does finally go down. We hear exactly what I thought was going to happen. Neb is the one locking down the objective, and now it is just sit and wait and take poke and surround and conquer for BSC to continue to win.
University of Albany, they're going to have to go ahead and set up. Great little hack on the Storm Eagle, though, as Bay State say, look, we're not even going to give you the chance to prep. We are going to stand here where you're going to force you right back into your own spawn point, and we're not going to allow you to do a single dang thing. This is a brutal, brutal show to have. They're finally allowed out, but Albany have taken so much damage.
So SkiCoops almost has their whole hog ready to go. It's great, but the issue is that if Cabe uses EMP, it's not going to do anything. We do see Neb and Faded pick up 1. Llama did take out 1 as well. And with that, most of the members of ALB have been cleaned up.
I love the fact that BSC are also forcing them into staggered fights. You can see it over and over again when one person comes back up. Albany have already lost another member. Hayden is down right now. Down goes Samarian. Albany do not have the opportunity to regroup to prep accordingly because BSC is playing a fast run and gun style. With these heroes available, they are constantly able to do 3v3 or 2v4 fights or anything of the sort. Huge ulti draws, the beat drop goes down, the EMP swings on everyone. And that is a clean house to come back to. BSC once again annihilate Albany here to move themselves to 75% and above.
I'm a little concerned though, because Neb did pop their sound barrier there, just not entirely needed to allow their team to go full aggressive. But the issue is that Llama Cartel is chilling out on that blade and can have the opportunity to get a nano up in time. The only thing that needs to happen is Astro needs to go to point and just get the point touch to allow overtime to happen. We see the bomb come out from Faded. Faded will also go down in the process. Inferno's going to go down. We still have a possibility for a nano combo with either Blade or Soldier ult. Just a matter of time before people make it in. We do hear it go off. It seems like it might have landed onto Hayden, actually. We hear this Genji Blade pop as well. Will they be able to pick anyone up? Llama is trying to go after this Mercy, but they are flying around for their life. Hayden goes down. Neb goes down to Ski Coop. Abs is still maintaining connection here on the point in Valkyrie. Has the opportunity to keep their team alive, just shifting between people. We are at 99. This fight is still happening. No one's giving up, and it looks like ALB will finally be able to take the point. But this is rough territory.
I love the fact that Depresso pops in and says, hello. Oh, you're still here. Sorry, I'll leave. No, I'm back right now. That is by far the most annoying way to keep your team in the game. They are still going to fight over and over again. And BSC, Depresso is just waiting for the rest of the squad to come back and actually challenge. You can see Ski Coop going ahead with that whole hog, trying to punch everyone out. He is able to take out Infernal, and down goes Faded as well. So that should be a recap, as it's only one member at a time consistently causing havoc. The capture has not gone up at all. It's going up by mere inches on that bar.
Cave, stop, okay? Just wait. You're at 99, all right? We get it, but still.
Such an endurance test.
Okay, but see, the thing is that could be a massive misplay in favor of ALB. Because that fight went on so long, look at the ultimates. They charged ALB's ult in one fight, basically, because that fight went on for so long. Yes, they have Cave with the EMP blast, but they have to land it on basically everybody. We hear the sound barrier from Neb go off to be aggressive. Ski Coops goes down. Self-destruct is going to go... You cannot deflect a bomb.
Listen, a blade can only do so much. If you block an explosion, you know, like, everything still hits you. And that's what occurred right there. Bay State go ahead and take game number 1 in commanding fashion. Well done to them as we go ahead and move into the second round.
All right, I fully anticipate that we're probably going to see a composition swap. We've got Cabe coming in with the play of the game, probably some massive EMP happening. If not, it's going to be one of these early hacks. Yes, it's a huge EMP taking out ultimates and just shutting down any hopes that Albany had of doing any sort of pushing on Lijiang Tower there. Nicely done. We are going to be moving into our next map, and as I just said, I anticipate a compositional swap is going to happen. People are going to be returned to their original roles. It was interesting, to say the least. I understand wanting to make role swaps, maybe give a little bit of a reprieve, but now is not the time.
It is. It is one of those things that we really did have to keep eyes on, and unfortunately, I would even say it's difficult to tell exactly if it worked or not, right? There is a point where Bay State just felt too overwhelming, and at that point, it's... I akin it to a basketball game when one team is just dominating by all 5 players. It's hard to tell exactly what went wrong. It's not the fact that, hey, maybe you had a player swap in there. Hey, maybe one player is playing a little bit worse. It's just everything kind of culminated, and at every aspect, the team is just a couple moves ahead every single time. And at that point, maybe you go back to the drawing board, or maybe you say, okay, game 1's done. Had a little time to warm up on that role swap. Let's try it again, or whatever you want to do. I do agree, though. I like Ski Coops on that DPS. So much fun. Again, DPS have been ruling the tournament here. I want to see a bit more of them.
And I like that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So hopefully we see the return of Albany as we saw them earlier today, and they come back swinging and bloodthirsty to take down Bay State in this next map. They do get map priority pick, so we'll see what comes out. Interested to see if they pop out the horse again, because that kind of was their, ace in the hole consistently. It worked out well for them. However, will it work out well into Bay State, considering they are running that Sombra dive? It might not, so not going with the Orisa might be the play.
Yeah, and we've seen so far, I believe we have not seen Dorado yet. I think we've seen Junkertown, Rialto, and Route 66 are the 3 that we've really seen people fluctuate between.
We saw Dorado.
We did? Okay, I was like, I couldn't remember exactly. I think that was all the way Series 1 as well, and it was a very, very powerful map as well, so.
I want to see Havana.
that one has by far the most scenic changes that I really enjoy. That gives you a good glimpse of like close range, long range, and mid range. It tests everyone's willpower throughout the entire time.
I will be honest, though, if they choose to go with Havana, Bay State is pretty strong on that one with some of their hit scan players that they have. They're also very good at close holding at the doors. Not really a strategy anyone likes to run into, but it is a valid one, especially on Havana, so it may end up happening. But at the end of the day, we are just kind of, voices providing options. We aren't the people that get to make the decision.
Unless you know the players really well and you're like, hey, please do this for me, like before the game, like here, please do this map. I know Valorant players have tried to do that, or Valorant casters, because they always want to see like Fracture or something come out, and the amount of times on Twitter, I love it, just watching casters like, please give me a Fracture game, and the teams are like, I don't want to sack a series just for your entertainment. But again, so many opportunities here for these players to really show up here. Bay State, though, I mean, so many all-star players so far. We've had so many amazing plays. Is there a player you want to keep eyes on throughout? Was it one of the tank players? Was it one of the DPS, or even one of the healers? Anyone really catch your eye that stands out from this group of amazing players?
I want to keep an eye on Cabe. I really want to keep an eye on them. And I'll be honest, I feel like the amount of compositional changes that both these teams are capable of making is going to make this next map very difficult and also very fun to watch. But Albany, they've done well previously today, and they can keep doing that. So honestly, go with the standard picks here. Go with what you worked with last time. Do exactly what you did in our first game series on Rialto, and just pull that out against Bay State. Keep pushing them back. Keep, taking fights in, quote, unexpected places, and just doing everything you can, throwing, the kitchen sink at them, so to speak. And honestly, treat this as though it's game one all over again. You guys can go toe-to-toe with them. Please do not get tilted. I have faith in everyone to perform to the best of their abilities. Good luck and have fun.
That is the call. Good luck, have fun, and don't tilt. I know I can follow like 2 of those, I think. The third one's usually pretty difficult. So we'll go ahead and get underway. Hey! Look what we have. It is Rialto, I do believe, unless I'm reading things wrong. Nope, I do believe that is Rialto. So we're going to have a decent bit of fun. It's not Havana. I'm very, very sad, but it is going to be a nice scenic view throughout the entirety.
And we've got Astroworld back on the tank, as well as Llama Cartel, and then our DPS have been returned, as well as Eagle and Hayden still on the support. We've got Abs, Neb, Forgotten has been put in. Cave, it's still someone we want to keep an eye on. Faded and Infernal. I believe we actually might have had, was Infernal on DPS previously? No, they were on tank. Yeah.
Watch us be completely wrong.
So we are going with Ball Dive yet again. This is going to be that standard play where you have your Wrecking Ball and your Tracer just go wreak havoc off at Abs Discords. However, Infernal being on the Sigma is a little bit interesting. They have the Rock as the opportunity to protect their Zenyatta and Brigitte, who are going to be, bundled up and in each other's back pockets. Typically, you have the Diva here, so it'll be interesting to see how Infernal Sigma plays out into this one. And we're going with the standard pull hook procedure coming out from Albany. It will work great. There is not shields coming out from BSC. It's just those pull and hooks need to actually follow through and not just be wasted air.
They have the work cut out for them as we get the first storming of this payload. Cave looking up to the air, gonna try and take out this combination. Immediately get some damage down, but can't follow through too much else. DSC going ahead and saying, all right, we see how this is gonna be played. Let's go ahead and keep challenging in that angle. Oh, SAGU actually meets up with the Tracer in the side as Cave is gonna try and lay into the wayside, but the ST ground is where they really wanna fight as University of Albany go ahead and start losing. Or no, not losing, keeping a few members in line. As Forgotten was actually the one that fell. The Widowmaker not getting as much damage as he wants. And Abs is actually able to find a few Infernal as well on the Sigma. Starting to come together. University of Albany showing great amounts of life, keeping this one very, very standard. Oh.
We do have Faded get hooked a little bit here, and a little torture happening to them from that Roadhog. Soldier takes out 2, so that's going to be a slowdown for the opportunity for BSC to stay up here. Cave does find SAGU, but it's instantaneously rezzed by Hayden. And Cave will pay with their life for that insta-death that they received. Now we've got Infernal trying to push forward, take care of this Roadhog. Does see the Mercy trying to get some poke damage in. There's now a 3-3 split happening from BSC. Well, from Albany. Let's see if that's going to work out in their favor, because they are playing into a comp that can surround and conquer.
what they do have to worry about. As of course, SAGU says hello, minefield. PSC say hello, death. As Albany go ahead and get Shrek there. It's an unfortunate scenario to have, but very, very close to checkpoint 1. Bay State College go ahead and take a nice run and say, you had a good chance. Now we're going to go ahead and swing back. Let's go ahead, hard reset to force you to try again. Really, really nice stop by Bay State.
We hear the rally come out, the Sigma ult also getting popped. 1 DPS goes down, 2 supports, and both tanks will go down as well. So that is a hard reset for Albany. We've got Cave sitting up on the high ground, waiting to land a pulse bomb on someone from a sneaky location. So I'm very sorry if you are on the receiving end of that pulse. We've got 3 ultimates online, almost 4 for Albany. If they're popped at the right times, they can become very useful, but you cannot be out in the open for abs. They are going to hunt and destroy you. Good luck. We hear Sam pops the attack visor, but is too close. You can't. The cheeky 1v1s or wraparounds will not work in a game at this level. These stakes are too high. This is a 6v6 game. Rely on everyone on your team. No one is a single playmaker anymore.
Bay State say get out of here. They've been a little bit spawn campy at the beginning. They've been forcing Albany back to their own start. And it feels like Bay State are not letting up at all. This is going to be Forgotten saying, hey, watch me steal your ulti. On the top side, Faded is able to lurk and find Mercy in the back line. And just like that, Albany falls to the ground. Their wings flipped. Once again, 40 seconds left. And it's a tough ask to go ahead and get back to that payload.
Bongo and Poppy are online for Albany. They can use these to their advantage, but they have to be done in locations to get value, not just to be used as quote-unquote zoning ults, as we've discussed earlier. Also, we need these players to be working and communicating their rotations out, not getting caught out by themselves without support or someone to peel for them. We do see Caves trying to take care of this Mercy and putting a lot of damage on them. They're extremely low, trying to stay alive, and in doing so, they're going to put Storm Eagle in a bad position, and we do see Faded and Zen take out the Soldier 76.
A little bit of love tap, but at the end of the day, remember, it's all about the payload push. Storm Eagle immediately gets knocked off of that payload, and it should be overtime, calling a close to the game. However, 3 members of Albany are able to find that chance. They're able to set up posts because they take out Nev and Abs. Very, very nice grab by Bay on the Bay State side, though. They are going to work their way forward. Again, Forgotten has done so well. And now they're going to go in for the final push, contested on that payload right in front of the first checkpoint. Can you hold on? Can you keep it up? A nice sweep onto Infernal. It's going to slow down Bay State, but in comes Abs. Abs says, I'm here. Abs says, I can help. But the push is still going on. Albany, they will not stop. The feet move ever forward. And Abs is just watching this happen over and over again. Finally, the kills come through. Finally, they start dealing with these holders of the payload, and it is finally round 1 done as Bay State once again end it with a team kill and make sure no one gets a checkpoint on them.
0-0. Switching sides.
All right. Albany's got a tough task in front of them. And I hope they take these next words I say very, very heavily. There are 6 of you on that field. Act like there are 6 of you on that field.
That's it. That's the whole line. And it's going to be telling if they can. Again, this is the time where you really can't break down in spirit. You have to work with each other. The short period, 85.76 meters in all. That can probably be covered in, I want to say, about a 45-second to 1-minute push. Might be enough to really collect through. And we know how Bay State rolls. And Faded says, hey, hey, I got the best roller in the game. That will be a little bit of a hover over the Wrecking Ball. Looks like we are going to get the Roadhog Reaper. Junkrat coming out for Forgotten, actually, on the attack, which I feel we don't often see.
And we're going to be going with that Lucio Brigida play coming out from Neb and Abs. That is a bold move, but it can work out so long as your team is utilizing all the resources at their disposal. As you mentioned, we are in like the 1 minute to 45-second territory for this map to be concluded. And honestly, if you're looking at the lineup that we have coming out from Albany, that's a very slow comp, short of Ski Coops on that Sombra, and then we have Samarion on the Soldier. Beyond that, those tanks go down. It's going to be a hot minute before they make it back to the payload to start contesting. lasting. So this first fight needs to happen quickly, and it needs to be in a kill box location that is chosen. Huge anti comes out though, so Neb's gonna get deleted, but we got Junkrat coming in from above, trying to go after them. Forgotten is very low. See if they're going to be taken out. They do go to sleep, and they do get taken out. Infernal and Forgotten both pick up one apiece. Hate gets the res, but there was already Forgotten getting taken out.
That was a disgusting drop in, but Albany honestly dealt with it a lot better than I thought they would. Again, still hammering back. Down goes Cave, and down goes Infernal. Taking out that Roadhog, taking out that Soldier 76. Neb and Abs, though, fire right back. And remember, keep eyes on who is pushing. There's always one staying alive there. And that's going to be the call of that Shadow. They're going to try and keep moving forward. Neb goes ahead and punches out Hayden. And it's moving ever closer. BSC, you want to go ahead, round this one out, and move forward in the tournament. They are just steps away from taking home Roadhog or Roadhog action. As Infernal says, sit down, Llama Cartel. There can only be one boss here. 3.3 meters left as Albany fight for their Game 2 lives.
Bay State went into this one, pulling out the absolute most painful, torturous comp, using hog and ball torture, just going immediately as far in as possible. The bongo gets dropped, the hack goes off on the Roadhog. We have the res happening, but there's a lot of damage from that coalescence. Two will go down. We hear the soldier ult happening, but it's not going to be enough. And with that, payload is cleared. Bay State walks away with the map 2 win.
There was a lot of fight put up by Albany at the end. I will give them that. It was sitting at 0.2 meters, so close to finishing off, and they still went in. Hats off to them for that one. However, it is going to be Cave on that Sombra. This hacking, the dual hacks back-to-back and consistent damage output, allowing their team to take the dub in Game 2. Look at that aim. Just perfect on point. Triple kill plus some hacks. They do win, and now looking at a 2-0. University of Albany facing up against a monster of an opponent have got to come out and look for a reverse sweep, as now, again, Deja Vu sitting there going, well, now we have to be the ones to pull off the 3-in-a-row game.
And it's a Herculean task. Can they go the distance? I genuinely do not know. It's going to be up to them, but we are heading into probably the map that was their Achilles heel for the majority of this event thus far, so I'm interested to see what they pick. I am not going to make any predictions here. I genuinely want to be surprised by it. I'm just going to strongly advise that they avoid Temple of Anubis.
That one, I have to agree with you on that. There is just so much open space and so much territory to play with, I feel, that it would angle for Bay State. And considering how hard Bay State has kind of, on the defensive side, been able to pinch this squad, pinch Albany into those small corridors and even into their own base, it makes sense, right? Open up the floodgates a little bit, especially at Volskaya. That one will allow you the most range. There's so many other opportunities, so many angles to work with. You could even try a cheeky around the corner, send the old school way and hopefully don't run into a May wall.
Hopefully don't run into a Lucio, okay?
anything. It's the worst boop in your life, and you just cry on the inside. You hear the sad violin that's about like 2 inches long just playing in your ear. You're like, man, this was not a good idea. But of course, as you were saying, that is up to the teams to decide. How do you come about this? It's going to be Albany's choice.
Yeah, just really hear me out when I say do not pick Temple. Do not pick Temple, please.
They're going to do it out of spite now.
If they do, then I will take the L on that one, and it's okay.
All right. And we get another little bit of information. So BSC have actually opted to do a player swap as well, and we had gotten word before as well. Some of these teams do prefer, depending on the maps to come out, to actually swap up their players depending. And you were talking about hit scan before. Where would that change come up here then?
This one, because it is, I believe, Bay State that is making the change, I believe they're going to be pulling in Meekin to be filling in more of that Lucio powerhouse role. So we'll have to see if that actually is the case here. And if it is, be ready for a lot of quick and fast play.
That's what Lucio specializes in.
Exactly.
So absolutely. It's
we're
just
not here for heal, we're here for speed.
Yeah, just run around the whole map. Just, nope, you're not going to catch me. That's it. You don't get to do anything else. And I could see it. That's the scary part. Is this kind of composition with how Bay State plays, again, their defense always looks kind of weird to me sometimes, because for a team that likes to play fast and quick, to stall out at the opponent's gates is just like, well, that's kind of weird. And then their attack is so definitive. It's consistent moving forward. They give no time to breathe, and that is where you start to see the strengths of other teams crumble. Some teams, they need that extra 4 to 5 seconds to really prep themselves to get ready. It's like, okay, we send this in first, we go. Basically, it's just like, nah, someone already ran in. It's like Leroy Jenkins times 5 and 6. It's just like, yeah, we can do this, we can do this, we can do this. And no one's saying no. Like, the leash is off. Everything's going crazy. I love it.
If only we could, like, hear them back here. Because you're probably right. There probably is someone just saying, I'm going to do X, Y, Z, an exasperated sigh of, okay, and it just being followed up. That's just how it tends to happen sometimes with some teams, especially when you have some main tanks that just like to go from one side of the map to the other using nothing but their shift key. I'm just saying that it happens.
That's also what we call in the industry pressing W and never letting go. That's what it is. It is just always go forward, never turn around. If you turn around, you did something wrong, like get back on track. It's great. While we do have a little bit of time as we get the players all set up, I do want to give another big shout out to some of our amazing sponsors that have helped put this on. You've seen the logos all over the place here upon every game that we've done, as well as throughout all the amazing panels that have given you a glimpse into the world of esports, where it's not just the players, it's not just the competitors going all the way through, but it's production staff, it's the directors, it is the coaches, it's everything that encompasses esports. And even us here on the desk, casters, production, observers, everything in the world. I have to give a huge shout out going out to HyperX, iBuyPower, and Lenovo, those three. No little blur, but I'm sure you've heard the name. These are amazing companies to go ahead and take a look at. If you're looking to pick up gear or looking into new components for your PC, anything, go ahead. Check all three of those out. Get some information about them and look more into some of the events that they also hold themselves. Again, these are amazing companies to go ahead and give players in college and high school and above and beyond the opportunity to play, to show their own set of productions and bring all these amazing events to life. So again, huge shout out to our amazing sponsors. Getting underway though, we have also heard that some of the players are prepped and ready to go. We're just waiting on a few more things here, and I think you are very much correct. I do believe it is going to be that Lucio coming in and causing a lot of havoc.
Just got to shake things up a little bit. I mean, the thing that you got to keep in mind is that we mentioned earlier that there's teams we had not seen, and Bay State was one of those teams. And the thing that they do that's a little bit different is having those situational changes based off of map, knowing who plays what and when. And that is a huge strength that these teams have, because not everybody can do that, nor can every team adapt to that type of playstyle.
It's ever evolving, and it's the theory of almost, what is it, like 5D chess or something, a lot of people like to say. There's regular chess, there's 3D chess, and then there's like 7D chess with all like the big brains moved around. That is one of those things, except it's speed chess. That's what it is. It's literally just speed chess in a giant package going, yeah, we're going to move these 3 pieces at a time. Okay, well, that didn't work. All right, swap over to 4, drop 2, and then rotate the 5 to like a 90-degree angle. And you're just like, where did you get that? That's not regular playing the game. So, getting underway, though, we are into map number 3. Very, very excited to go ahead and see it. And as you said, I do believe we are into that lovely, lovely Volskaya Industries going to be popping up here.
All right, and we do have Bay State on defense first. They're going to go with the Zarya Wrecking Ball, and then we also have the Genji Soldier coming out with Mercy and Ana, and then coming out for Albany, we've got the Sig Hog combo. We've got Doomfist coming out yet again. Doom, you might have a rough time. Play smart, play your angles, do the parkour to the best of your abilities, and I'm certain you'll survive long enough. And honestly, I'm excited to see how Llama Cartel pops off on this Roadhog, especially if Storm Eagle is able to stay alive, have a high angle, and just constantly pumping darts into them. Easy, very, very quick nano boost coming out, as well as whole hog.
3, 2, 1.
So many options to work with, and as we get underway, Albany are on that attack, as you said. They're going to be watching the top rope to see who is ready to go. Remember, last time we saw this map, it was a very definitive setup that you got to check the rooftops, because rooftops can hold some nasty, nasty surprises. At this point, though, it is just entry. Up top they go. Doomfist just jumps right in the middle and is immediately scooped out of the sky. Scoop is going to be down. Cave and Faded take one apiece. Hayden is down again. The first attempt at an assault is quickly snuffed as Albany lose 3 and more. Samarian also, I think, somehow fell off the stage. I did not see anyone actually kill Samarian, but Samarian's death animation came up, and that's unfortunate.
Mistakes were made. It's okay. It happens. We still have plenty of time for pushes to occur. We've got Cabe rotating back up to the high grounds to ensure that they're in the best location possible. Right now, Soldier is definitely staying closer to his team than we've seen in the past, trying to make sure that he's with his team doing damage on whomever they are doing damage on. SkiCoops is doing what SkiCoops does best and being an oppressive force. Now we have Fade pushing in, which means, yes, Forgotten will follow it up. The death will come out. The res did connect, though, so it's going to be interesting if that is of any use, as there was a huge anti, and it will be, because Forgotten is going to go down shortly thereafter.
Forgotten falling here might actually afford an opportunity again, because that was a huge ulti that you could use to clear out the site, but Albany are going to go ahead and walk forward. This is, again, the 5v6 chance, and they're going to call it out. Avs is going to go ahead, throw down the ultimate. What can you get out of it, though? Infernal is ready to go on the back end, and they get the wraparound. This is a great pincer maneuver, and they caught Doomfist in the middle. Oh, that's so good, but you still get the kill. Albany, they will make the best out of a weird situation and go ahead and cap 1/3.
You see the Meteor Strike come down, but Abs immediately sleeps them, trying to stay alive. We've got Megan choosing to use the Valkyrie, and SkiCoops goes off the map.
It's... We're having some fun here. SkiCoops is absolutely having some fun here, and you can see here, and that's what it's all about. However, after A is done, it's down to B, and BSC say, listen, it's in our name, and you ain't taking it at all. Albany go, it's in our name too. BSC say, no, it's in ours. So that'll be Faded, and Cave going ahead, taking a few kills and charging their ultis up. Samarian is going to lay waste inside of this garage. Trying to take out Cave. This is a very dangerous firefight that goes the way of Samarian. So well fought. Abs and Faded on the back end are still going to collect kills of their own. So Albany got to start collecting a bit more. And just like that, shotgun to the body as Faded fades out Samarian.
So much time is being picked off of this clock right now as Bay State's chilling out here at the spawn doors. We did see Cave deciding to make the swap over from the Widowmaker to that Echo. Attack Visor's going to go out. Both supports are down now, so this is the time where Bay State has to make a decision. Do they full commit and try to get a few extra kills and then fall back, or get themselves killed as well just to get a full reset here? As it is, I believe, just Forgotten over here as well as, yes, the Infernal, but Infernal's gone down. Forgotten somehow still chilling out at 150 health. Finally takes some damage, 69 health, has Dragon Blade. It's just time to die, go back to spawn, reset. They have the Nano Blade, they have the Graviton Surge and Whole Hog. Plenty of things to make work. And honestly, the ultimates on the other side are just as powerful. However, Cave is going to make sure that no one gets even close to point B.
BSC, honestly, were able to waste quite a bit of time, though. They were fighting at point A when it was already captured, and to be able to do that as a squad gives great precedence to the fact that they know what their limits are. This is going to force Albany to try and play to their own, to a different tempo as well. But Inferno and Forgotten are still saying, hey, you can't even get to the driveway of our house. Down goes SkiCoops, down goes Samarian, down goes Storm Eagle, and Hayden falls soon after. What a fantastic rotation of kills without the ultimate usage either. BSC doing this with plain abilities and great hit scan. They are working a magic here as Albany try to fiercely regroup.
There goes the grab on the one. As long as it picks up a single body, it's worth it. We do have Mercy, Hayden trying to survive. They managed to get out for a little longer and back up into spawn. Bay State is pushing these spawn doors, though. We see the hook go out. Doomfist comes in. Reaper is down. Genji is looking to be in a sticky situation. Will they make it out alive? It doesn't really matter at this point, as Albany is down to the 2-minute mark and are being held at their spawn doors.
I swear, every time we look, it's always going to be that. It's always going to be BSC going, listen, we see you leave the door. We want you to go back through the door and just stay there. We'll sit out here and guard it for you. The world's really scary. So feels like that's what they're doing. And Albany now with the ultimates up, they do have the Gravitic Flux, they do have that 76 shot registration. Ski Coop is able to collect 2, Cave and Infernal are down, and what can you do with this knowledge? What can you do with this opportunity? They're going to go ahead and try and press forward. Forgotten just charges right in their back, and is going to start slashing away, but is immediately destroyed. Llama Cartel was having absolutely none of it. They're going to go ahead and almost cap out on B. Can they finish it? Can Albany go ahead and hold on? No, they cannot. BSC say, we're not letting you take this point. Go back to respawn.
I honestly thought the BSC might have overestimated themselves and been their own undoing, being too far forward and aggressive, but it looks like they're just going to do it all over again. So giving up 89% of a point is pretty risky. They have faith in themselves to hold off anyway and just get the 90% cap on point B in the second round. We have a bunch of ults online for BSC, so holding here for 41 seconds is easy money for them, but let's hope the egos do not become their own worst enemies here.
Such a scary, scary thing to think about. It could be over the top, but still doing very, very well. See here, 30 seconds left. They're going to try their best, but are they going to find anything? In goes a Meteor, in goes Doomfist. Who do you catch? You aim for your buddy. That's rude. That's so rude. But it's going to work as a punch to the back of the head means Ski Coops is going to be seeing some stars for the next couple minutes.
That was just dirty. Right now, though, we do still have the opportunity for people to touch. The whole hog's going to come out to force people back. Nikon will go down. Abs takes out Storm Eagle. Llama, though, sustaining on this point, goes for the hook. Unfortunately, does miss it. Cave and Faded just double team, taking out Roadhog. The recall has come out. Tracer's the next target. We hear the Lucio swaps coming out. Albany is not giving up just yet.
They have absolutely not. Again, there's plenty to work with, but it is going to be time over. And a very respectable 2/3 on B for Albany to hold on. They've given themselves a wide safety net that, yes, BSC might have the opportunity to close very quickly, but it's much better than not getting a point at all.
Yes, that's very true, and they almost full capped that. I mean, 92.7% is pretty gosh darn good. They're going to have it's going to be difficult, though, holding back BSC.
It's exceptionally difficult. Again, this is a squad that we know well and true love to push forward very quickly. They love to go on the aggression, and as soon as they see the opportunity arise, they will go for it. They will always clamp down on that chance to fly true, and so far they've done it. Bay State, honestly, have also impressed me. They are akin to RPI, or maybe even more. Again, and as we said, you know, there's still one more team that we really haven't seen, which is Boise State. And as we have been going through and as we have a little bit of time to talk about it, Boise State has honestly swept through their side. We've been keeping up to date with a lot of these records, and I'm sure for those of you here at the event, you've also been kind of keeping track. You can keep track of it through the ECAC website. They've been dominating. I believe they are also currently undefeated here right now. It's been amazing, and this is another squad. So Bay State looking to do the same thing and say, listen, listen, listen. First time on stream, don't worry. We still got it.
I think Bay State and Boise State both came into this being like, all right, don't drop a map. See you in the finals from day one at the beginning, and that is the end goal. It's the rematch of all time between Boise State and Bay State, as it's been constant back and forth between these two. But right now, we got BSC and Albany taking each other on. Bay State just has to get full cap on point one and a little bit more. And we've got Abs and Forgotten doing something interesting and just being ignored by Diva. Astro left them alone and did not bother to deal with them. That is going to be their undoing. And then the turnaround from Faded will be Astro's undoing.
Yes. Fantastic play. Again, Forgotten and Faded go ahead and say, hey, we're having fun. Good punish all the way through. Ski Coop is going to go ahead and revive. Can you get to your teammates in time? No, Llama Cartel cannot hold the front line. And just like that, it feels like it's going to be a rough time. Samarian tried to jump away and get to the rest of the team, but it did not happen. BSC going to claim a site very, very quickly and very efficiently.
Forgotten pushing forward with this Widowmaker, trying to see anyone who's trying to take a bold position, as Faded and Mikan are here waiting to just push forward, get the boost after capping. The angles have already been capitalized on by Bay State. Point 1 was on lock, not even fully capped, and they were setting up for point 2, just knowing that the recontest was not going to come through. Forgotten is not going to be getting any damage hardly on them from Llama Cartel. Faded will take out Llama. Forgotten goes down to Samrioni. We do have Pilot Diva here doing the best that they can. Faded takes out 2, Mikan takes out 1. Inferno drops the bomb, goes for the remake kill, does not find anything, but the hack comes out onto Roadhog. The Roadhog is just not going to live through that one.
But it's enough. It's enough for the rest of the team. BSC go ahead and contain for the EMP. No, that is the hack. Astroworld can't do it, and that is the EMP. That is the Sombra sealing the deal. It feels like for their squad, BSC, with 5 members alive, are going to power through. They're going to try and fight back, though. Albany are able to revive and punish their way through. It's 2/3 done. They only need about 3/4 of the last third to close things out. BSC can smell victory on their hands.
We do see that we've got Scoop swapping over to that Symmetra. They managed to get wall up. Abs is going to res Cave here. We're almost to a self-destruct. We have the Valkyrie on the line. The Nano Boost is available as well for the side of Albany. Mikan will go down though, so this might be a soft reset, or this fight might continue depending on what we see in the next few seconds. Forgotten has ultimate. If we can see one player go down, yes, Astro will go down, so that means this fight's not over. Inferno will pick up 1, Faded picks up 1, the Nano Boost comes out.
And
that point is unlocked.
What a way to end it. Bay State go ahead and pick up a 3-0. Phenomenal play on all ends, though. Albany putting up some massive fights there. What a series. And we go ahead and take a look. It is going to be Inferno with that Zarya picking up play of the game here. We get to see this lovely, lovely setup.
And it was a lifesaver play of the game as well, so nicely done. Way to make sure your teammates are kept up, helping Cave there. And then going after the Mercy shortly thereafter. Well played by across the board from all of these teams. Congratulations to Bay State. They'll be moving on. Correct?
It is going to be there, as, again, we thought we were going to have another one being played currently. However, we have understood that the current matches being played are all between the top seeds. It's really just for seeding here, which is very, very fun. However, with that win for Bay State, it is looking like from Group A, Bay State College and St. Rose will go ahead and move forward into the upper echelons and into the playoff spots. On the other side, though, it is currently, I believe, Boise State versus RPI. Those two are currently playing for first and second, and we'll see who comes out from there. So we will update you as soon as we come back. Don't go anywhere. There is more Overwatch to be seen as we are heading into the playoffs. You do not want to miss it.
Fuel up for GamerCon with Stewart Shop's Impact Energy Drinks. Bold look, pure energy, more fun. Stock up on Impact Energy Drinks. Increased focus, great flavor, also in sugar-free. Stay energized for a night of gaming with Impact Energy Drinks from Stewart Shops. Tastes like victory. Game on with Stewart Shops.
I've been walking through the rain, don't know where I'm going. My head's leading me astray, yeah, you follow knowing. Getting deeper in the frame, I see your face, I feel the pain, but you chose the path I follow. I'm in love with the way that you hold me when I fall back down. And I'm in love with the words from your voice that pull me off the ground now. This love's been a long time coming. My breath slows but my heart keeps running. I'm so fed up of the lies that my heart believed in, but staring deep into your eyes makes it all forgiven. I feel my comfort will be blown, my fears will grow out of control. Yeah, you still walk the path I follow anyways. I'm in love with the way that you hold me when I fall back down. And I'm in love with the words from your voice that pull me off the ground now. This love's been a long time coming. My breath slows but my heart keeps running. I'm in love with the way that you hold me when I fall back down. And I'm in love with the words from your voice that pull me off the ground now. This love's been a long time coming. My breath slows but my heart keeps running.
I am who I'm meant to be. Over and out again. My future needed clarity, so I could see how you react, how you'd react to me. So much differently. I am different. Every time that I look back, I see my fortune. But you react to me. We are reacting so much differently. Doubted all that I could do, knowing what I need to do. All I can say, the word is thank you. I think is what you need to push away from the shore, amongst the waves, exactly where I wanna be. I am where I wanna be. Remember the start, when my future needed clarity. Yes, I needed clarity. So I see how you'd react to me. So much differently, 'cause I am different to you. Every time that I look back, I see my future. Would you react to me? We are reacting. So much differently.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea into the blue. They change, but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason. But I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. We will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing just like another season. Just like another season.
kills me not to know. Lost beyond the edge, planning what to say. It kills me not to know, but yet I carry on, letting go of safety, holding on to fear. Will you be there when beyond what's God is beyond what's good and bad. Looking past my reflection, thinking about what you mentioned. It was supposed to be the one to take every last pain away. Nothing on our loving, maybe time told us that we were different. Did it break you down? Staring at the ceiling, fighting off a feeling. One more minute, 'cause I just don't wanna come down, don't wanna go back to how I used to be.
This is the emergency broadcast system. The CDC is advising that you stay in your homes and walk home. We show up. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody. We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party, flyer than everybody.
We show up in the party.
We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party. We show up in the party.
Let the animals Giving up, letting go. Times we might feel compelled. Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control when we feel like the world is against us. Do we go is a question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something bigger than ourselves. That we need. We have built up. staring at you. So I'm crazy. Won't you bend that back for me? We won't stop. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. I can take you down for a ride. I take you around my life. Jaywalking, crosswalking, lip locking, but you, I know it, you know it, we make it. So I'm crazy. Oh my baby, got me staring at you. So I'm crazy. Won't you bend that back for me? We won't stop. Got your feet both locked. You get to fly with me. I can take you down for a ride. I take you around my life. Jaywalking, crosswalking, lip locking, but you, I know it, you know it, we make it.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
Introducing the Claim Your Fame mobile app. Are you looking to start building your brand? Create your profile to get started. Showcase your social media platforms. Have access to eSport recruitment opportunities. Create and highlight live events and live streams. Connect now and start building your brand. Available for download on Google Play and the Apple App Store. Claim your fame today.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HV GamerCon 2022 here up at the Albany Cap Center in Albany, New York. This is fantastic. I urge everyone to crowd around, leave your stations, wherever you are. We are going to start the semifinal action here of the ECAC Conference for Overwatch. So we have 4 great colleges left: RPI, Bay State, Boise State, and St. Rose. Coming up next, we have Bay State College taking out RPI. So without further ado, let's throw it over to the Nerdy Bird and Orbital for some Overwatch casting. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Paulie. I am so excited to be here once again. We've been here all day so far, Nerdy. We have been cruising, and the teams have as well. They have played so well and given us so much entertainment, and it's only gonna get better from here. The top 4 teams are now going to play off in a single elimination bracket, best of 5 all the way through, and hopefully give us an even better show than before.
I mean, it better be explosive. However, this has been a very long day thus far. These teams are, pushing their limits as far as stamina and mental focus goes. Having to travel to this location plus playing all day, and some of these games going all 5 rounds can be extremely exhausting. Let's hope that they rallied each other up, drank plenty of water, got food, possibly slapped one another in the face to wake each other up, and are going into this fully focused. We are in the final stretch, the last lap. The end is in sight for these teams. They just have a few more games to go. Can they close the gap and cross that finish line, or would this be the end of the sprint here for one of these teams?
It's the end of the road for a lot of teams. It's just how quickly do you want to finish, right? Like your road might end here in the semifinals or in the 3rd place match, wherever you want to go. Big Eyes, though, again, Bay State, we saw them play at the very end of the group stage, and now we're taking a look at RPI, another team that has given us so many fantastic moments. It feels like D-Clan and Squad are going to roll through and give us a good showing. Again, with the Symmetra to kick things off, there's going to be a chance for the Hacks right off the bat to ensure no teleport comes through. ESC really honing in on that factor and saying, listen, we ain't dealing with that today. ESC go ahead and lay into 3. Very, very quick kills going through. Tank calls as well. And RPI are RIP. They're going to go ahead and have to back away from this first push.
And we do see that Neb took a dip off the back of the map as well, so awkward reset's gonna have to come out for Neb. They are halfway to beat, as is Blues for the side of RPI. As far as the other ultimates go, Abs getting awfully close to that Coalescence, and Tevatron almost close to that Shatter, which could be absolutely massive so long as they get Fade's bubble out. The bubble is gone. Will they be able to charge up that extra 30%? And the Shatter is online. They're looking for it. People are lined up, ducks in a row. The Immortality Matrix has gone down, but the hack is going to be the end of that journey and forcing back RPI to the spawn. Bay State is being unrelenting right now.
It's so crazy to see this level of play coming out, because we know RPI. We have seen them do this exact same thing to other teams, and to watch them, they are getting obliterated at the stand. And again, plenty of time still left to play, 50% only for BSC. RPI have got some on the defense, but the ESC shuts down their 3rd attempt on top of it. Cave comes in and gets the shotguns a-blasting. Once again, RPI are going to be sent right back to Respawn to think about how they progress into this factor.
We do still have Deadeye, Shatter, and Self-Destruct coming online here very soon, as will Beat, that may be used aggressively. However, we see a Shatter come out, it lands on one. The EMP is going to stop the Deadeye. Fade is going to pop the Primal Rage, going Mr. Baptiste here. Will they survive? They will not. The juggling happened, and they did not survive. We've got Bigfoot now being hacked and just fed off of. This is a hopefully you don't get staggered situation, but at this level, odds are you need to get yourself to the edge of the map. Otherwise, you are going to be a very, very long and painful stagger. It does look like finally Bigfoot will be taken out, but that means that this is a difficult push for the team of RPI as they are down their flex tank here. They did get the beat, however, is it going to be enough? It may not. We see the Wrecking Ball swap. Wrecking Ball got hacked and very low. Depresso takes out one, Cave takes out another. Fade finds Blues. Bigfoot going to the point, trying to just get angry here, possibly looking to use self-destruct. Once they see that the bubble get dropped from Monkey, they're not even waiting. They drop it, picking up none, and as Pilot, they will go down round one, 100% BSC.
Start to finish, perfection is the name of the game for Bay State. Solid push, and again, Depresso keeping everyone hacked off. That is one of the more ridiculous things, the more difficult to do for a Sombra, right? Always finding those perfect hacks, making sure those big time ultimate abilities do not come out. That is what actually staggered RPI so much. They were like, hey, why aren't our big lynch-in moments happening? Why aren't they popping up? It's because you're getting hacked, and over again they made that happen. And then the wombo combos, right? The EMP coming out, a couple nice blooms as well from Cave. The Death Blossom ringing true. RPI are gonna try and shift things a little bit around. Declan is actually gonna swap back to the Sombra as well. They're gonna give it a shot here on the second round.
I'm interested to see the rollouts that we have coming from both these Lucios. It does look like Blues with the safe route. However, Neb was in position to get a boop. It's just the other team moved too quickly as Blues stuck in their pocket. So no one went to it. No environmental kills just yet. We hear the hacks come out. Declan has gotten someone. Cave will go down to Bigfoot, and Faded will go down as well. It looks like RPI might be able to get this point, but the wraparound and slow push that is coming might be a turning point for Bay State if they can find their footing, and they will not. They are being pushed back. The point is on lockdown, and now RPI just has to play defense.
We're very happy about this current setup, and bringing the fight to the bridge and out of the site is going to help out. That's going to be huge laser going across everyone there as Zobo throws down some damage and some healing. Gives RPI the perfect advantage that they needed. Great hold here for the first onslaught from BSC.
Neb is currently 9% off, 8% off of that sound barrier. Declan has EMP ready to go, so Neb needs to play safe here and pray that they can get their ultimate ready and online and leave the option for Declan to either hack one support or the other, but not both. And they did not get Neb. The sound barrier is going to come out, as will the coalescence from Ab. RJ is going to take down Faded, down one. Blues goes down equal on both sides. You see the Death Blossom pop. Infernal managed to get Blue, so right now BSC is up by one. The self-destruct is going to come out to zone for a little bit. Bay State is not giving up just yet, though Cave is looking very low. Faded goes after the Moira. Moira is down. Bull Tank's still alive, as is Sombra, though.
What a heavy play here from RPI. RPI really want to make this one a great match to start in game number one of all things 65 and counting. Currently trying to capture the SC. Don't want to go out without anything to say. But is going to get eliminated, so is RJ. And Cave is again on the rampage so far, kicking things up. Again, another Death Blossom. The teleport could be so dangerous. What can they play with, though? Cave is going to wait for the perfect timing, and Declan ready on the side. You have to be wary of that. Catch around the back corner to go, and Zobo goes ahead, pops up, in goes the shield as well. Depresso is still able to take out Declan right before that all pops off, so they're working at half DPS, and that might have been enough. BSC repel the massive healing and shielding from RPI.
Neb needs to be careful here. They're close to B, but Declan does have that EMP blast yet again. Honestly, I thought the last fight they were going to pop it. It was going to spell doom for the side of BSC, but it will not. We also have Abs with the coalescence yet again. The self-destruct is online. We could see an EMP bomb combo come out as swaps were made. We have Faded on the Reinhardt, no more Monkey. I'm hoping for a huge EMP bomb right here in open space. Let's see if it's gonna come to fruition. Espresso's there, they're waiting. EMP lands on everybody. Self-destruct comes through, picks up two. Cave finds one more. Neb goes down, but Bigfoot goes off the mat, and that fight is in the favor of BSC yet again.
Welcome to the 1-2 punch, and you are down. Bay State sent a message in that move, and a ridiculous one at that. RPI on the receiving end of that blow, and now they have to come to the realization that they are now on the back foot. 73% for them and 76 and counting for the side of BSC. You have ultimates now. Can you do the same back? EMP is ready. They do. The EMP everyone, and they get a fireback. The Blossom is ready to go. The beam is keeping everyone alive. BSC reigns supreme and say, hey, we did it to you. You can't do it to us. BSC say no thank you. They will go ahead and contest the recapture and say thank you very much for this round number 2.
Victory.
And with that, Lijiang Tower is going to go to Bay State. Now the next map is going to go to RPI's pick. Let's see what they pull out.
Play of the game.
But first, let's see what this play of the game. I have a huge hunch it's probably going to be a massive shatter.
Maybe. I don't know.
Oh, no. This is when they Fada just went ham with his hammer and started swinging, leaving nothing but eviscerated corpses in their path, destroying everyone on the other side. Nicely done.
What a power play coming out, and I love that RPI were still able to do their own combinations. It was one of those scenarios where, man, they had all the right buttons. They laid down all the right scenarios. It was a perfect execution. I have to give it to them. 6-player EMP, perfect shot. But the more in the back line, that key, that little twinge in their plans that they weren't ready for, BSC countered it to perfection.
Yeah, hopefully they RPI is able to adapt going into this next game and picks a map that plays into their playstyle a little bit heavier. However, both these teams can match each other and go toe-to-toe very well. So ultimately, I'm not making any bets. I'm not even going to try and predict the map this time, actually, for once. I'm leaving it up to everyone out there to try and figure out for themselves what it could be. I honestly am at a loss because of how closely matched these two teams are. This is not going to be an easy game for either one. I just hope that they are keeping each other awake and hyped up.
We see someone just like slowly walk forward and then teeter off the edge of like a second story, Sarah. And you're just like, that was a DPS. We need him back. Can we just like pause and have him walk like that? That would probably be the funnier sign. You get a face cam of it. He's just like asleep at the desk. That would be perfect. That would just be icing on the cake. But of course, taking a look, it will be an escort map. And of course, taking a look through, we still have not seen Havana, I think, at least on stage. I'm sure some of the teams have played it off on the group stage, but we have not seen it here. And I have a feeling if you try and go to your own wayside, you're like, oh yeah, I want to play for the map here. At some point, you're just going to go, well, might as well just go neutral.
I feel like RPI might pull out Rialto. It's been one we've seen quite a bit this evening, or possibly Junkertown. Havana, it is just such a very long-range sniper-heavy map, and I do know that Bay State has the ability to play that style of comp, so that's not really something you want to walk yourself into.
It's like, well, it could be neutral, but yeah, without these two players. So again, not going to Havana, of course, and that's what's running through their minds, of course. We are still waiting, and that's, you know, kind of the 5D chess that comes into this, which is very, very fun to think about here. And looking into it, we have gotten word as well that BSC is going to run us up, and this is something that I think needs to be talked about and understood moving in. We are going to see a lot of player swaps moving in and out. And this is not because, hey, there's a faulty system, the keyboard malfunction. It's a huge part of the game.
Yes, these are planned subs. These teams come in knowing who has strengths on which heroes in which maps and what playstyles complement one another in certain compositions for those maps. And so these teams are now making swaps knowing what they want and are expecting from these players going into these games. Thus, these are very strategic and planned out well in advance. They know who plays. And honestly, we're going to see, I'm pretty sure Mikan was not in for this first one, so they're probably getting swapped in on this next map. And we're going to see, yet again, some Lucio play and possibly some environmental kills. I'm really hoping that this next map is heavy on the open areas to just boop and destroy people. I love the environmental plays, and I want to see an environmental play of the game at least once during this tournament.
There has to be at least one big boop.
Exactly.
I think that's it. That's all we want. Just one big boop. Please, just give it to us. If we don't, then we're very, very sad on the desk, and we are going to ask for other people, you know, to be able to watch and actually give us boops, right? We want all the boops. We want to see all that craziness. Of course, Lucio's just tend to give us a lot of fun as well because it's fantastic. Again, the beat drop so far from a lot of these guys, the ultimate charges and the timings as well has been so, so powerful. We are, I believe, going to Rialto once again. However, RPI are going to be setting up on that attacking side first, and BSC, as you were talking about, will go ahead and try their hands on the defensive Taking a look here,
Ready
I
for battle.
believe it's Forgotten In. Is that correct? Or am I crazy?
I'm gonna err on the side of caution and say yes, you're right.
Agreeing with me is usually not the cautious answer, but I will go with it. I will go with it. So we're already taking a look at it though. But as we said, you know, moving in and out of these substitutions will be very, very important. We do go ahead and take a look at some of the heroes that are currently being played with, at least. Widowmaker, the Tracer, the Genji, the Echo, which D-Clan's Echo has been phenomenal throughout the day.
However, this composition that we're seeing from RPI is definitely very poke heavy and engage when you see someone low, like opportunity style of comp. We do know that Zobo can be very deadly. Multiple back-to-back plays of the game for them, but that also means they may have an open target on their back. We've got Cabe on that Tracer and Faded on the ball, once again doing that 1-2 punch dive after the Discord. We do see Genji, RJ trying to hunt down Forgotten here on the low ground. They've managed to run away, but they're getting a little low, being ready to use that grapple to get out of any sticky situations. However, their health is drastically decreasing. Somehow they're managing to stay alive. They're taking a lot of focus though, which opens up the front line to just push in as Bigfoot goes down to Forgotten, as well as Abs. Now we got Genji pushing in. Genji takes out Forgotten. We're equal on both sides as far as manpower, but will the sustain be coming through for RPI?
What a start. Again, BSC keeping it steady here. They're not going to keep RJ on the staggered as well. And D-Clan up top is trying their best to find an opportunity, but again, they've been held to a standstill. So, regrouping is the best way to go. A slight push in the center as that payload hits about halfway. They feel really, really good about that angle, but it will be Bigfoot going ahead, taking out Abs. Cave is going to take out Zobo. Infernal follows through with D-Clan, and it is BSC securing that defensive play. Snipe out of the air as Forgotten says goodbye to RJ. Forgotten, this Ashe is going to continue to power through.
Forgotten did just decide to swap the Ashe after initially dying on the Widowmaker, and they're already at 45%. We see RJ take out Cape. Forgotten's going to go down to Trevon as well as the Zenyatta. RJ picks up Neb, so with the Alfregita, Abs is just a sitting duck. They go down very fast. Inferno is going to try and fight for their life. They're now in pilot form. We do still have Faded alive as the Wrecking Ball hiding, waiting to put landmines down in order to sustain and hold this point. That could be followed up with Nev coming in with either Abs or Diva. Yes, there's the rally coming out, so now Faded's probably going to drop in with the landmines, just gaining space. And now it's the opportunity for BFT to push forward. We do see Zobo, though, is going to pop that Transcendence, break some of those mines, but not before Blues goes down.
What a tailored fight. Again, both teams anticipating each other's moves here, and BSC getting the better of it. Bigfoot is going to fall. Zobo's going to fall as well. And just like that, BSC have wrested control back 2.43 meters away from closing it in. But an elimination of Abs does mean it's going to cause some chaos. RPI going to try their best to regroup as quickly as possible. Minute 30, one more push. You do have that dragon coming out in RJ's form. D-Clan might follow up as well as the Orb of Discord is going to be drawn back. And Zobo gets ready for the next and final attempt. Remember, just a few shy from taking that first checkpoint.
I believe right now RJ's waiting for Blues to pop that rally so they can push in using Dragon Bait. Declan did just get Pulse Bomb online as well. They can find Nebs. There goes the rally from Blues. RJ is still, there we go, there goes Dragon Blade as well. Forgotten gets out of the damage zone, but is drastically low. Having to be careful playing around Blues, they do get taken down. Cape finds Tevtron. Now it's just a battle for payload control. We have tanks alive currently and supports. Forgotten has gone down. Both tanks for RPI are also down as well. And going into a tiny corridor as every angle on lockdown is just signing your own death certificate and being clobbered into the corner.
They state saying, we will take everything you throw at us and throw it right back. Single-digit meters are all you need, but here comes a Diva Bomb being thrown in from the high roast. Bigfoot, unfortunately, finding nothing. That's going to be the minefield being laid out. Can you find anything? Abs and Cave go ahead and get two. Down goes D-Clan, down goes RJ. As quickly as they gathered, they will fall to hit the ground. OT is done as round one on the attack goes the way of BSC.
Bigfoot throwing that Diva Bomb kind of just off in the wind and praying seemed rather out of character for them. Typically, they're very calculated with those placements, and I hope that that is the only time we're going to see that happen. I understand trying to use it as an opening position to get people in bad spots, but you cannot anticipate a team like Bay State to not already be in good positions, anticipating that there's going to be a Diva Bomb getting popped at some point during the fight and being ready to get to natural cover on the just around the map, as they did not have any form of shield tanks. They are prepared for those types of situations, and you cannot sell either of these two teams short. You have to anticipate that they already are expecting it.
It's one to think about, but of course, Bay State are going to be looking to do their own as they are on the attack right now. We're going to see a couple swaps coming in here. Neb working with Ana, going to be trying to heal people up, give people maybe a little bit of a nano boost. Echo coming out once again. I love the Echo so far. The Echo play from a lot of these players has been phenomenal and spot on, grabbing the right players, making sure to flip those abilities right back on their head. And again, for BSC, they only have to push a slight pace. Again, right before checkpoint number 1, that's all you have to reach. So it's a very nice pace for themselves. 15 seconds left. We are taking a look at RPI. They're taking a little bit of a page out of Forgotten in Cave's book. That is going to be the Genji for RJ. D-Clan is going to run with that Tracer. Still keeping with the same tanks and supports, though. I do like that call.
We do see we've got the Briggs Zenyatta coming out for RPI right now, and when you've got Faded as well as the Angry Birds coming out for BSC, that can be a very difficult surviving situation for those two supports, as they always have to be within line of sight and next to one another to get value and to keep each other alive. Being Dove, your backline, if you have 4 people, 3 people on them, surviving two into anything more than 3 is a difficult task. As Forgotten takes out Declan, now we just have Cave peppering down onto the Zenyatta and Brigitte, pushing forward. Now they don't even have the Mercy on them. They take out Zobo, and we do have RJ go down as well to Inferno. The payload is already halfway to that checkpoint. Tevtron's looking to get in position to stall out a little bit here and survive. Let's see if they'll stay alive or if they'll get hard staggered as Cave takes out Bigfoot.
That was actually a massive double kill coming out for Cave's side. That really forced RPI to fall back, and they don't have the time to actually do that. You can see it here. That payload is never ending, and looking at this bridge fight, it's going in favor of the side of BSC. Deacon went down for a little bit. Bigfoot was able to take out Abs, so that is going to be a healer down, but Neb is still alive. Infernal's going to try and lay down some pain and a little bit of a stone wall there in the mid, but look at that. 4.7 meters are left. And that will be BSC just saying, get off of our payload. That's all we need to do. Up goes the Diva Bomb. What do they get? It's on the top rope. They get one, though. It got D-Clan. That is very, very important. They knocked them back. RPI might have given themselves a window of opportunity. BSC, though, laying down a minefield of their own, and Forgotten is able to get an anti on the back. Huge ultimate coming out from RJ. Can he find anything? No! Sights out by Nev. That is a massive, massive kill. No big damage, and Forgotten takes out D-Clan. That might be it. A contention on that post is still there. Up goes the Diva Bomb once again, up on the top rope. It's just a delay, but BSC slightly toying with it. They have to figure out a way to push this under the tower. Under the bridge, there it is. Oh, 2.67 left. This is getting nail-bitingly close.
We've got Cave finding RJ. Inferno's very low in that mech. Cave is now looking for this Ana. Zobo is right by that payload in a very open and honestly bold positioning for that Ana. Cave does go down, is immediately rezzed by Abs, who had very little aggression and pressure on them trying to get this res off. We have Tevtron trying to go in and just be in a disruptive force, but every CC possible is getting thrown onto them. They are anti, they are low, they've retreated, they've survived. That's the opportunity for Zobo to get the nano boost, just healing up that wrecking ball. The self-destruct comes through though. Declan, Zobo, both go down. Bigfoot goes down to Cave. And it's looking like the bleeding for RPI is not going to stop. BSC is looking to just continue push forward and end this here as we see Tevtron go down.
Oh, that last Diva Bomb was so important to watch. Directly inside of the bridge, able to power it up, able to throw it down. And that's what gave him that open door opportunity, taking out 2 important members. Cave here, though. Cave, some of this fantastic Pharah work. You can see here, great backline action again, flying through the air, not getting hit really by everyone, and look at the damage and pain being sent down. Most notably, there is the kill, followed up with a second, and then the chase was impeccable. So well done by BSC, looking at a 2-0.
I mean, we mentioned this earlier. Teams are starting to get a little bit tired. I'm not really seeing that coming out from Bay State. However, this third map, when people are at match point, has been the undoing for a few teams here, and we might see this go to a Game 5. As we are in the semis, that's what I'm hoping for. I understand that's a lot to ask for, but really, honestly, these teams are very equally matched. These are very close matches. I want to see this go to a Game 5.
I do as well, and this is one of those that I will also say is you can't look at the game score. You absolutely cannot look at the game score. You cannot sit there and go, well, it was a 3-0, so I mean, obviously Bay State is way higher up. Bay State is a great team. RPI is as well. They are putting up one heck of a fight, down tooth and nail. This is literal scraps. There was 2 meters left, and they fought for it all the way through. If it weren't for the Diva Bomb, and maybe if it was blocked, that would have been changed, but they do have a chance, right? Here we go, potential reverse sweep incoming. We've seen one already. We have seen one already. That was at the very beginning of the day. I do not doubt that we could see it again.
I hope we do. It's always fun to see that. It's a very hard uphill battle, though, for RPI trying to get this reverse sweep going. They also need to be very methodical about the map that they're going to pick, anticipating that there's going to be a composition swap if it's a map that Bay State feels as though they need to change their composition around a little bit. We've already seen Volskaya Industries multiple times this evening. We know Bay State can handle that. We also know RPI can handle Volskaya Industries. I'm hoping actually that we see something completely different going into an assault map here, but a lot of the other assault maps heavily favor the playstyle of Bay State.
It's lesser of 2 evils, or lesser of 3, I guess, is what you're really looking at, because the other ones that you're looking at are Hanamura and Temple of Anubis, and that's just pain either way. You're just looking there as like, do I really want to subject myself to this situation over and over again? So honestly, again, best choice might just be a neutral side. If you both know that you can play on this map, good. Take it. Take that 50-50, because it's better than a 30-70 or a 20-80 in favor of your opponent. However, maybe you got that cheese pick coming out. Maybe you can swing it back the other way. We have seen I believe St. Rose actually pull that off, and that was actually a series that we saw reverse sweep. So if you got a pocket, now's the time to pull it out.
Yeah, no Temple of Anubis. Just don't do that. And
just please, no.
And then Hanamura is also hell in a handbasket. I mean, everything's being funneled through such a tiny space unless you're playing a lot of vertical heroes. And we also are hearing that Bay State is going to be doing a sub yet again. So anticipating Volskaya Industries on this next one, that is probably the most neutral ground territory map that we can pick as far as the assault maps go.
And taking a look here, if they are swapping out, I do believe we are taking a look at that not Mekon. It was, I believe in the DPS role, it was Forgotten that we had said was swapping out, and we do apologize if that's not the player that's being swapped out. We heavily apologize, because it's just, that's what we've seen so far. It's the DPS that's getting the most results in the player swaps over and over again. We have seen role swaps between tank and DPS. It hasn't worked as well, but the DPS role changes do have such a large impact here. And for Volskaya, I mean, are we looking at the hit scan, or what are we looking at in terms of bringing something new to the table?
Definitely the long-range hit scan players. That is what's going to be the deciding factor on this one. Or maybe, I highly doubt that there's a tank lineup change whatsoever, but I anticipate double bubble for either team could be using that on attack or defense here. Very interested. I hope we see it, because I love double bubble. It's annoying, but it's fun.
It's so annoying. It's so annoying, but it's so much fun to play. Oh, it's always about all of that. Taking a look here, I don't think it's either Forgotten or Cape, so we do apologize. I do believe Forgotten and Cape have been the DPS for a primary section. We do have Faded Inferno on their side, as BSC are once again on the defensive. Abs and Mekon going to roll out the rest of the composition, and we do see that so lovely Wrecking Ball. Faded is going to go for some fun. We do see a Hanzo and, well, no, not Hanzo anymore. It's going to be the Genji and the Cassidy coming out for RPI.
So we are running with a double bubble for RPI here on attack. So what's most likely going to happen is Winston's going to go for soft engages, getting both charge for their Zarya and then a lot of charge on the Nano for their Ana. And then it's probably going to take 2 soft engages and then a third engage midway through, get the Nano fully charged, and then just go completely slam into the other team, get ultimates up. RJ most likely going to do a dry blade in conjunction with a Nano Monkey and just go delete people to the best of their abilities. But the Wrecking Ball is going to make life a little bit difficult for the Ana.
Up on top of the rooftops they go. It ain't Santa Claus, but it's pretty dang close. We are moving forward as quickly as possible as the Winston is trying to roll through, but of course it is BSC keeping him at bay. Cave on the Soldier 76, annihilating people left and right. Faded is going to chase in as well, and Infernal rounds it out as quickly as you can count. RPI rack up those deaths.
We have Forgotten 77% of the way to those infrared sites. We have Declan go down to Forgotten right away. Zarya trying to get a little bit of damage for pushing forward. RJ looking very low. Is anti, does get healed up. Now 51% on Zobo's ultimate. We have an opportunity here to make a couple soft engages, but those engages need to be well timed and making sure they're not leaving their backline open to a counter engage, which is exactly what happened last time. It pseudo happened again. RJ goes low, barely surviving, less than half health currently. Zobo is getting a little bit of damage on them as well as his blues, as we hear the infrared sights get popped.
Infrared gets popped. Forgotten says, yeah, I'm going to use that. RJ sniped out. Couple shots go up. Declan going to try and fire right back. Forgotten is on a tear right now. Blues falls as well. And that's a huge pick on the support in the back line. Forgotten saying, hey, I see even more. Let's go for it. Zobo is going to throw out the ultimate, and can you pull it off? Tevatron is going to be the majority shareholder in that fight, but you can't really find anyone trying to chase out to the Mercy. You finally get the wreck. Mekon is out. Well played is that fight, and it might seem that RPI have a chance, but Declan is again killed. Infernal, Zarya says, watch me. Now this is a play that they want to have. BSC matching blow for blow. What RPI are throwing down on the table. That's going to be the ulti. That's the surge, stealing away some health. And the will of RPI as once again the tombstone lands, and that is 4 dead for RPI.
We've got the Valkyrie online to the side of BSC going for RPI. They do have a Genji Blade almost ready to go, almost have Rally. They are definitely going to have that Deadeye. However, we've seen it not get a whole lot of value throughout the entire course of this tournament, especially because of the amount of counter dive that can occur here. The stars must align and the planets must be in the perfect rotations here for Declan's ultimate to get the maximum amount of value because of the amount of dive that BSC has here.
Minute left for potentially one more chance, or at least 1.5. But BSC want to make it 0. They're going to take down with ulti alive. Declan wants to go for that high noon. That Cassidy really wants to make an impact, but so far it's been tags left and right. 58 HP, immediately going to get healed up. BSC saying, all right, here we go. They have to make a move sometime. RJ, Declan both have ultis available. Nothing else in the pocket. Blues waiting for that rally. Good reflecting back. As that's going to be a chase. Forgotten on the backside is that Tracer, that annoyance that RJ has to take out. But dancing between the pillars really keeping RJ alone. Remember, RJ is a big player. Oh, that's a great pick. That's a huge rush. And the pulse bomb behind takes out Blues. Those are 2 major factors that RPI were hoping to lay into, and they do not get it. BSC dissect RPI's attempt, and it looks like that could be it. Resurrection comes through, Forgotten comes back up. But is it enough? 10 seconds left. RPI battling for it. In comes the Dragon. The Dragon strikes swift. But Infernal says no. RJ's picked up before he can do any damage. And this is BSC looking clean here in round number 1. Yes, 1 is capping. But how much can you really get? BSC say you might see the timer, but overtime is clawing down.
And the Graviton Surge gets popped on the left side of the point, funneling everyone to one side, and Soldier cannot make it there in time.
The pain is coming.
RPI once again stopped at the opening starting line, and BSC once again looking quite dominant, and for them all they have to do is get a third. That's all they really have to hold on to, and RPI gonna try their best, as this is reverse sweep moments. This is the moment where you have to show up. You need one of those players to go absolutely godlike, fall into that zone and play out of their minds. Earlier it has been Declan, but RJ has also had some stellar moments. Same with the majority share. Tevatron on that Winston has also looked so good, and the combination of Zobo and Tevatron with that Mora sometimes can be a phenomenal showmaker. BSC has dissected all of those compositions and said, we know what to prepare for.
I just wanted to sink in for a moment. Okay, thank you, Cabe.
Attackers
Thank you.
incoming in 30
I am fine with the Doomfist. The Bastion was a little bit dirty.
I've got you.
It's just one of those moments where you're like, listen, I know you could probably pull it off, but I don't want to have to like hear myself say those words off of my own
Please
tongue.
don't. And we do see RPI is going with a composition that they have had a lot of success with, and that is just the full dive with the Sombra hack. However,
5, 4.
I think they need to be prepared, and Sombra, I hope Declan plans to play a little bit slow here, because if Cave gets in and is not hacked, that's bad news. But Declan was doing the smart thing. They were scouting out. They know the Doomfist is there, so that means go and play protective for your teammates. Both Zarya bubbles are forced out. Infernal is very low. They get taken out as the Lucio speed's just allowing the team to pile drive into the other team. Forgotten is going for the grapple shot. Does get enough damage to have their teammate close out that one. Bigfoot's retreating back, but Cave is hot on their tail. Going for damage, looking for blood right now. Forgotten is looking down a D.Va mech at point blank range and stands strong, does not go down. Mika's going after the Sombra and finds Declan. They go down, just one tick, 33% is all BSC needs here. And with that, almost everyone except for Bigfoot is currently down for RPI. Pilot D.Va on the point. Forgotten returns the favor, taking them out, and BSC finds victory on Volskaya Industries.
Just like that. BSC do it once again. Phenomenal showing from them. Start to finish, not allowing RPI to play their own game. The setups were not allowed. Consistent backline kills disrupted RPI's moments. You can see here, Forgotten, this duel right there was so important. Holding off RJ, not allowing RJ to follow through. It sent RPI into a panic. And that's scary to think about. If Bay State are always allowed to have that trickster in the backline, to have that lurker that can consistently get behind your front line and disrupt your team, pretty much any composition you try and throw forward is bound to fail.
Well, I mentioned it kind of, I think twice at least, is being ready for that counter dive to be happening. And Bay State was initiating the counter dive before RPI was even ready to actually pick where they wanted to go.
Yeah, it was. It's just, we're reading your mind before you read your mind? Is that a thing? Is that a thing? I don't know. But it felt like it. It felt like that moment over and over again where you're just like, my opponent knows exactly what I plan to do before I can actually choose it. And when you have that in your mind, you start to doubt everything. You doubt every single move you make. You start thinking about, well, if I take a step here, do they already predict that? Do they already know it? And it just so happens. So I do believe we are waiting on a little bit of an interview to make sure that these players can get a little bit of limelight and get a little bit of a peek into the players' minds, because we can speculate all we want. We can talk all we want about maybe we can see what they want to do, but now we're going to hear it straight from their own mouths. Polyhype is waiting on the side with one of the players of BSC. So let's go ahead and throw it down to Polyhype on the stage.
Thank you so much, Orbital. And I am here with the Bay State captain, Neb. Neb, congratulations on your semifinal victory right there. Impressive stuff, 3-0 defeat. How are you feeling right now going into the finals?
I mean, I feel great, and I just want to say, yeah, baby, this is what we've been waiting for. This is what it's all about. Woo!
Woo! Let's go make some noise, Bay State. That was a very, impressive win. You guys were in control the entire time. How are your comms like in game, though? Are you guys a sweaty comm or lax comms?
Well, recently we've just been doing karaoke night, so it's a lot of singing during the matches. And then sometimes when it gets intense, we focus up for a sec.
All right, so casual approach, but still get the job done. Or is there either one? I think we're waiting either Boise here or St. Rose. Who are you guys looking forward to playing? Is there a certain matchup you're looking forward to in particular?
I want to beat Boise State.
All right. Boise State versus Bay State. That could be coming up. When we return, we'll have our second semifinal matchup right here at HV GamerCon. We'll be right back.
Ain't accepting, ignore, just kicking down all the doors. Guarantee you, boy, if I ask for it, it's gotta be real big. I gotta make it just for my kids and for their kids, just kids. That's wealth years and years. Promise my brother soon as he out and finish this bid, we finna do it bigger than anybody ever did. The odds is real big, jobs that's real big. Satan trying a little, my God is real big. Stayed up on the grind on the cars is real big. I gotta do it big, the only way that I can live.
And we'll grow in number, fueled by the
Fuel up for GamerCon with Stewart Shop's Beef Jerky. Don't let hunger throw a glitch in your game. It's easy snacking with Stewart's Beef Jerky. Available in original and teriyaki. A great source of protein with zero trans fat. Less hunger, more gaming. Victory never tasted so good. Game on with Stewart Shops.
Welcome back to HV GamerCon here at the ECAC conference in our state's capital of Albany. We're here at the Albany Capitol Center as we have Overwatch here at the ECAC semifinals number 2. It's going to be St. Rose taking on Boise State, coached by esports award-winning Doc Haskell. So, without further ado, if you're around, crowd in. We got our final 2 matches of the day, semifinals and the finals. This match is going to be amazing. Over to Nerdy Bird and Orbital for the call.
And thank you so much, Paulie. It has been an amazing time so far here today. We've had fantastic matches all the way through from group stages now into playoffs. It's been a ridiculous time. We've had a best of 5 go all the distance and even a reverse sweep. And now we have that team playing right now. St. Rose, the ones that kicked off the tournament with a win, are now ready to go to try and make it to the finals. But of course, they got to go up against Boise.
And I am going to be completely honest. Boise State is my hometown team. They are my family. I'm going to be insanely biased, but also extremely critical of everything that Boise State is throwing against St. Rose here, because if they screw up, St. Rose is going to capitalize on every single one of those mistakes and go into this one swinging. They do not want to cause a reverse sweep. They want to go in at 3-0 and go to the finals right away. Let's see if Boise State can put a stop to it. And we are opening up on a slightly different map. We're going to go with Helios here with a lot of boot potential. Normally speaking, for Boise State, we do it. Yes, Bagel is going to be going with that Lucio, and that well is going to be a death pit if the Lucio play is going to continue on, but it does look like we're going to change. Goblin's going to go with the Doomfist here, and Goblin is not warmed up. This is their first game of this tournament, so let's see if that is their Achilles heel.
It's a scary, scary thought, putting in a fresh player, but they're going to give it the best shot as we're underway. Let's get hype out there. Let's have some fun. This is going to be a good time as we already see the flight going up top. Goblin is prepping with that power, getting a little bit of an extra boost, taking a look at where St. Rose could potentially be. There's a lot of opportunities as, again, this middle intersection here on Ilios is so, so dangerous, but in the back line to go. Played so. Have some fun, but it is going to be the side of St. Rose. Prepping a little bit more accordingly as a Boise go ahead and look for a quick plant. However, the quick zaps and the sleeps give Boise a great, great powerhouse move over the side of St. Rose.
St. Rose with the standard take over and control cage, but Chosen got that ante in there with nothing to cleanse and nothing to block it. We do see Halfcraft choosing to go over to the Diva, recognizing the fact that sleeps and antes into this comp are going to be a death sentence, so they need to be keeping an eye on Chosen and ensuring their team does not get hit with those anti-nades.
Too powerful, but again, Boise do not want to give up any control right now. 20% aim climbing. This is going to be the second attempt from St. Rose, the first one after they lost the point, and see what they can play. Again, Odos on the top side, just waiting for the rest of the team, trying to build up that meter, trying to get that pulse bomb as quickly as possible. Triple dash in to try and chase after that healer, but unfortunately don't get too much. Goblin is able to annihilate Rulebooker with a beautiful missile barrage. Follow through with a drop down on top of Clutch. That is just cleanup duty all day long. Call them the janitors because they are sweeping this fight.
There was a slight touch from one of the St. Rose players there for a brief moment. Most likely it was Moopy going towards that point. They have been a powerhouse for their team. They do have those landmines on lock. We do see Fletch is going to be coming up with their Deadeye. And we have Rulebook coming in with Transcendence here very soon. This is going to be a wait-and-see game, but Boise State is in command now with those ultimates. They're going to be looking to take these fights in open spaces and making sure that St. Rose cannot set up. The Moopy might be the determining factor in preventing Boise State from getting in position to use these ultimates to their advantage.
Ultimates are so good. Moopy, though, we know what they can do. As you were saying, wanted to watch. Good spray down of the Mercy, but he can't finish it off as Bagel goes, nuh-uh, nuh-uh, not today. Plato going ahead, taking out Odos in the Tracer Mirror matchup. The Rockets go out as it's 90% in climbing Boise. feel confident. There has been not a single speck of uncertainty or anxiousness as the squad rolls through. In goes the Craze Beast. It is going to be that Winston flying high, followed up by Goblin and Kel. What a sweep of a fight as St. Rose only see gray. Phenomenal battle by Boise here in round number 1.
We can't count St. Rose out of this one yet. They showed us this morning that it takes a little bit for them to adjust, but once they find their footing, they definitely put that pedal all the way to the floor and do not let up. It looks like Boise State's most likely going to be going with a very similar comp that they just ran out on. Plato might be going with the Symmetra play as well to get a quick TP out to allow their team to move forward, and then swapping off Sim and going back to Tracer. We'll have to wait and see. We do see the Ashe and Cassidy pick coming out for St. Rose here. Keeping with that Diva is a very strong pick, especially knowing that Boise State's going to be sticking with Goblin on that Pharah as well as Chosen on the Ana. We do see Clutch, though, swapping over to the Mei, so hopefully St. Rose can get to the point first, bunker down, hunker down, and prevent Boise State from getting in.
That's going to be the call of the game, making sure that these swaps do not hurt them as Clutch goes ahead and filters through. But Goblin, again, up in the air they go. This is going to be a complete pinch. You can see Boise completely surrounding the building and say, come out, play with us, please. And St. Rose do not want to even test it. In goes the Reinhardt shield. They finally break it out. But look at the laser and the boop! The boop and a half. It doesn't really catch anyone, but it's enough to disrupt them all. However, St. Rose say it's not enough. You gotta kill us if you want the points. They cap first and start building to a 10% lead.
We do see Bagel get the flash and go down, so that's a double for Odo right there. Beautifully done. The pulse bomb goes off from Plato. It does not pick anybody up. Baptiste gets insanely low. Diva is chasing Plato off the map. Plato goes down. St. Rose with dominating point control right now, 22%. Boise State is struggling to recover. Goblin trying to get some poke damage here, charging up their ultimate. But right now, it looks like St. Rose has this one on lock. They're getting the middle space here and just dominating the field.
Take your medicine.
Especially with how they were getting corralled earlier. I am surprised that St. Rose are able to do this, but again, it is St. Rose. Let's see if they can do it again. Battle Pants able to take out one. Kel gonna follow through on Odos, and that's the DPS down. What can Matt do, though? Matt wants to revive and come back at a 92% on the ult. That's just a face full of an ultimate, though, as multiple HP bars of St. Rose are bleeding. That'll be the cleanup by Chosen and Goblin. Bagel gonna revive Goblin, and now they gonna follow through. Moopy and Halfcraft are down, and with the tanks down, you have to regroup. CSR gonna go back to the drawing board.
We do have the Deadeye online. Do not know if it'll be popped here, as this point is going to flip over in favor of Boise State at the 67% mark. Still time for St. Rose to recover here, but their foothold is going to be difficult to find as Boise State now is able to get open space here and surround and conquer and pelt damage down onto them. They have both DPS ults and both tank ults coming online, as well as that beat. We have Self-Destruct, Pulse Bomb, Valkyrie, and Primal Rage coming online for Boise State. We'll see if those get popped early. We do hear Deadeye, and we hear Self-Destruct come out. Chosen takes out Odos right away during the Deadeye. It does not even trigger completely. The Shatter comes out. The beat is dropped as well. There is just ultimates after ultimate being thrown. Bagel's going to go down to Halfcraft, Self-Destruct, and now Matt Merck pulling out the Primal Rage, taking out two. May pops the Blizz. It's going to be eaten by Kel, and the last glimmer of hope to sustain the fight is gone. Boise State still holding.
Phenomenal turnaround. Again, Boise State showing their prowess and their adaptability. They know what to focus. They know what to deal with, and Kel goes ahead, hops off. That is a well-earned arrest. Well played by Boise State as they ramp it up 60% and climbing. And that was everything. CSR have no more ultimates in the bucket. Every single member sitting under 35%. It's going to take too long, and they immediately run into Goblin. Goblin with the rain and pain from above. Matt to follow up on the ground, just lay into 5. Halfcraft getting popped out of that mech. It pretty much might as well have been a team kill.
This next fight for St. Rose is going to have to be a completely dry fight, going in with no ultimates. Boise State sitting down with 2 tank ults. Plato almost having Pulse Bomb again. The Valk is online for Bagel. This is going to be a hard-fought finish. Plato's going to go down, trying to get a cheeky kill with that Pulse Bomb. The Primal Rage comes out. Matt Merck is looking for a boop, does find it on the May. So first environmental we've seen thus far. Now they're going after the tanks. They find Moopy, they eviscerate them, going for the BAP. The Tesla cannon will not let up. And now it's just time to clean up. The street cleaners have entered the field, and Boise State is going to clean up immediately.
What a showing here from Boise State. Phenomenal from start to finish. St. Rose put up one hell of a battle, but that was clean at the end. The ultimate exchanges, the power that was brought to the table. And Goblin, I know exactly what clip is going to play. Oh, it's so good. Just nothing else to say. Nothing.
Kel is asking for the skip. I agree. We don't need to. If you know Goblin and you've ran into him in ladder, that man has enough ego. We don't need to feed it more, in all honesty. But okay, so we were going into the next map, and that does mean that St. Rose gets the pick here. They honestly have a slight, actually it's a huge advantage, just because there are a few maps that Boise State has struggle bust with consistently in the past, and I know St. Rose is a smart team, and they definitely have scouted Boise State before. So I anticipate them picking a map that Boise State does not do well into, and I think it's going to be Dorado.
Ooh, and what's the main reason for that? Let's dive a little bit deeper, as again, now we're getting into the specifics. What brings it out that it feels like Boise State just can't play on it well?
So Dorado, at least in terms of the prep that Boise State has done, I talked about it earlier when we've seen this map pop up. It was getting the supports up onto the high ground so they can capitalize on that and allow tanks, your Diva pushes, or one of your tanks pushes, or Tracer pushes, you escort your supports up to the high ground, but that rotation just takes so long. It's easy pickings for the other team. And we do know that St. Rose has some demon-like DPS when they are given those opportunities. So if they attempt to go with the Dorado pick here, they could eviscerate Boise State.
There is that opportunity. But of course, if there's any team that knows their weaknesses, you would assume it's the team that we're talking about here. Boise State must know that there are some complications with that, and they have a track record as well. And I will say, there are some teams that love to play mind games like, oh, hey, listen, we have a track record. Here, look at this real quick. That might be a little bit too big of a brain play, but at the same time, it can happen. And we actually saw it. I think that was a big thing, even with St. Rose. They know it as well. Even though a map looks favorable to the other team, as long as you play your own game, as long as you play your own style, there is always a chance to come back and prove the naysayers wrong. If there is any team, again, I will say this over and over again, if there's any team that can prove the statistics wrong, it's St. Rose one way or another. At the same time, if it does, then other teams can emulate it as well. But still, it's going to be, I think, a fantastic time to see if they do pick up Dorado. Of course, there are some other ones out there, as we were talking about. You know, Havana can be playing on Junkertown, we also saw earlier. And Rialto seems to be very, very popular here. I don't really understand why, but it's a gorgeous map, so why not, right?
It is very pretty, but if you keep in mind that Goblin is one of those specialists in the form of the Echo and the Pharah player, you don't want to open up more maps where it's just boot potential. But that seems to be a safe pick for most teams going forward. I feel like most teams are comfortable on it, and so it gives kind of that little semblance of even ground, so we could see Rialto.
If we do get Rialto, that'll be really, really fun. Maybe we do get to see that pirate ship coming in once again. We have gotten word Boise is going to go ahead and sub in. What does this mean for someone that definitely... Oh, so actually we have gotten word. It's actually Goblin that's being swapped out once again. So what does this mean?
We are subbing in Maxall. They are a Tracer Warlord. They are a hit scan Warlord. And along corridors, if you are in their line of sight, it is a death sentence. So make sure you're keeping tabs on him. They go for a lot of cheeky plays too. So guilty of liking to take 1v1s when he shouldn't. Definitely punishable offenses can occur here with Maxall being rotated in. He's a strong player, but everyone has their weaknesses, and it's a little bit for the Boise State DPS, it's the egos.
Egos. The Achilles heel right there is just like, don't ego, don't ego. He egoed. Okay, pop him on the back of the head, get him back in the game, get him back into the team play mechanic. I love the fact that there are players that are still willing to take those, but at the same time, you can't put your team at risk for it, right? You cannot do that. We have seen 1v1s actually play out so far. We have seen it, I think it was specifically on Brain not working. I'll come back to it later, but we have seen 1v1s actually quite often, but a lot of those come at a time when the team is already pushing and it's chasing down a single opponent. I'm terrified to see how bad this 1v1 like egoing can go. Like, are we gonna see this ego right in the middle? It's just like, yeah, I'll take that one. That's the team. I don't want that.
I'm really hoping we don't, because St. Rose is here for a reason. They came, they obviously conquered quite a few teams to get to this point. They deserve the utmost respect going into this, and Boise State is, I said this earlier, you have a 6-man squad, you need to act like there's 6 people on your team and work together as a whole unit. Otherwise, you're going to get picked apart and taken piece by piece down by St. Rose. And we are actually going into Rialto, so this is going to be an interesting choice here. I do believe Boise State is going to be on defense first, meaning lots of sniper, long alley corridors. Hopefully we have St. Rose coming out on a dive comp ready to deal with that, as we saw the Wrecking Ball earlier today be a powerhouse for St. Rose. I think that can play out in spades for them if they allow Moopy to do what Moopy does best.
Just let Moopy be Moopy, please. I want to see the Wrecking Ball. I want to see the craziness. At the same time, we've seen these high specialists come in here, and we are seeing a little bit of a difference.
Okay, so this is going to be the Wrecking Ball Sigma comp. Kel is pretty gosh darn confident on the Sigma. Matt Merck is planning to go toe-to-toe with a Wrecking Ball, but Moopy is taking a diva stance this time, so my heart is a little sad. This will be interesting, but this is basically, Kel will be protecting on the high ground. Bagel and Chosen are going to be playing cleanup crew, and as we've seen it earlier, Wrecking Ball and Tracers just go in off Discords or whomever is low and delete them off the face of the planet.
There you go.
Yes,
it has
Moopy!
been nerdy.
Yes! Yes, Moopy!
Moopy did it. Moopy swapped over, and they're taking their time. Moopy? All right, so we have gotten a pause here, and I'm quite curious to see what the pause is about. Hopefully we got some information about it, but we are coming right back to us, of course, and you get to see our lovely, lovely faces. But, you know, maybe some more than others. I've learned that I'm not so photogenic. I'm starting to be very sad about it, but we're getting there. Of course, I'm learning how to be that. But looking at the players so far and what we have seen, it was a last-minute swap to the Wrecking Ball, and we did see the angle being held by Moopy. However, with the pause coming out here and the re-strategizing, what can be differentiated? Has anyone really been spotted? Do you think anyone's been seen? And do you think that plays into the tempo for the side of Boise, who are on the defensive, waiting to see what happens?
I feel like Boise has not seen enough of St. Rose yet to know exactly what they're capable of or what they're going to be pulling out here on this one. And in all honesty, I don't think they're prepared for Moopy's Wrecking Ball.
This is a big question mark I think we've all had on our hands.
However, I will not lie. Matt Merck is also a very, very strong Wrecking Ball. So this is going to be a lot of counter diving back and forth. Wrecking Ball is just absorbing a disgusting amount of abilities and bullets, and teams kind of being left with the, what do we do now? It's going to come to the point of, after the Wrecking Balls have deployed, gone through, used their abilities, taken other people's, who is low, who's in a bad position, and this becomes the game of mistakes, since those comps were borderline identical going into the start of that round. If they stick with them, it definitely is going to be whoever has the better positioning, the better ult tracking, as well as the better target focus is going to come out on top. And I'm really hoping we see basically both teams, you know who the target was because you see just health bar get deleted after health bar after health bar gets deleted constantly.
And there we go. It has been made known. It's Wrecking Ball versus Wrecking Ball. It's pretty much two DPS rolling after each other. Matt on top is going to try and chase around, really hunting it down. Moopy goes, all right, well, he went up. I'll go down. A little bit of a Tracer spray going down for Odos. As we do finally see the exchanges. Top row battle is where they're going to be making their work happen. And immediately the Wrecking Ball is chasing back out. Boise State going ahead and containing this quite low. CSR, they're going to try their best, of course. Do not let go of this payload. That is the most important part. Again, this is a squad that is well known to kind of get a burst of energy at the end. We are making it work. Bird, Boise State just charging up those ultis.
We got Odos looking in to come take down Plato. They used up a lot of resource to get that damage in, trying to poke in on Kel. Kel is looking very low. Bagel's there to help out, and Chosen finds the orbs onto Odos, so Tracer goes down. Clutch goes down to Chosen as well. We got Matt Merck coming in to try and disrupt the res, but Battle Pants was better. They got the res off, but Rulebooker's going to go down to Kel.
What a nasty exchange there. Rulebooker Gonna have to wait for a little bit of a respawn. And CSR immediately gets annihilated. Once again, Halfcraft gonna die to the dynamite of Play-Doh. That's not one you see every single day, but Maxall and Play-Doh go ahead and take one more apiece. And Boise seems to have stopped CSR directly in front of the halfway mark. I've seen this time and time again, even from Bay State. It means that they found that little pinch point. That means CSR have got to find a way around this pinch and get that payload moving.
We've got ults coming online for CSR. They got the landmines, pulse bomb. Transcendence is going to be ready, and they have Valkyrie. Boise State, though, almost has all of their ults online as well. It's going to be a matter of who uses theirs better. Typically, it's he who ult first wins, but Battle Pants popping the Valkyrie here. The Bob got popped. Trance from Rulebooker is going to go out as well. Clutch is going to clean up Play-Doh's Bob. They will go away. And we have Flux coming out. Will Pelt find anybody? They're going to find Diva, and Mercy. Mercy makes it out alive. However, Diva was not so lucky with very, very little health left on their mech. They are now in pilot form.
Kel just kind of using that ulti in a very slightly haphazard way, but those are the only two in range, so why not? It allows you to stagger the deaths here as Chosen flips through a couple HP bars, and just like that, it's a team kill. Boise say thank you very much. We'll continue this trend of domination with a minute left. It feels like this round has gone by so fast already. 1 minute left on the timer, and with only about 2 to 3 ultimates available, you can see Rulebooker even swapping out to try and get that extra piece of utility.
We're going to have both tank ults online here very soon for CSR. Currently, they have the landmines. Matt Merck, though, is going to go into that backline, not anticipating the sleep, but does not take enough damage to go down. The nade is popped as well. The res is gone. It does get popped off. Maxall, though, unfortunately gets a 2-for-1 in the form of himself as well as Odos.
That is an exchange that you don't normally see. That bridge became a catalyst for death, and it was hilarious to watch. At the same time, for the players, not so much. Now taking a look, we are seeing Halfcraft, Moopy, and Clutch all sitting with the ultimates available, and they're going to try and throw it out. Moopy throwing down a couple of those mines just to try and open up some space. It's not really the big damage that we want to see. It's the give me a little space to work with. Play-Doh says, I'm not giving you any space right now. As we are down into the last seconds, Diva Bomb goes up in the air. Halfcraft is able to find Bagel, and Odo takes one. Battlefans is able to revive Clutch, and it's going to be down to 4. Can Boise hold off here? It is OT. It's going to be the slow push, but I mean, this is going to be difficult. CSR need the perfect fight, and they need it 2 times over. 1 push is there, 2 members alive. Halfcraft takes out Play-Doh. Gonna be a little bit more time before Bagel, Chosen, and Kel can get the combo down.
We do have Rally getting popped, and we also have Transcendence. Kel's going to use the Graphitic Flux, pick up Diva. They are going to be very low, losing their mech. Matt Merck also very low, going rotating to the high ground, and with that, Boise State's going to push St. Rose off of the payload and stop it in its tracks.
58.68 meters.
Switching sides.
Impressive defensive display once again. There are teams that are excelling over and over again. And Boise State, we have not seen them, by the way. This is the key factor. We have not seen them at all on stream so far. They have been playing in the background, and they are showing us that they deserve to be here right now. What a statement is being made here. A single push is what we're looking for here. A single push, and they claim the second map and move on to 2CP, the assault maps, of course. At that point, CSR, that might be their bread and butter moment, you know, sitting down there in the O2 position. We don't know. Only time will tell.
And it does look like we're going to go with the Wrecking Ball and Diva for Boise State. Halfcraft is going to be picking up the Diva, as well as Moopy going onto that Reinhardt. Play-Doh picking up the Genji, and Maxwell going with Widow. Bagel and Chosen. First there was a Lucio, but Bagel has switched over to the Brigitte, and we have Zenyatta Brig, and then we've got Rulebooker and Battle Pants coming in on that Lucio Baptiste, with Odos and Clutch going in with the Cassidy and May grouping. That is a find your kill box style of gameplay, and wall in maul using speed from Battle Pants. They can do that. They just need to make sure they choose their kill box and stick to it.
can't go for 2. You can't go for 3. You only got 1 kill box to work with. You better put all your eggs in there. Boise State gonna go ahead and open up with a few shots of their own. CSR kind of jockeying for position here. They're looking like they want to prep for a ground battle, whereas before, remember, Boise went for the aerials. They went up on Single Story, and it's the chase. Moopy does get one. Chosen is gonna fall very, very quickly, and that is one of your main healers. The rest of Boise kind of dancing around on the back end. Clutch is going to take out Bagel. And so far, it's a good stop by CSR, staggering out those healers. And the firing back means Maxwell is going to fall. Plato's going to fall shortly after. CSR definitely holding down the defensive.
That was some incredible staggers. I mean, the supports were the first to go, and then tanks, and then DPS. Well, DPS and then tanks. Perfectly forcing Boise State into a corner for at least 20 seconds until everyone is back up. Having to play a little bit safer here, ensuring that they aren't getting picked off while they're waiting for the full regroup. We've got Plato poking for damage with the boost from the Mercy. Rulebooker is looking for an opportunity to use that amplification matrix in tandem with that kill box that they have set right here at the corner. Plato's going to go down to Moopy, the powerhouse. Reinhardt carrying their team. We hear the slam come down from Matt Merck, but the May is going after them, trying to not let them escape the wall. The ball comes out. Matt Merck goes down. Bagel reses Plato. Is this going to be an opportunity here for St. Rose to continue to dominate as they have slowed down Boise State's pace? Moopy is going to go down. Tracer looking to take down Rulebooker, who will be the ultimate victor in this 1v1, or is Maxwell just trying to stall for time? They are taking out resources and forcing people into bad positioning, opening up Plato's Genji Blade with just the Mercy boost, and with that, Boise State walks away with the victory on Rialto.
We're all getting a hype for the Dragon, but the Dragon was cut short, and Boise kept the pace up. Phenomenal job once again. Let's go ahead, take a look. Chosen is your chosen MVP with the play of the game. Let's go ahead and take a look at what it was.
Ooh. Another one.
Just, yeah, that's your healer going, I am no longer the healer. I am the DPS. Well fought once again. It is 2-0 now, and Boise have made a statement. But again, this is St. Rose. This is a squad that quite literally turned things around on a dime. And I say that because it wasn't a close third game back before. It was straight up done. We are going to do this, and they did. So if any team is to take momentum, shift it in reverse, it's this squad.
For sure. So we're going to be going into the dreaded 2CP here, but this is where St. Rose is able to shine. They have the opportunity to catch Boise State off guard and begin the reverse sweep from this point forward. They can do it. I want more Moopy on ball from here on out. That's my wish. Hopefully it comes to fruition. I honestly don't know. And this 2CP map, I'm interested. If we hear another swap's going to happen, then ultimately, if a swap happens, it could be a make or break if it's the right decision for Boise State to make the swap.
And it's hard to tell, right? Again, it's one of those situations where you're just like, is it really worth it? Even though you do run maybe a 7 or 8 man rotation or 7 or 8 player rotation, it doesn't always mean it excels well. Even for a squad like Boise State, you do have to think about multiple things as we climb later and later into the evening here. To give you a little bit of an idea, I think we're caressing about the 5 to 6 p.m. hour, maybe even later right now. And we haven't even talked about it, but the endurance test that all these players are currently going through is immense. To give you even more information, we started playing at about 9:15 this morning EST. That is well into, I'm trying to think and calculate. They've been playing over 6 to 7 hours of Overwatch right now.
Yeah, and it can get very exhausting. I'm hoping that they splashed water on their faces, they ate food, they drank some of that water, and possibly slapped each other around to wake each other up. It does sound like we're going into a Temple of Anubis here. Boise State most likely going to be on defense. Anticipate a Wrecking Ball Sigma dive happening for Boise State on defense. Or we could see something completely different and then go with a bunker comp. But if they were watching St. Rose, that is just not the smart play.
Just don't do it. Just don't. Please. No. Still taking a look, though. This is going to be Boise State on the attack first. So this is a little bit of a change-up. So CSR, again, they did lose game 2, but saying, hey, we want to see what you can do on the attack for the first time. Maybe get a little bit of information and figure out how you like to play this map and then use it against you. That's what they're going to be looking for. Clutch, of course, on that Junkrat, a hero that I personally love, but that's mostly because I can't aim for anything, so just like arc a bunch of shots and see if I can hit anything.
It played out super well for them earlier this morning with Clutch on that Junkrat. However, we do see Maxwell picking the Sombra. This is not going to be the comp that the hero that Maxwell stays on. This is a strategy that Boise State has pulled out before. Their plan is to go forward and just get Sombra out and into the front gates, have them scout out what the comp is and make necessary swaps if needed for Boise State, or Maxwell may just go with another sniper. We'll have to wait and see, but I could be completely wrong. Maxwell sticks with the Sombra if he feels as though it's going to work.
Oh, here comes the moment of truth. It's just a hard charge to the right for Boise State. They say, look, we're not even going to deal with you right now. The Reinhardt shield got us through a majority share of that pain, and they've loaded into the next area pretty much, and it's a little bit scary. CSR going, where the heck are they moving towards? And of course, you know where the angle is here on the A site, but where do you keep eyes on? Again, at least 4 or 5 members made it. Matt Merck was waiting with the shield. It's just going to bully everyone straight to the back corner. Look at the shield swap and the speed. The absolute annihilation as Matt Merck swings the hammer. Bagel sends some sound waves their way, and Maxwell picks off the remainder. What an absolute clinic and cleanup.
Rollbooker is still alive, trying to make sure they don't get staggered. Objective B has been taken. They should just go down. They'll get insta spawn, so that's okay for their side. As far as ultimates go, it does look like we're going to have Bob online very soon for the side of CSR, as well as that amplification matrix. Boise State getting awfully close to that self-destruct. We have amplification matrix online as well. Clutch still on that Junkrat means Boise State should not go through left corridor. They're deciding to wrap around on right and go with a multi-stage approach here. Now separating to be a 3-pronged trident and pushing into point. Just going after Moopy like there's no tomorrow. He is very low. Diva's doing the best he can to protect him. The amplification matrix comes out solely to heal the teammates. No damage being pushed forward right now. Matt Merck and Kel pull that ult. The Diva bomb lands and takes out 3!
Just over. That's it. Done so. The bell's rung twice. 5 minutes and 11 seconds left. That is a bell thrown to the ground and said, you're done. You have no chance. Boise, complete domination in that rush for the second point. My gosh, was that exceptional.
Not the best time we've seen this evening, though.
No, it's not, but still pretty close. Oh my gosh. I was absolutely not expecting. I saw the ultimates up. I did see the Diva bomb, and I saw the shatter. I kind of knew what was coming. At the same time, as soon as they came up, they just sent it. There was no prep whatsoever. It's like, you got it? Cool, go. No hesitation.
One of the things that Boise State does quite well that their strategic coach Elevote has hammered into them is once a fight is deemed as won or lost, you need to start taking inventory. What ults do you have? What ults are going to be coming up? When do you want to use them? What ults does the other team have? How do you think they're going to use them? Then what's your plan to counter them? And the next thing on top of that, I said it earlier, he who ults first wins the fight. So if you just keep throwing everything you have, ensuring that nothing can be set up, the ultimates are not going to come out and play in favor for the team that is being ulted upon.
Phenomenal philosophy for a phenomenal team, a team that has so far shown exceptional micro and macro through the entirety of this tournament and through this match itself, right? Again, this is a Boise State coming in as the first seed, haven't dropped, I believe, a single series, and we're going to try and push through as well. This is a pinch and a half as CSR immediately have a hacked Moopy, who is on that Reinhardt once again. Painful one to try and deal with as just the lobs from Kel are going to bleed the HP bar. CSR getting zapped away to oblivion. The anti's doing the work as Boise take their hard-earned kills.
Matt Merck already very close to that Primal Rage. Chosen 71 on that Nano. Odds are we are going to see a nanoed monkey followed up by a primal once it's cooled down. As far as CSR goes, they've got the amplification matrix almost ready. They just need to gain space going through this left corridor if that is where they're choosing to take this fight. And they need to dump as many resources into Moopy as possible to keep them alive. But Matt Merck's going in. The primal gets popped. Attack goes out. Amplification matrix is dropped as well. Matt Merck is deleted. Battle Pants pushing their team forward. They did lose Odos, but they are are now equal as far as manpower goes, and the respawns are in favor of CSR.
A little bit of hacks on the backside. Maxwell just trying to play a little bit of spoiler. And they're going to fire it through. In goes Bob, and can you help out? Yes, you can. Look at the clean. Great snipes from Plato to keep them all at bay. And CSR, they thought they had an opportunity, but Plato shuts it down almost single-handedly. Yes, Plato goes down, but it gave time for Kel, Maxwell, Bagel to all come back up in the field. Boise maintain control over A, and that's attack number 2, repelled once again.
2 minutes and roughly 5 seconds left on the clock. That means we've got about 3 fights, if they're done very quickly, coming out for CSR to take this first point. They have the Dragons online. They have the High Noon. They almost have Shatter. Unfortunately, Halfcraft gets hacked, and the Dragons are going to come out onto that Graviton Surge. Rulebook and Battle Pants will go down, but Maxwell, Plato, and Chosen are all down as well. The Shatter comes through. This is the opportunity that St. Rose was looking for. Matt Merck is taken down as well. They're taking their time, grabbing some heals. They can push forward. They do have a foothold. Clutches, they're on the point. Just have to force back Maxwell, and the translocation has come out, but there is an EMP. They need to be careful. Hopefully the ult tracking is there for St. Rose, because there is an opportunity for Boise State to retake, and it does look like they are going for it here with Matt Merck going in with the Primal Rage. And the EMP from Maxwell is about to happen, but the point has been captured. Boise State now just trying to drain time off the clock.
Oh, just a second late. Yes, you'll get the kills, but CSR were able to make the big play. Like you said, they capture the point just in time. That's all they care about. Now you're actually giving them extra ult timers to play with. You're actually giving them more opportunities to charge up. Now you have Odos, who is looking to have that Dragon Strike available, swapping over to that Hanzo. Clutch is going to get immediately pelted with bullets and is going to fall here. Matt Merck is going to be on the side. Plato follows through, and they just clean up the house. No one in Anubis is allowed past this halfway mark, and CSR learned that the hard way.
Got the rally online, but they all, for the side of CSR, they have the self-destruct. Shatter's almost up. They're gonna have Dragons, another Deadeye, as well as the Amplification Matrix. So long as these are staggered out and not dumped all at once, they have the opportunity to take this fight by just a war of attrition on Boise State, as they are hurting on the ultimate front. Down goes Matt Merck. They have the rally in their back pocket, and Maxwell is being hunted down. The flash comes out. There is a Mega Pack, though. He might survive a little bit. Looking to take down Clutch. There's the rally. We do see Battle Pants as well as Rulebooker both getting anti, but Halfcraft comes in, saves the day, taking out Maxwell and Bagel.
That's a shot and a half for Boise. They eat a brunt of the damage in CSR. Unfortunately, this battle is still happening outside of the point, and that's one of the more difficult parts because Boise is so aggressive. They're not allowing the fight to even enter into the temple, and that is actually benefiting Boise so much. Remember, they started with about 4 minutes. It's now ticked down to about 2.5, so really, really hanging true. CSR actually fire away the Dragon, and Odos cannot find too much. Clutch is going to take out Plato. They get the stun on Chosen. Chosen's down. Moopy, Halfcraft as well, each take a few, and Kel is the only one to answer back. It's now Kel and Matt versus the world until Plato and Bagel come back. A contention on the point is going to call it true. Surge comes and plays with everyone's lives as CSR are going to get caught on the end. That is going to be a clutch set of kills for Boise State as they repel the B-side capture.
Battle Pants has that beat online. They also have that Amplification Matrix from Rulebooker coming out. CSR can use those to their advantage. They can, but Battle Pants needs to hang on to that ultimate and be ready for another Maxwell Meteor Strike or the Bob, but Boise State is pushing forward, pushing all the way almost to the spawn doors. Matt Merck looking to get some poke damage and charge up their ult as well as Chosen's.
Odos winging up to the top rows. Maxwell going in with a little bit of an orbit. Not able to fully get the kill, but Odos is able to follow up or get followed up on. Great clip on the back line to take out a few of the DPS. CSR were not ready for that, and now with a minute on the clock, they lost so many ultimates. They need to get that Reinhardt online. They need to get that Diva Bomb online. That was their bread and butter last time. And maybe they can do it, or actually watch. I think that was Boise State's bread and butter. They're going to try their best. They are going to try one last attempt. 50 seconds is plenty to get those tanks ultimates ready to go.
And
Here they go!
was massive
Oh
for Chosen!
my lord! What a play to break down the team! Boise say not today! And CSR watch their hopes die on the wayside. 30 seconds left. You have nothing in the tank. What a move by Boise.
If Odos can get in and get the touch here, we can instigate overtime. There's still time for one more fight to go down. It's just Odos cannot be scouted out like that. Unfortunately, Matt Merck was headhunting them, prepared for that touch. We hear the shatter go off. It did pick up a couple, but no one's going to go down. Plato retreating back. Kel has the Graviton Surge online, and Battle Pants used the beat already, trapping everyone at the front gates. The Diva Bomb goes off, but no one will go down, and Boise State will win Temple of Anubis.
Not only do they win Temple of Anubis, they go ahead and put themselves in the grand finals. What a play here, and we can see the Diva coming in here, Kel having a fantastic time, and I think this is it. Yeah, this is exactly the moment we knew. There were so many star plays. This was it.
Kel Bomb.
Boom. Game ending is what that was. That was phenomenal, and what a play overall this squad has put together. It's been fantastic. First time on the stream, and they give us that. I'm excited. Bay State versus Boise State. I mean, you kind of had to be happy about that, right?
I'm very happy, in all honesty. Like, there is a very healthy rivalry between Bay State and Boise State, so excited to see both these guys in the finals, see what's going to be pulled out, because this is a rivalry that's been brewing for about 2 years now, and for the first time to actually be able to like meet face-to-face at a LAN and go against each other is a kind of momentous opportunity for both teams. So interested to see how all things play out and shake down.
All of the banter between the teams, I'm sure friendly or not so friendly sometimes, can be brought out here at the LAN. And again, these teams, every single team that has played here, I have to give huge props. Maybe you didn't make it into the finals or not, but you have all played one heck of a series throughout the entire day. Multiple teams have been playing through a full round robin. It was 3 series grueling throughout the entire day, and now into the semifinals, these 4 teams are battling it out. Everyone, we have to give a huge round of applause. Any spectators out there, go ahead and give props to all the teams that have played here. If you see them on the side, go ahead and say hi, maybe see how they play, because we do get ready for that interview with Pauly. I think they're about set, so we'll go ahead and throw it down. Are we ready to go or not? Not yet. Very, very sorry, because we want to give Boise State a little bit more time to prep, because that was very, very fun.
I feel like we want to give all players that are about to go into this next game a little bit more time, because as you mentioned before this match started, these guys have been playing since 9. They've been here since 8 a.m. warming up. They are at, like, their fuel tanks are in the reserve portion, and they need to start doing something to wake up, get the juices flowing all over again. Boise State had that opportunity just now to get warm. Bay State is going to use the opportunity now to do that themselves. Hopefully we're going to see them on equal footing. But before we get to the kind of final conclusion of this evening, we are going to get an interview with one of, I believe, the Boise State players, correct?
Yes, we are. So, of course, we know who our interviewer is. So let's go ahead and throw it down to Pauly Hype as they go ahead and get ready on stage.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to HV GamerCon as we just finished our second semifinal matchup, and it's Boise State, who I have here, Mr. Doc Haskell, Program Director at Boise and also head coach and esports award winner. Let me add that as well, too. So, Doc Haskell, what kind of just sense of absolute appreciation you have for Boise and just the sense of pride that comes with this all-star lineup you have here?
You know, it's really cool. I mean, we like these people. We recruit these people. We want to get them out and get them to compete and for you all to meet them, and this event has been awesome. We're super proud of the work that they continue to do.
Absolutely, you know, and your team put in so much time and effort to come all the way from Boise here to the East Coast. I heard about how the travel went with Boise. You know, what went into the preparation, getting over here to prepare you guys for this tournament?
Yeah, I mean, we have to prepare to play in a place like we're playing at home. So everything has to be planned: meals, clothes, and down to sleep schedules. We have to try to make it as natural as we can to play in a foreign place.
Very wise words. Well, you have Bay State coming up next. I think we talked earlier in the weekend. You said it was going to come down to 1, 2, or 3 teams. You got 2 of them that you were talking about. Bay State versus Boise here in the grand final of HV GamerCon. Any particular strategy going into that match?
Yeah, honestly, just read and react. What they do, we counter. I mean, it's a great team. We've played them lots of times before. We have tremendous respect for them and their players and their leadership. It's just one of those, these are the games you get up for, right? These are the games we talk about at the beginning of the year. We want to be prepared to be able to play. The outcome, it's going to go where it goes, but are we prepared enough, and did we put ourselves in a position to have this competition? Yes. So we're satisfied that we've done the work, but there's one more step.
One more step. Well, you guys are definitely prepared. Coach with the coach's card behind the team, ready to go. That was Doc Haskell, program director at Boise State. When we come back, we will have the grand finals of HV GamerCon here on Overwatch. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more.
Ding, ding, ding. Winner.
You know what we could all do with?
Ding, ding, ding. Winner.
More winning Wednesdays. More first dates with zombie kills. More t-shirts that say winner on the front and winner on the back. You know what we could all do with?
Ding, ding, ding. Winner.
Ding, 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 my friend. Ding, ding, ding.
Like a Hellcat. Hellcat.
Rising with each beat of the music is bringing. We're flames in the fire that keeps burning. We're inviting the night in. Welcome, my heart so full, I'm devoting myself to the night. There's no motive, we're just listening, we're existing.
Fuel up for GamerCon with Stewart Shop's Beef Jerky. Don't let hunger throw a glitch in your game. It's easy snacking with Stewart's Beef Jerky. Available in original and teriyaki. A great source of protein with zero trans fat. Less hunger, more gaming. Victory never tasted so good. Game on with Stewart Shops.
Welcome back to HV GamerCon 2022 right here at the Albany Cap Center in Albany, New York. Coming up next, we have a grand final matchup. It's finally here. The culmination of the ECAC experience at HV GamerCon. We have two of the biggest and coveted schools here in the collegiate Overwatch experience, and that is Bay State and Boise State. So these two teams are going to be going head-to-head right now as we're finishing up. Let's pick it up a little bit. I know it's a tight-knit crowd. It's okay. Let's make some noise, whether you're in the back, over on there at 2K. There we go. Here it is, our grand final. Boise State going against Bay State. Over to Nerdy Bird and Orbital for the final cast of the day. Over to you guys.
Thank you so much, Paulie, and I am excited beyond all belief. We are having an absolute blast here. I do believe. Am I talking now? I'll see. But of course, we are having an absolute blast here. We are cruising through this entire day, and I'm so excited. Now I can hear my voice. Now I can hear me. This is great. This is great. Again, I am Orbital, and with me has been Nerdy Bird, and again, the Boise State representative, at least here on the desk. It's been a fantastic day, and again, both these squads have impressed us throughout the semifinals and throughout the entirety of the day. We are expecting this to go the full distance, and I think that's very, very suitable for this. We started with a banger. We're going to end with a banger.
It's the only way to close out. This is it, the moment we've all been waiting for. The rumble in the jungle, so to speak. Muhammad Ali going against George Foreman. Both teams better float like a butterfly and sting like a bee going into this final game. For those of you in the crowd, if you lost to Bay State, I better hear you rooting for them, because you can at least say you got taken down by the #1 team. If you were taken down by Boise State, scream your head off and cheer on those Broncos. Everyone here put full energy into this final match. This is what we have been waiting for. When these doors drop, this is no holds barred for both of these teams.
And off they go. The start of the series here, and everyone wants the upper hand. In comes Symmetra, and you know it's how it's played. Dropping straight into the center with the sight still locked. It is a battle for positioning with Bagel on that Lucio. It's all about the boost, it's all about the bots, and it's all about the beats, because off they go. Big opening by the side of BSC. They go ahead and claim multiple lives, and on Boise State, they're going to try and fight back. You see Faded very, very low. But again, it's Depresso slamming down the hammer. Bagel's able to get one, but that's all there is.
Going in this next fight, Plato already has the wall almost ready to go. We do see the Goblin has swapped over. We might see Plato swap. They are going to change over to that Tracer. For BSC right now, Cave, the powerhouse, is at 50% on that Death Blossom. Abs already encroaching on that ever ominous coalescence that they have just gone into backlines and eviscerated teams time and time again. Cave gets low, uses Raid, gets out. Amplification Matrix is dropped by Chosen. We do hear Coalescence go down as well. Cave, unfortunately, will go down. Right now, Boise State loses their Chosen. Matt Merck is looking awfully low. Nev goes down, Goblin goes down, and Bay State has secured the point for another fight.
Bay State coming in strong here in game #1. A pinch on the wall takes out Matt Merckx, and that is going to quiet everything down. Boise State going to try and regroup. 50% though, still plenty of time to try and work in a recap. And Boise State, they're thinking about it. You can see the ultimates charging up. Plato, Kel, both sitting at about 90 to 95. Bagel sitting on 90 as well. Goblin looking for a few more, about 35%. And the zap is going to be good, though. Faded said, no, we're not dealing with that. In comes the Death Blossom. It doesn't really do much, but it's enough to put
Shatter!
Oh!
Matt Merck with the Shatter, and 3 go down for Bay State. We do hear the Diva Bomb go off. No one gets picked up. Inferno's just trying to stay alive. The bleeding has started. They're going to point. Faded and them are the last 2 people standing. The final defenses have dropped. Boise State will flip the point. 82% Bay State. This is one fight territory. If this point flips, Boise State will close out this one with a bow out to Bay State. So let's see if they can hold this. They have the ult in their pockets, but Bay State does have quite a few game changers as well. As we hear the Death Blossom and the copy come out, Faded goes in. And the shatter goes out. Chosen's gonna go down. The beat is dropped. Espresso is taking Echo across the map right now. Matt Merck going toe to toe. The shatter does not land, but Matt is being pushed back. The point has flipped as well. Faded goes down to Plato. Goblin is down. Kel is hurting on the health front. Plato goes down, and the retake is gonna be a struggle here as we take down the final 10 seconds unless Boise State can manage to trigger an overtime. Nevis Abs is trying to say no to that as they take down Chosen in a 1v1. And it looks like this is going to be the end here for Boise State as Camp pops with that Death Blossom taking down Goblin. Matt goes down. Depresso goes down to Kel. There's a fighting chance. It's very slim, but the stall needs to be strong right now from Boise State if they want to hang on here.
They're trying all they can, but I think that final kill did it. Round one will go to Bay State. Not 100% to 28%. It was a single tap by Boise, and it was very, very close. But again, combinations abound right now by Bay State's side. And with round one, round two, feeling pretty good. Moving into this second, and all eyes really. Nepresso and Cave had a phenomenal time there. Abs on the back end with that Mora, that ulti, keeping everyone healthy while single-handedly turning the tides against Boise as well. But Matt Merck, that shatter was so dang good. If they can replicate that again, we could see it push to a third round here in the first map.
See if Goblin chooses to stick with the Symmetra pick here. If they do, this is going to be a get the beam to full charge and then fight here inside server white area. We do see that the tanks have pushed forward. The sentries have been placed down and are quickly taken out by Boise State. Goblin is low. The Immortality by Chosen's already dropped, so the upper hand is in favor of Bay State right now. Kel is hurting on the front. Cabe gets out, manages to stay alive. Fade is starting to get attacked. Espresso goes down to Plato. Now Goblin pushing forward with full beam, is looking for the Reinhardt kill, looking for the Lucio. Neb is insanely low. They get out alive, but it looks like Boise State might have an opportunity to hold on to this point. They will not, never mind. Cabe is going to take those dreams away. Matt Merck trying to regain some possession here, and it looks like Boise State is hurting on the retake, and Bay State is going to lock down the point first.
Bay State have been looking on point so far at the start. Off the shot, they are moving forward at a steady pace, and they're gonna maintain their defensive posturing. Boise, though, do have their own defense. The amplification matrix is gonna go up. So does the Symmetra wall. A double coalescence of this conjecture, and that's Plato! Plato said, get out, the tire will take you home. And Boise go ahead and take control of this point.
There is still a TP up, so the respawns are gaining an upper hand here, so holding the door is no longer an option for Boise State. They have the shatter, they have the beat online. Kel almost has that Diva bomb, but Infernal is encroaching on that Diva as well. Cabe has Death Blossom ready. Depresso almost has wall, and Neb drops beat for this attack going in. Bagel follows it up. Let's see which beat turns out to be stronger. Matt Bird comes in with the shatter, picks up a couple. Goblin finds Faded and Neb. Down goes the Diva bomb from Inferno, but the Death Blossom's gonna pick up multiple members of Boise State. Both teams are bleeding all over this checkpoint as Plato is struggling just to stay alive and dance around Cabe.
Cabe again and again has been the de facto mark. Always watching, always waiting for that opportunity to show why Reaper should be feared. There's the recap that we were waiting for. There is the passing of the percentage, 40%, and waiting for a bit more. Boise State ready to go for a second attempt. The Symmetra teleporter keeps everyone in check. And VSC gonna try their best as Depresso takes out the opposing Symmetra.
We hear another Riptire go off. It is going to be taken out almost immediately, but it will take out Infernal's mech. Kel has self-destruct online. We see both of the Amplification Matrix get dropped. Kel choosing to use Bomb just to remech immediately and make sure they're at full force. The Shatter goes out, does not grab anybody. Cave goes down, as does Espresso. The remech from Infernal does not pick anybody up. The wall is dropped. Boise State is going full force. Inferno's trying to pick up these supports. Right now it's ring around the Rosie on these sidewalls. Abs goes down, Plato goes down, Kel takes out Faded. Looks like Boise State may have the upper hand as Neb is taken out with a hammer swing.
Devastating blow, and it gave him enough time. Boise are able to recap 83% for the SC, and that does cause some complications. That now means if Bay State are able to take a single recap, they will push for overtime. That is the devastating part. Right now, Boise needs to repel twice. They need to keep Bay State off twice. And that is a very, very difficult thing to say. So far, Bay State have been saying that they are ready. They are ready to fight at all points, and they are ready to take you either head-on or from an angle. Take a look at the Depresso, though. Ultimate is up. They're going to throw up the wall. It is going to cut across the entirety of the sector. Can they make this work? Nev ready with a beat drop. Are you going to pull it out? Yes, you are. All the shields are up. Now's the time to do the damage, and you do. You go ahead and wipe through at least 3, and that might be enough. 78% climbing, though. Boise State trying to maintain a little bit of contest. They had to. Plato with that retires ready, but Bagel gets taken out. Chosen is now on the back end. Going to try their best to try and heal up, but it is already the cap. Bay State looking real ready to go ahead and take this game, number 1.
Right now we have the Riptire online as well as the beat from Bagel. Plato's going to use it as an opening play here. Both beats get dropped from both Lucio's. Cave is coming into the back line with the Death Blossom. Was he scouted? He was. Plato's going to take him out. Matt Burke is going to find Faded. Infernal is out of there. Mega is taken down as well. Neb is struggling to stay alive. Their health is just bleeding out. Abs is at half health as well. Boise State pushing forward as Abs is retreating.
Of all times to get the cap, this is it. Boise keep him at 99. But listen, that's the Demon Bomb going off. Doesn't get much damage. It was right in front of the doorway. Or was able to be locked off. Infernal is now going to go ahead, try and lock up once again. And they send it. It is blocked. It is going to be that fight. Boise claim round number 2. Mere inches away from defeat and force us to a round 3.
All right, now we're moving on into Gardens. This can be a map that results in a lot of environmental kills for both Neb and Bagel. Interested to see if either one of them chooses to go with that opening play with the rollout. It is risky, but it can be worth it. We do see Abs locking in on that Moira once again. Espresso choosing to go with the Sombra that's worked out so well for them. However, going into Boise State, they are well familiar with how Sombras like to operate, and Kel is great at spy checking and getting Espresso to get out of their invisibility. Yes, Bagel is looking like they might do the rollout. Nope, they've changed their mind. They're TPing straight to point, but not in window to not get booped, which is a great play. Locking down point now, just get Symmetra beam up and do not get picked off one by one. Neb is pushing too far forward and will be taken down by Kel. Goblin is going to take down Faded. We see the hat go off, but it's not going to be much as Abs is taken down. Boise State's locking down this point with very much ease.
Boise go ahead, claim control of this site first, and they'll say thank you very much. Again, Bay State, they're going to go ahead, round out. Cave, just going to, all right, you got the first cap. It doesn't matter. We'll go ahead and fire right back. Professor going ahead, swapping over to the Echo. We're going to go for some long-range DPS. Boise State positioning up and well for a potential play as Plato is still looking with that Symmetra, trying to set up a couple of those sentries, but that's a teleporter outside, going to be destroyed here. Depresso says, ain't no one else coming back through. It is going to be Boise going ahead, 21% and counting. Here comes the battle. Here comes the assault. Bay State being repelled very, very nicely. Look at the HP on either side is staying fairly healthy, but Depresso gets 1 kill, does take out Plato. That's a great DPS kill. And they're going to follow through with a bit more. Boise State. One more can they hang on to. Plato is down. Beat drop is used. That might be enough to bolster them through. And it is going to be the chance. Bay State are forced outside. Boise maintain control. And there goes the Death Blossom, I believe. It is going to be stowed away. Cave Once again, phenomenal ultimates all the way around. It is a blood blast left and right, but Boise has taken the most pain. You're at 54, 55%, and now it's also over. Bay State get their chance.
Going into this next fight, we have both tank ults online. However, Bagel does not have that beat drop to sustain through Faded's Primal Rage, so they need to be playing a little spread out and not get juggled off the map. We're going to have Shatter and Self-Destruct. Hopefully, Kel can pick up one. If not, Infernal's going to return the favor tenfold and take out more. The push has already begun. Beat is dropped from Neb. The Faded's Primal Rage is just juggling Chosen all over the place. There is a self-destruct from Kel. They take out Ked. The return self-destruct will result in Inferno going down. Chosen and Plato have both been eliminated. It is equal footing on both sides as far as player standing goes. But Despresso has an ultimate in their pocket soon that can flip this fight in their favor so they can sustain. The copy's going to come out, possibly onto this Diva. Never mind. Despresso says, I don't need it. I can sustain without hitting Q. But the Shatter might be the Assault ultimate deciding factor to do so. It is. They're challenging Matt Merck and bringing them across the map.
Oh, it was looking so good, but Boise, they couldn't follow up. And because of that, Bay State capitalized, and they make a huge growth and investment. 63%. They have not been challenged since they took over. And that is saying something. Boise have done quite a bit, but it is the last chance here. They got round number 2. Can they get round 3? 75%, it is time. You have Plato, you have Bagel, you have Chosen. Drop everything and send it. Press W and push forward. You have the extra shield, you have the extra, but Cave is gonna fly through, annihilates the rest of the HP. Goblin! Goblin Sento! I can do it better. Thank you very much. Boise, phenomenal stoppage.
That took every ult in Boise State's arsenal, though. So now Bay State, it has the upper hand coming in. Primal Rage is going to be on lock. Self-Destruct's going to be ready. The beat is going to be there as well from Neb. Boise State is going to have a hard fight here to maintain control. We are at the 22-second mark here left for Boise State to clutch this one out, but they need to get someone down before Bay State encloses on them and surrounds and destroys them.
Here comes the final battle. Is set. Faded is going in, charging in like the mad scientist he is, but is immediately poofed out of the face. He has to get back in. He has to utilize his ultimate. He is the play. There's going to be the beat drop, followed in by the Mora. The Coalescence is going to fly through everyone. Boise State might not be able to stand the onslaught, and unfortunately they fall. That is a clearance of clearance as Bay State say, this is our Bay. Overtime clicks through, and Bay State in a glorious battle take game number 1.
Play of the game.
Is this that 4K on Control Center? I think it is.
Oh, there it is. Yep, perfect. It only went a couple feet. And Plato nails it home.
All right.
What a match.
That was absolutely incredible and just shows how much these teams have to offer. The next map is going to be picked by Boise State. It is going to be, if I'm correct, Escort?
Yes, it is an
Yes,
Escort
it's
map.
going to be Escort. If it's Rialto, I might slam my head on the desk. I think we've seen enough of Rialto for this evening. However, Vivana is not going to be the pick most likely for Boise State. So I'm interested to see what they do end up picking. But either way, it's going to be exciting.
It has to be. I mean, that was akin to our series number 1 style of battle. But I love the efficiency. That is something that we were really talking about and watching these teams throughout the entirety of the out of the entire bracket is efficiency and well-placed ultimates. The ultimates, the abilities, everything, using them in tandem. And you saw it. There was so much action back and forth, but you could clearly see batteries being built. You know, hey, this is ready to go. Let's go ahead and use it. Let's back each other up. And then consistently doubling on top of that. And this is the point where it's consistent boxers fighting each other and the counters, crosses coming back and forth. You don't know who's going to come out on top until that liver shot comes in at the very end.
Honestly, both teams playing their hearts out. This is a very important game for everyone here. It's exciting. We have to keep this energy up. Hopefully these guys aren't getting tired because I'm sorry, y'all have been here for so gosh darn long. You're almost at the finish line. It's right in front of you. You just need to get that little extra boost to make it there. Let's see who crosses that ribbon and ends up being the true victors here. We still have a couple more maps left, hoping to see it go all the way to a Game 5 because that is what we love to see for the conclusion of a fantastic tournament. But let's see if Boise State can start bringing this one back.
And I'm curious because these are both teams that have efficiently utilized substitutions, and this is where it gets a little bit crazy, right? Because you're sitting there, you're going, okay, well, the opponent's going to possibly do a substitution if we pick this map, but can we actually bring in our substitute? Would that be the proper utilization? Do we actually want to do a role swap? Looking at both these squads, and we have seen them both already drop their substitutes in. Looking at also Boise State's map pick, what is the optimal core that we're seeing here? Or do we actually see, or do they all say, what do you think is going to happen?
If they go with Havana, I'm likely anticipating that Moxel is going to be subbed in for Goblin just to, once again, get that hit scan Warlord, Tracer Warlord into the mix a little bit, and possibly seeing Matt Merck pop onto the Wrecking Ball and just go for that Tracer Ball dive and then have the Chosen Bagel on Zen Brigida, just kind of rotate around, do damage when necessary, and ultimately just keep each other alive so Zen can do the healing and Chosen can get those head orbs just out and demolish people.
It's the ideal scenario, right? That is the ideal pure scenario, and then the opponent's also going to be thinking the same thing. It's like, hey, this is what they're bringing to the table. Okay, we need to match it or we need to go above it. It's one or the other. And I have to say, that Game 1 looked phenomenal from Bay State. It was so back and forth, and yet at the very end, they kept their cool, they kept their calm, and that's something I have really, really had to respect from them. There was at no point did their ultimates just kind of fly out of nowhere, right? They were always watching, right? That last boop on, I think it was Matt Merckx, was something that is very difficult to keep track of, I think, and just like, no, we had to get that away, keep him away, and that was ridiculous to say. I don't know. I'm losing words. I said so many words over the entire broadcast. I'm repeating them over and over again. It's like the broken record that's just spinning and skipping on one spot. But it's true. These guys are making it so entertaining to watch all this fly through, and I can't wait to see what else they can bring to the table because there has to be more. There has to be more.
Of course. There's always more.
Always.
It wouldn't be a genuine Overwatch game if they didn't be like, wait, there's more.
Yeah. Are we going to see the Torbjorn?
I'm hoping we do. However, I don't foresee this being the pick for the Torb. If Boise State does end up losing this one and we go into if they lose the one right before hybrid, because after this it's going to be 2CP then hybrid. If they manage to win this and then lose out on 2CP and they pick hybrid, odds are we'll see the Torbjorn then.
That'd be good because I know we've seen the Bastion a little bit, and it was actually run not as like a cheese pick. It was actually used very, very efficiently in some of those escort maps and used as kind of the pirate ship flagship forward. And again, to everyone tuning in, again, we appreciate you all. And we are waiting, I think, on just a few more players to kind of get ready here. And taking a look throughout the entirety of the day, we still have to give a huge, huge shout out to all of the amazing sponsors that have been here today. You've seen a lot of the ads being run. And just, again, a quick one, Stuart Shops, I believe, has been a phenomenal time here. Dave and Buster's has also been a great hand and helper. And we've had New Street as well, just giving us so much attention and being able to give us this amazing venue and being able to bring all of this event forward. And finally, of course, we have been talking left and right about the side of Brave Performance. This is peak, actually, for that idea. If you are interested in any of that, you can go ahead, check it all out, or even rewatch the broadcast. I don't know. Everything has been amazing. All these amazing organizations and being able to invest in this and bring kids together and be able to play. Again, thank you so much for doing that here. Taking a look, though, we have gotten word that I believe it was Boise State actually doing 2 subs this time.
I think it was 1 sub for Bay State and 1 sub for Boise State.
Okay. I was about to say, I didn't think there were. No, it is. Okay, so sorry. We are looking a little bit off screen, and it does sound like it's 2 subs for Boise State. Okay.
Okay, it was 2 for BSC because Boise State does not have an 8-man roster here. They've got a 7-man roster, and if they sub 2 people, they're going in with a ghost. I'd be a little concerned about that one.
Overwatch 2, they wanted to try it out, and the ghost just decided to hop in.
Why not?
So that's how it goes. But now we're getting word. Again, swaps on both sides. We were wondering about this. This is almost going to feel potentially like maybe a brand new game.
Possibly we could see a completely different play style coming out from both of these teams. We're going into Havana. Interested to see on which side Bay State chose to be on. Are they on the offensive side or defensive side first? It does look like they're going to be on defense first. We'll have to see if they're able to get these long sight lines and use it to their advantage, or if they're going to go for the tried and true hold door method that we've seen so many teams pull out here on Havana.
So much to think about, and taking a look here, will be Boise on that attack. Let's see what they hover over first, as we do see Mekon coming in here. I believe that was one of the swaps moving forward. See what they bring to the table. As you can see, of course, Cabe hovering over that Mei. I will say, I am very, very sad that we have not seen more Mei action. Haven't really seen too many blizzards going across. We've seen a few, but not as many as I would like.
So this this composition that Bay State has pulled out is the hideout in that room on the left side there, that blue building, and then at the 5 or 3 second mark, depending on how your team feels, you're going to push forward and go to the gas station and just wall and maul the doors. Whomever comes out first is going to be the first to die and get deleted. Let's see if Boise State is ready and able to counter that. You can see that they were scouting on the high ground, anticipating that this is going to be the play, so they know what Bay State is trying to do, and Goblin is saying, I see you, and I know what I want to do, and that is pull out the Bassi. Let's see if that works.
They're already set, and that is a great wall coming out here, slowing everyone down. Goblin is immediately punished for their arrogance, or at least attempted arrogance. Well done by BSC, not allowing a single person through, but the payload is moving ever steadily forward. Goblin now swapping over to the Hanzo, is going to be firing those arrows as much as possible. But it is a huge fight straight at the entrance. BSC putting up a valiant defense right here in the opening.
We do see Faded go down. Plato's going to go down to Megan. Now BSC has a decision to make. Do they continue to int forward on this payload and die here together, or are they going to try and push back? It's a risky decision. We see the Immortality come out to save a couple of the Boise State players, but Meekin will pick up Pell. Chosen's Immor was not enough. The freeze is going to come out and take down Matt Merck. Abs is going to be taken down by Chosen, though. Plato is low on health, trying to get a little bit of help here from their support. Forgotten trying to pick up Bagel. Chosen and Bagel both rotating back as Goblin and Plato both go down.
Forgotten did a twist and flick. That was a very, very nasty shot on Plato. This is a very hard to hit Tracer, so huge props to that. Great stoppage, though. Again, taking a look at the movements that have been made so far, it's only about 21 to 22 meters. And that's going to be Matt Burke trying to throw down the ulti. Can you follow through? But no. Forgotten Infernal. Go ahead, destroy out utility, destroy so many people, and stop Boise once again in their tracks. This BSC composition, this stalwart bastion of defensive shielding, has kept Boise State to an all-time slow pace.
Goblin and Plato are going to pick up one apiece. We see the Mei ult come out from Cabe. Fade does find Chosen. Plato's fine by Infernal. Matt picks up Megan, but Infernal also picks up Kel. So right now the spawns are in favor of Boise State, but they need to start getting a foothold here if they want to start pushing forward. The res is going to come out on Kel, allowing them to claim some space. We do see Forgotten choosing to go back and make sure that they do not get taken out and picked off, staggering themselves more.
Hello, greetings.
For the first time in what seems like forever, we have a quiet moment. We have a moment where everyone's just slowly putting together. BSC immediately open up, though. This is going to be the ulti being used. Gravitic Flux is not going to go through. That was shot out of the air. Abs denies Boise that opportunity. BSC going to try and take a few more lives and stop from here at the 4.7. Doing fairly well, but look on the edge. Forgotten is following up on the back end. Can Boise find this player? Can Plato get a bit more? In comes the ultimate Merc, trying to keep everyone topped off and keep everyone shielded up. Doesn't look like he's going to hold steady. Forgotten with the high noon. Trying to find more than one. Gets a shot. Great shot on Plato. That's DPS down, and that might be the straw that broke the camel's back. In go Bay State. They push everyone off. And Boise State might not even get to that first checkpoint. Matt Burke is down. Kel falls as well. Goblin, Plato, Bagel, and Chosen have to fall back to retreat.
There was a lot of ults traded in that last fight. There is an opportunity for Boise State to still get this touch. They do not have speed, but they have 4 ults in their back pocket, whereas to the side of Bay State, they've got Amplification Matrix as well as the Diva Bomb coming through. Plato will send out the Dragons. Goblin got picked up, will be rezzed immediately by Bagel. Bagel trying to stay high with his Valkyrie and stay up. Faded goes down, Megan goes down. Infernal uses the self-destruct. Is it going to pick anybody up? It was too far in the mid. We do have Cave trying to take out Kel. The pulse comes out, but there was the immortality to save Kel. Now, Boise State is pushing forward. There's 1 on payload, 2 on payload. The shatter comes down from Faded, though, and Plato's taken out. Goblin goes down. Faded is killed by Kel. Kel takes out Megan. Now Goblin is going to get rezzed by Bagel. Boise State might get this point. It is right there, and they do find it.
Faded made one more valiant attempt. It felt like that was almost like the game-winning push. And yet that was only checkpoint number 1. You are granted an extra 2 minutes and 30 seconds off of overtime. Boise now realize that this might be a little bit more challenging. They have a little bit of time to work with. They're still pushing forward, 1 on payload. Up top, Forgotten goes, and the rest of the team is going to scatter to the wind. To try and find it out. High Noon is being able to be picked up. Do you find a new one? Shots are hit. Only Chosen goes down. McKell with the Gravitic Flux. Did he catch anyone? I do believe they did. Goblin is going to catch one. In goes the multi-kill. They have wiped it. Boise takes so many kills. Can they keep pushing? They feel like they have the agency. Yes, they do. Cave is now down. Boise find the opportunity and make the most of it.
We have Abs waiting on that high ground there with the Amplification Matrix. It does get popped. We see the Fire Strike go through. Does not pick anybody up. Goblin looking to pick some people off as the Immortality has already been popped. Now Matt Merck has Bongo ready to go. Is going to drop it in a safe location. Try to take out Faded as they drop dangerously low on that health pool front. Uses the pull. We do see Cave go down to Plato. The Bongo's finally down. Matt Merck gets taken out by Faded. Abs goes down to Chosen with some help from Bagel, but Chosen goes down. Faded goes down. Bagel goes down. The Dragons come out. Bob is popped. Megan is eliminated. It is just Diva here on this payload, and they are in pilot form.
It's not going to be enough. It's not enough as Boise push through from an OT. From OT to give themselves another 2 minutes. If there is a team that has resilience, that has determination, and the absolute resilience to never give up, it is this squad. Most would have fallen to OT. Most would have given up. Not Boise State. Bay State have got to recognize that. This is going to be their chance. Another 2 minutes on the clock. Where do we go from here? Faded with those shadows has been on point. The rest of the team needs to get ready to go. Shots go out. Forgotten actually got a Goblin on the back end. That is a Widowmaker on Widowmaker action. Forgotten might have given the team an opportunity. In goes the Diva Bomb. You catch two! That was disgusting right there, Infernal. You got 2. Now your team gets to move forward.
Right now, both DPS for the side of Boise State are just trying to find an opening, get ahead clicked, and open up space for their team. Faded is waiting with the Shatter. They have been an absolute powerhouse with them. We see the Amplification Matrix go down from both sides. Forgotten's going to go down to Goblin. Goblin will pick up Cave as well. Both DPS are down. Now Abs goes down to Goblin. Chosen takes out one. Plato finds another. And Boise State is pushing this payload yet again.
Headshot, 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 and more. Boise State might have just given themselves the greatest opportunity available, and it was all off the fact that they scattered from Faded's Shatter. That was a huge, huge play on the side of Boise, being able to walk away from that ulti. And now they grant themselves more of a Goblin. Destroys Forgotten out of spawn. This is it. This is the push. Boise, just a few more steps. You have 20 seconds. Make it work. Bay State do the same. You're on defense. You're right here. Goblin says no. Chosen says no. Boise State says yes. We are moving forward from OT to round complete. They complete their attacking side.
8.6 seconds left on the clock. anything in the time bank is worth celebration for Boise State with how close they came on both point 1 and point 2. Now Bay State looking to come through and finish off with time on the clock as well. Let's see if they can do it. Who will finish with more time, or who is going to end with a goose egg on that clock?
Nerdy. This series is delivering already, and we're only in game 2. This is going, it feels like it's going to go the distance. We could see that game 5 come out. However, Bay State are going to feel like they can come back with a vengeance. Remember, game 1, they felt confident in certain scenarios, and maybe they have the opportunity again. And main thing, again, on that third point, the Widowmaker difference was real. Goblin holding it down once again with the sniper in tow. Cave just sitting on that may or may not take it.
It is time to act.
We do see Boise State is not choosing to go with that close hold. Instead, they're going to take these long angles. They've got Goblin on that Ash and Plato on the Hanzo. Bagel's going to make the swap over to the Mercy to allow some extra damage boost. Bay State sticking with their tried and true May comp here. However, Forgotten is going to be picking up the Tracer. Boise State does not have a stun outside the form of Kel, as well as just a possible pull from Matt Merck, but that's a lot of resource to dump onto one player. Nope, never mind. Forgotten's going to switch over to that Cassidy, as we see Goblin immediately start pushing out damage here as Bay State touches the payload.
It's all about that close-knit combat for BSC, saying, listen, we're going to try and bottleneck this. We want to ensure that we get our fights off, and I really want to keep eyes on Cave. Once again, Cave has been phenomenal on that Reaper before, and this time around, actually swapping out, said the May's not the choice. It's going to be that Genji, a swap after taking 18%. It's going to be a little bit of a rough one, but matching up with the rest of the team. Boise State racking up into the 20s and 30s already as the house fight breaks out. They round the corner. BSC feeling okay so far about the current circumstances.
BSC has chosen to go with the Shimada bros here on this push. They're claiming space, doing a lot of direct damage, but not able to close out any kills. Bagel got extremely low, but healed up. Matt Merck, same story, still managing to stay alive. Abs is closing in on the amplification matrix. They do pop it, as well as the immortality from both sides. Faded is going to go down. Goblin will be taken out by Forgotten. We do see Chosen has the amplification matrix. The res from Nikon goes off. Bagel gets Goblin up as well, but they are in hot water as we see Goblin take out one. Bagel's going to go down to Faded. Matt Merck's looking to pick up Infernal here. We do see Cave go down, and Bob is going to be popped as well.
Poor Bob just want to have a good time, and unfortunately you do have to fall, but you did the job. You got the job done. Bay State. It's going to look a little bit better, though. 2.5 minutes ready to go to continue to push to checkpoint 1. Oh!
That was a huge stagger coming out from Boise State, and they have multiple ults in their back pocket. Bay State does as well, though. They have that Graphitic Flux. Megan has that Valkyrie almost ready to go. Faded is getting close to the bongos themselves. It's going to be interesting here how Boise State chooses to accommodate those ultimates. We hear Dragons get popped from Plato. They are not going to pick anybody up, but they are going to separate the team for a few moments, allowing Boise State the opportunity to start picking off people. The lift has come out. One person is in it. We do hear the Valkyrie get popped from Megan. No one has yet to die, as the heals and sustain are just incredible. The Valkyrie's going to come out from Bagel as well. Both teams now just trying to find a foothold. Abs drops the amplification matrix. Is that extra damage going to be enough? Goblin will go down to Inferno, but there is going to be a res immediately from Bagel. The deflex did not do much there either. Cave got into a sticky situation, but took 0 damage. Kel's going to go down after taking down Forgotten, and here comes the Dragon Blade from Cave, finding 2, possibly 3, and with that, it does look like Bay State will get point 1 with 1:14 on the clock, now up to 3:42.
See that which is unseen.
Bay State cruising a little bit through that opening set, but it's still not done yet. Boise know what it's like to play under pressure, and if they can put Bay State in that position, they are going to be so dang happy. A couple arrows go out. Plato is going to tag up some damage, and look to hold out steady. 73% and climbing for that player. On the flip, though, Forgotten gets deleted by Kel. That's a huge DPS number that you're not going to have. Cave, unfortunately, with the circuits only, might not be able to do too much. Matt Merck, that's the same. This is picks. These are picks that you are absolutely going to run with. What a fantastic play by Boise. Going for those chases, going for those angles, and prepping it. Kel bobbed Cave on the nose.
Marked by the
We're still in 3 to 4 fight territory with where the spawn door is for BSC. They have ultimates coming in. Infernal has that Gravitic Flux almost ready to go as well. We do see Forgotten take out Goblin. There is no res opportunities for either side anymore as the Skullet swaps did get made when the point transitioned into here. We hear the Dragons come out from Forgotten. Not enough damage to kill anybody, but enough to open up the field. Cave is going to get taken out. We do hear Gravitic Flux come out from Infernal. Meekin's going to find Bagel. We hear another Flux from Kel that's going to get rocked in mid-flight. Goblin looking to pick someone up. Gets a huge dynamite here. Is it going to be enough? It will. It's going to pick up 2. Forgotten, though, did cleanup crew as well and took out 2 of Boise State's players.
That rounds out at least 2 minutes of play. What a style. But BSC still fighting true. Boise able to take a little bit of time off the clock. Now they're going to have to try once again. No real ultimates in the pocket. Goblin has one, yes. But the rest of you are flying a little bit blind, and BSC are still pushing. They're going to go ahead and send them Bob. Give yourself a little bit extra room to work with. Are BSC going to be able to do it? Are Bay State going to be able to follow through? Yes, they are. Faded. Forgot to take one apiece. The arrow actually gets chosen out. That one hurts a little bit. Infernal finds Matt Merck's life, and Faded follows through again. Mikon even gets into the action as Goblin takes K's life. Kel is going to go down to the flail while Goblin falls to Forgotten. What a rebound from BSC as they again push to the second checkpoint.
2 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. They can beat the time of Boise State. We do see the swaps coming out back to the Widowmaker for Goblin. They were an absolute unit on the Widow and clutched for Boise State on this attack. Cave coming in close on that on Dragonblade here, though, could be a force to reckon with as they've proven to be so deadly, picking up a 3-piece last time. Forgotten looking to use this Dragon Strike here soon, also to separate Boise State. Takes down Plato. Dragonblade is going to come down as the amplification does, but they get rocked and flailed into oblivion. Forgotten and Cave both fall. Abs goes down next. Bay State is now forced to back off.
Cave made an ultimate mistake with the ultimate. Charged in, tried to dash past the opposing team, and then pulled out the ultimate. That is a huge mistake that went through. The rest of the team is trying to capitalize on it, though. They were able to disrupt the movements of Boise and move forward a little bit further. Great stun coming out on the Infernal side. However, this is dangerous. Cave swapping over to that Hanzo now and saying, okay, I'm not going to put myself in that situation again. It was still so dangerous. Oh, Boise, give it their all.
I want to see the, yes, there comes the Dragons from Plato with the Gravitic Flux, but Forgotten's going to take out Goblin and Plato back to back. The hit scan coming in clutch for Bay State right now. No one was taken out. Forgotten picks up another. Bagel pops the rally, and unfortunately Chosen and Bagel will both go down. That payload inching ever so close to the finish line.
It's terrifying to think we're getting down into the minute territory. Forgotten still finding kills on Goblin, and that's a huge pick that you like. Matt Merck is going to swab through the Wrecking Ball to try and stall for time. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. Goblin going to respond and do their best. It's right there. It's 2 meters left, and that looks like it's almost down 1 meter less than so. Can they defend? Yes, they do. They push off a majority share, but Forgotten is just wreaking havoc in the back line. That's 2 and Util. Cave and Mekon follow through, and Bay State will round out round 2 with 1:31 left.
Boise State's time will be up to 1 minute. 30-second differential is about 1 fight, and that can be the ultimate deciding factor, especially on these payload points. Boise State is going to be pushing first. Let's see how far they can get this in just 60 seconds. Hopefully they can break down the close hold that Bay State's most likely to be pulling out here in the very beginning faster than they did last time, because they definitely struggled with it and it took away so much of their time.
What a ridiculous setup here. What a ridiculous battle. Again, back and forth. It's gone over and over again. It is the chance for Boise to be able to tie things up here at a 1-1 stance. However, in this heated battle, if Bay State are able to move up to 2-0, the amount of relief that would be felt by them would be extremely immense. Now we're going to go ahead. 20 seconds left on this setup. Let's take a look at what they're going to play with. Goblin actually sitting with that Widowmaker to start things off, saying, look, at this point, we got to do it. We got to play hit scan registry. On the flip, Cade and Forgotten are sitting with the Cassidy as the voice line is so good. Couple months late or early, if you will.
There's quite a few swaps coming out from Boise State, anticipating that this is going to be a close hold. They're going for that TP play again, but just using it as a distraction, going to pull attention for just a few moments. The Immortality has already been dropped. Chosen's Inmore is destroyed almost immediately. Matt Merck is forced back, as is the rest of the team. Inferno trying to take down Goblin, who pushed out alone. They need to be careful trying to take these off angles, or they can easily be eviscerated. The wall is put up, and that is going to stall another 30 seconds off the clock. The Shatter comes out from Faded, but they hit the payload. Doesn't matter. Mika, Forgotten, and Cable each pick up one. Goblin's going to find Forgotten, but with that, Boise State is back in the spawn.
It's always Faded. It is Faded's game to lose here. The shadows are make or break for Bay State. And at this point, it's making it work. 10 seconds left. You have to get to that payload, but it doesn't feel like they can. 5, and counting down 2, 1. And can they make it? Yes, they do. Overtime. Overtime prepping up here. What can they do? Faded. It's still going to fall through. Mika takes one, Ab takes another. And Matt, Mark, and Kel are going to fall. Goblin on the back end. Plato is firing it back now. That's a series of kills that they might be able to work with, but it might be too little too late. The Blizzard to zone them off. It does enough, but the OT is still climbing. Are you kidding me? Boise, they're doing it. They're rallying back. The desperate climb and cling to life has made it that they're still pushing 3 on the payload in OT.
The game is not over until those red or blue letters go across the screen. They are giving it everything they've got right now. Inferno has that self-destruct. Megan is close to the beat. Bagel has 2% till they get their beat. Plato almost has Blizzard. Matt Merck might get a fatty shatter in here. Kel is close to that self-destruct. Faded, though, has another shatter coming into his back pocket here quickly and does pick it up. The shatter is popped. No one is grabbed. The wall is dropped as well, but there is a stun. We hear the beat. Cave goes down. There is a Blizzard. It was eaten. The self-destruct picks up Matt. Inferno goes down. Chosen goes down. Beat is dropped. Boise State gets off the payload right in front of the first checkpoint.
Score.
It's a heartbreaking moment in OT. As you know, the longer you are in OT, the faster the clock winds down. Honestly, Boise, to be able to maintain for that long and climb from basically 2 meters to, what was it, 15 to 20. That is a phenomenal feat to be had. And BSC are actually going to have to try and run the same. So keep in mind, Bay State only have about 1:30 on the clock. At that point, with OT included, that's how long Boise held out for. This is still a dead even game. It's gonna be so close right now.
And Boise State is going to give Bay State a taste of their own medicine, going with the close hold opportunity as well this time, as opposed to giving them so much free space as they did at the start, holding on those high grounds. Instead, they're going to be going into that building on the left and pushing forward at the last 5 seconds and taking the high ground on top of the gas station. Plato looking for those wall and maul opportunities with the follow-up coming from Bagel with the speed boost onto Matt Merck. Let's see if it'll work or if Bay State's going to see it coming, because they are scouting through that top door. Odds are they know Boise State's going to try to give them a taste of their own medicine, and they are prepared to counter it, because May counter walls can be a saving grace and an end-all be-all to the wall and maul comp if there's another May you're going up against.
3, 2,
Let's see if they were ready. A chase back on the far side. Everyone's around, and an immediate opening of a shelling from that Cassidy, but it's a nice little stun out. Infernal is able to find one, Forgotten finds another, and Infernal takes that DPS to town. Chosen's util is out, and Faded collects some heads. Kill is killed. The mech is down, and the trays are flying high. Forgotten is forgotten in the realm of death, but Boise falter more. Faded with a slam on Kel brings BSC in control of this round, and Boise has to fall back. 5 members up as BSC ride that payload like a victory horse.
They're pushing forward, leaving 3 on 3 to go. Faded is very close to that shatter, well ahead of Matt Merck on the Reinhardt. No ults in the pocket for Boise State, whereas Faded and Abs are getting close to those game-changing moments. Let's see who's going to do it first. Goblin is going for the high ground. Lucio Bagel comes in to try and get some contest on the payload. Kel maintaining that high ground player presence, going toe-to-toe with Infernal. Forgotten pops the Deadeye. Let's see if Chosen goes down yet again. Goblin's gonna go down first. The Deadeye does not pick anybody up. That game-shifting ultimate is not abused, but the shatter from Matt Burke might be the cleanup that Boise State needed. The extra gas in the tank has been put in. Cal picks up Faded. We have Chosen, who's alive, just barely go down. Megan finds Chosen. Forgotten finds Bagel. Cave is going after Matt Burke. We are now in overtime. The self-destruct is dropped. Cal fighting for their life, does not remech. Megan using the sound wave, taking them down. Goblin drops, and the blizzard is dropped along with the shatter. Boise State cannot touch the payload.
Bay State, you can see it on their face. They won, but that was not pretty. That was a slaughter. That was a painful round. Everything just collapsed around. It was crazy to say the least. Again, these players are out for blood. A single mistake can cost you so much, but I mean, that highlight right there, they looked amazing. Looked so good.
All right, now we are heading into danger zone.
I mean, danger zone for Boise State. I mean,
it's danger zone for everybody. I mean, Assault is danger zone. Nobody likes it. Everyone still has to deal with it. Boise State gets map pick. Hopefully they play it into their hands. They're probably going to be avoiding Temple of Anubis. I'm just going to tell you that now. Most likely avoiding it, just like I've said. Do not play that against Bay State. Just don't. It is not your cup of tea ever. So with that in mind, probably going to see my apologies. Probably going to see the Volskaya Industries get played here.
We could see it again. We could see it again. And, yeah, well, the whole thing about it is, again, neutrality is really all we're saying here. At this point, both teams feel fairly well, or is this going to favor someone else? Now that's the question to ask.
Okay, so I'm actually thinking now there is kind of a strat that's not used very frequently by Boise State that they do have there in their back pocket for kind of one of the most hated 2CP maps of Hanamura. If it is Hanamura, expect something a little bit creative. It's the only way I can put it. It's very creative. It does work out sometimes, but it is not the easiest thing to pull off. Everything has to be timed exactly, and all of the damage needs to be focused on the perfect targets, and people just need to be like, you need to hear one of the BSU players call a target and then see the health bar get depleted and gone, and then the next target's called, and that target's deleted. If that's not happening, it's not going to work.
Ooh, that is a very bold strategy. It is the pure... the very rare hero spotting is what I will call that one. That is, I see hero, I kill hero, and it's not a team game. It's not, oh, we're worried about the front line. It's you're gone.
Yes.
This is player gone, whatever it is, and I love that idea.
You're gone, you're done. However, I can see, because I have glasses on right now, thankfully, and I'm going to eat my words because it looks like Boise State's going to do the bold move here and go with Temple of Anubis. They have a strategy they've also been working on here with their strategic coach that may work, but everything needs to be timed absolutely perfect. Otherwise, the breakdown in the rotation is going to be really easy to make the team easy pickings for Bay State.
Boise hoping to draw a little bit of St. Rose magic here. Turn around the OP reverse sweep. If there's any time to gather the spirits and go ahead and send it forward, this would be it. I have been absolutely thrilled at the action that we've had, though. That is by far the tightest overtime of a round of Escort that I think I've seen in quite some time. Fair inches, that's what it was, or meters, whatever you want to say, centimeters even. It was such a round to be had. And looking at it, if it is actually, as you said, Temple of Anubis, it's scary. Because this now means that Boise State have crested. There is always a moment in a best of 5 where you're like, okay, either we play very safe because we're in an 0-2 position, or we also do, listen, we're 0-2, what else could go wrong? Send it. It's two sides of that mindset. And it sounds like feels like Boise have actually chosen the far send it moment.
It's make it or break it time, and they're pulling out everything that they have in their arsenal. You can see they also made a jersey change. They were in black jerseys. Now they're sporting that Bronco orange on stage. I mean, if you smell bad, you're going to play bad. So changing the jerseys after so many hours is a good idea. Sorry, Doc. I mean, if you look good, you play good. Gamer funk is a real thing, though.
There are some moments, I will say. Years past, those were the days of rampant activity of just whatever gets you the win gets you the win. And it's like, listen, yeah, chemical warfare was a real thing there. It was a time. It was a time. But of course, we don't have that here. And again, in this fantastic venue, everyone is very nicely spaced out, able to see the entire crowd in front as well. And it's the feeding of the energy, the feeding of the crowd, and feeding of previous opponents as well. The banter can get to everyone, and I have to say that's one of my favorite parts of the whole thing.
It's got to be banter in good heart and good
Yes.
faith, though.
Yes.
No one's seeking to really make anyone feel bad with the words that are shared here. Of course, it's all in good fun, but both of these teams this is a grudge match. They are in it to win it. They're doing everything they possibly can to come out on top. If some words are thrown and it's not kind of done with it's just being competitive and it's actually meant to be mean, I would be surprised. I highly doubt either one of these two teams would do that.
There is also a moment where I'm just like, I let's show my age again. Let's show my age as best I can. I am currently 29. There were days of old where it was just the downstairs basement matches and no comms except face-to-face verbal altercations were made, and it is some of the most heinous activities that you could throw at one another. And that was to rattle your opponent. That's the best part. But to potentially see some of that come out here, I don't think we will, of course, but like anything to get in your opponent's head. Anything.
I don't want the mudslinging.
No,
I
no.
don't want the ad hominems. None of that. We keep it clean here. It's all about the good fun, the sportsmanship,
Yes.
and honestly just enjoying
Yes.
and celebrating the hard work that these players put into it. And hopefully they see that as they are here at the finals, gunning for that championship title. Let's see who's going to get it. Currently, Bay State has the upper hand, but Boise State's looking to start that reverse sweep. We saw it once earlier today, and hopefully Boise State can start channeling their inner St. Rose, but if they can't, it's going to be GG, and Bay State will walk away with the victory here from Temple of Anubis.
And of course, after this, we will have a award ceremony, of course, presented by Pauly Hype. It's been fantastic having him as well, and huge shout out to every one of the production crew as well. I know you see us very, very often. You've seen some amazing casters throughout the day, but the unsung heroes are the production behind the scenes, and that's what they've also been talking about on a lot of the panels. Is a lot of these productions. There's so much more than just meets the eye. Same as the players, same as the competitors. There's so much going on behind the scenes. You got coaches. You have even positional coaches nowadays. You got the head admin, whatever you want to do, the coordinator that's working with specific plays, and then the overall coach that's working with mental capacities, making sure the team is always set together. There are so many little pieces that culminate in grand finalists and champions, and that is what we are going to crown here today at the HV Gamer Con. It will be done here either in this game or a few more down the road. We are on to map number 3. Let's get into it.
Boise State is actually going to be able to be on defense first. Let's see what composition they choose to go out with. They have Goblin and Plato still in. It does look like we have had Nebs subbed in, so no more Meekin for this map. And we see Cape. Oh, okay. Something fun and a little interesting might come down here. This is a Boise State tradition. We ask an opponent every LAN that we go to if they're willing to let this happen, and it does look like Cape is going to be that good sport. We possibly will see a hammer battle to the death on the point between the two Torbjorns. Pick your favorite and root them on. Let's see who gets the better of the hammer swings from the tiny little dwarves.
All right, so I know you're going for Goblin. My money's on Cave right now. Cave is the one and only. So Cave, if you let me down, I'm gonna let you know you made me sad, buddy. You made me sad. Oh no!
All right, that's fine. Maybe later.
Maybe. Oh. I'm depressed now. I'm sad. We're getting underway though, and again, it is Goblin actually setting up this Torbjorn, and this is actually a very valid strategy as well.
It is, and it is going to get some annoying poke damage as well. It's going to force Infernal to actually put attention towards that. And Despresso does take it out very quick. We see the Ant come out from Neb, and they immediately push forward. They manage to take out Bagel. Plato gets one as well. Goblin picks up Neb in return. Both are down to a side. The respawns are in favor of Boise State, though, as Bay State now has dropped 3, dropped 4. Despresso has respawned. Matt Merck, though, is going in for blood. Despresso's coming forward. It does look like the reset's going to have to happen, and it does look like Goblin is going after Pilot Diva, looking to get a hammer kill right out the gate. Will they be able to do it, or is Kellen McGurkin going to take that away, as Kel does notoriously? And it is going to be Kel taking out Infernal Pilot Diva. Sorry, Goblin, no hammer kill for you.
No. Well, now you're even more sad. You're just like, man, I want to have some fun. I want to enjoy this match. And yeah, take your anger out on the box. Do it. Do it again. Do it again.
All
Boise
right.
State, though, one defense set. That was a phenomenal one to have as well. And the ultimate couldn't really handle any of the ultimates. So really going to watch this second charge and what can Bay State do.
I want to see Boise State staggering their ultimates a heck of a lot more going into this. What has been their Achilles heel thus far is they'll dump 2 and 3 ults into a fight when they needed to only use 2, and then Bay State returns the favor, only dropping 2 of their own and keeping their economy more in favor of themselves. So Boise State needs to keep an eye on that and not drop ults needlessly or to just be showy. We do see Neb goes down. Matt Merck is going to use the Fortified. Diva is going to get extremely low. The Immortality has come out. Infernal is going to be demech. Pilot Diva is now in the house. Let's see how long they survive or if they're going to be taken out.
Faded, looking ready with that ult. He is ready to try and lay it down, but the question is if no one else is really there to back him up. Ab needs a little bit more time with that nano. He's going to make it happen 80% and climbing. Shots out from the ring, though, and that's a critical blow. Kel is able to find a presso, and that's a huge pick to have. Boise really showing prowess here. We said Temple of the Newest might be a little bit scary to play against Bay State, but Boise are showing an exceptional proficiency here on the defensive pattern.
We do see that Abs has swapped over to that Ana. They almost have the nano boost ready to go for Faded, or it could be put onto Neb just to allow for the Brigida to go hog wild. Boise State, though, has almost every ult in their pocket. It's set for that rally. Both teams got pretty equal on that front. The only one that's going to be down is Neb on the rally. We hear the nano boost. We hear the amplification matrix. We hear Bob. We see the Torbjorn Molten Core as well. That was so many ults for Boise State. They are just left with their tank ults. Never mind, Kelly McGurk is going to pop that self-destruct. Nope, it was Inferno who's going to pop the self-destruct. So still 2 ults in their back pocket to sustain to make sure they don't get rolled onto the second point very quickly. And Bagel will have rally as well.
Listen, you expended everything on Bay State's side, but it was worth it. It was very much worth it. 40 seconds left. Now you get a bit of extra time. It's going to go ahead and bump right up to 3.5 minutes. And you still have the Presso's ultimate, right? You still have the Dragon Strike ready to go. That one's going to feel okay. For Boise State, though, you have to, like you said, on the tank. Can you make it happen? Kel is going to go ahead and try and set up a little bit of a trifecta on the top side. Ensure that the Presso does not get that great angle. Shots through the opening as everyone is challenging for that rightful position, either in the main or on the side. And it looks like they are going on the side. That's going to be the Dragon calling out. Do they find damage? No, they don't. And actually, Infernal's the one that eats a massive set. Out they go with the mech Play-Doh. And it will take a dynamite face to Infernal. Faded is going to follow through with the Winston and take 1. That's Goblin, and that's a main key playmaker. However, BSC say, okay, we don't want to challenge too quickly. We got to kill, but it wasn't worth it. We'll fall back and
we have both supports ults on line for Bay State. Chosen is encroaching on that amplification matrix. Bagel has the rally. Kel has the self-destruct. We hear the nano get popped, as does the rally. Cave is looking to pop Bob here midway through the fight to play cleanup. Kel, though, pushing so much damage. Kel is going to take out Cave. Abs will take out Goblin in return. Faded goes and grabs the Mega Pack. Kel takes out Neb in the process. Kel will lose their mech, though. Doomfist, Goblin on the Doom's going to come forward. Chosen's going to get taken out. This is now going to be Doomfist City if he can manage to get enough stuns. As Kel takes out Inferno, Faded is going to take out Chosen. Goblin and Kel goes down. Kel, it is now just Matt Merck on this point trying to sustain it. They have the support there. We hear the Moira swap from Chosen as well to just get people out on point quickly as Cave is just poking for extra damage. They already have the bomb in their pocket, trying to see if they can open up another easy push for their team.
You have to give props. Boise were really fighting that one off. It looked very, very dangerous, but Bay State just could not collect. Again, getting those kills down, it's where the kills occur that is most important. For Boise, they got the kills outside of that point, and they're going to slam in. This could be a good little knockup, but immediately capped out. Goblin forced away from the fight, but Depresso is going to send the Dragon roaring. Once again, Infernal is able to find Goblin's life, and that is huge. Again, DP DPS is down, and they're going to call the Diva Bomb. Can you get behind the wall? Kel is going to rock that one out. Infernal is going to try and walk their way in, and Bay State want to say yes. They want to get on the point. They had to. They had to. This is very important. Can you cap at least a third? If you get a third, that's going to be really, really nice. But Goblin and Chosen say no thank you. Play-Doh follows through, and a huge double is going to clear it out. Look at the kill feed, Boise State. They absolutely, no way. You get one, and you get nothing else.
All right, so we did see Espresso make the swap over to that ever devious Echo, and Goblin is going to have a heck of a hard time. Let's see if Goblin chooses to make the swap, recognizing that the Echo has come out, or if they're just going to heavily rely on Kel and Chosen to take care of Echo. Goblin now taking the high ground, going back towards their team. We may see that swap happen. We've got Play-Doh coming in with their ultimate. The bongo gets dropped from Matt Merck. We have Monkey jumping in. Faded gets eviscerated. The rally comes out from Abs. Well, sorry, the rally comes out from Bagel. There are multiple ults online for Boise State. They're choosing to hang on to them, knowing this is not the last that they will see of Bay State pushing forward as Faded and Cade have the opportunity to get in here and touch point and instigate overtime. Inferno is getting ever so uncomfortably close to that game-changing self-destruct. Depresso is going to go down to Play-Doh. Bomb is thrown by Kel as the Reaper races onto point. Neb, Cape, Espresso, and Faded all go down. It is just Inferno on this point. They drop the self-destruct. They go for the remake kill, but they will be taken down by Chosen. Ana is being pushed into the corner. Overtime is done. Boise State holds off Bay State on point 2 here for Temple of Anubis.
Bay State have the record, but that does not dictate the present. You only get one, and Boise State have got to be happy about that one. Now they have the chance back. All you need to do is cap one on B, and you'll be happy. Of course, for Bay State, though, that was their attack. They may be a defensive squad on this side, and we got to watch it happen in front of our eyes. So well played, though, on both ends. Now let's keep in mind and keep stock of how this kind of rolled out, right? Boise State were able to fight away on the earlier attempts. It was a site that they soaked a lot of the minutes off of. You were looking at, I think, about 30 seconds left after the cap by Bay State. So if Bay State are able to do the exact same and keep Boise down to approximately about 30 to 40 seconds, it will make everything fairly even. However, if Boise State had an answer in the defensive, they have to have another answer for the attack.
All right, so if Bay State watched the earlier game of Temple of Anubis for Boise State, you're going to see that we are pulling out that Sombra yet again. However, while the strategy is going to look awfully similar to what was done earlier, it's going to dramatically change in the fact that we do not have Matt Merck on that Reinhardt. They're choosing to go with the Winston here. So Winston and Diva, Play-Doh, and Goblin are going to have an intense amount of seed coming from Bagel. Let's see if they pull off the strategy I'm thinking of. I don't want to announce it just yet because I may jinx it.
Defend objective A.
What are we going to have here? A little bit of bouncing around, just taking some time to regroup and really decide where you want to hunker down. Throwing everything to the wind. They go for a side alley play, and they're going to route through, but Goblin is immediately smoked out, and Cave says no thank you. Listen, you aren't going to have that same opportunity that we saw, but a huge hail of bullets. Cal is going to try and send it in. The shield blocks the majority share of it. You can see it, PSC going, all right, we know where you are. You don't have a lurker. This is fine. We can play with this. We can absolutely maintain control here. But, oh, big surprise coming around the side. Bagel is going to eat it. Hack is Infernal. And that's a dangerous scenario to be in. Great Rebello coming right back. So Bagel takes right low. Goblin as well. And Matt Merck is murked right there as PSC keep calm and fight on. But keep eyes on that point. Can they cap? They need at least a third to be able to make it worth. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. BSC rightfully repelled. The invaders of Play-Doh gets a huge bomb off on the back end.
We do have Chosen, who's still in here as well. Almost has that Coalescence on lock. We do see that the amplification matrix is rezzing. Presso still coming forward. Abs drops that amplification. Faded is hacked, but has Bongo, so they need to be taken down. Cave drops the Molten Core. Matt Merck goes down. Chosen takes out Abs. Bagel goes down. Play-Doh takes out Cave. This is back and forth as Inferno gets hacked. Kel is demeched though. Play-Doh picks up 2. Prezzo picks up Bagel. Kel is fighting for their life in Pilot Diva form. Bagel's coming forward with that sound barriers. Goblin's chilling out here waiting for the retake opportunity for their team. Chilling out with that EMP blast, and it's going to be very difficult for that to be countered by the side of Bay State as the defensive ults are not there.
Bay State gave a third. Do not want to give any more. 2 minutes and counting for time down. And if you don't get them off point, you're very, very happy. However, Boise State looking to change things up. Goblin ready with the EMP blast on the back end. Bagel ready to go with their own ult. Getting Calvin goes straight in the middle. That's a great EMP ult catches 3, but those are 3. That is crucial. Nev came and Faded do not have their abilities up yet, but Infernal throws it right back in their face. A Gravitic Launch catches 3 and slams them all to the ground. Depresso slash home some kills, and Boise State have no answer. A great stalwart defense, impenetrable this second time around.
So hear me out. That was an EMP trade for almost every single ultimate the Bay State had in their bank. Boise State now is going to be going in with Primal Rage, Self-Destruct, and Coalescent. Beam down the squishies, throw people all over the place, drop the bomb on those who are in mid-flight. Goblin gets taken down by Infernal. We hear the amplification matrix from Abs. Bagel is going to go down. We do have the remake. Infernal's going to go down. Plato goes down to Despresso. This is starting to become very painful for Boise State. Goblin's going to swap off and choose to go with the Widowmaker. It's time for the duel to take place. Let's see if it happens. Infernal's going to swap to the Diva to get the fast respawn. Neb is keeping their team alive with this Brigida here on the side. Boise State attempting to rotate towards the high ground with a Mega Pack as Matt Merck getting dangerously low, as is Neb forcing out the Immortality Field. Chosen goes down to Faded. Inferno's trying to take down Matt. Bagel and Chosen both go down. Boise State has no supports as Bob is dropped on the point. 11 seconds left. Someone needs to be ready to touch. It might be Plato. It might be Tell. If Boise State has a shadow of a chance here, Plato needs to get this touch and not get taken out. They do it just in time to instigate overtime as the core bolt is going to go all over and bleed on that floor. The bongo is going to get dropped. Matt Merck is swapped over. Kel, Plato, Bagel all fall down. That timer is ticking down. Matt Merck is playing their heart out. And with that, Boise State will not be able to take the point on Temple of Anubis.
Victory.
They will not, as that will be the game. What a phenomenal ending. Boise State put up one hell of a battle. From start to finish, it was nothing but jam-packed action. But Bay State reigned supreme. It was map 3. There was so much going on. But they pulled it off right here. Faded. The absolute monster decimates in the play of the game. Bay State will go ahead and be your HV GamerCon Overwatch champions.
Congratulations, Bay State, and congratulations to all of the teams that were here this evening. We do have Boise State coming in second. However, we will be crowning our first, second, and third place after this break.
Welcome back to HV GamerCon 2022 right here in Albany, New York at the Albany Cap Center. This has been an amazing event so far throughout this entire weekend. I am joined on stage here by Lydia Pfister and the commissioner here of Dan Kuhn, the ECAC conference. Thank you guys so much for putting on such an amazing experience. This is now the second event. COVID sidelined it for 2 years, but we're back stronger than ever. We had a great event here in 2022, and we just concluded Overwatch. So without further ado, let's bring up our top 3 placers for HV GamerCon in the Overwatch category. Coming up in 3rd place, let's make a round of applause for RPI. Gonna take 3rd here. Congratulations, as everyone will receive a medal and their 3rd place trophy for HV GamerCon. Congratulations. Absolutely. You know, we talked about this on the panel, Joe being a startup school, getting his team once again as a student-operated college, getting them into 3rd place here at HV GamerCon is pretty impressive. Congratulations. Pretty amazing. Congratulations, RPI. Okay, and in 2nd place, a stunning grand final performance, came up very close. But it's Boise State. Boise State, come up and get your 2nd place. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations, Boise. Came out on top in 2 different game titles here. Top tier division. They do get the Rigorous Travel Award. They get the Rigorous Travel Award, that's for sure. Yes. Okay, and finally, in 1st place in the Overwatch division, it's going to be Bay State. Let's make some noise. 1st place, Bay State. Come up, you'll get your trophy, your medal. What's that? No, I'm good, thank you. And you'll also get from Lydia a power card right here from Dave and Buster's. Dave and Buster's power card goes to the champions. Congratulations, Bay State. Maybe you want to just do our interview now real quick? All right, so let's interview Neb. He's sitting here on the end. Again, you guys just won Overwatch. You guys were confident going in. You know, you had it on your face. How do you feel being the champions of HV GamerCon in Overwatch?
That's how it should be.
Simple, subtle, to the point. You got to respect that from this man. You guys played fantastic. Faded, you were going off. They named you the MVP of the match. Let's make some noise for MVP right here. Faded from Bay State. Faded right there. Let this man hold it. Champion. So, any last closing words here from Bay State? You guys played fantastic also in 2 different categories, 3 different categories here. What are the closing and future for Bay State this year?
Obviously, shout out Sonics winning Smash. He's the best in the world. And then 3-0 on real maps. GG's.
GG's 3-0. That basically means that they came here and dominated HV GamerCon. Hopefully next year we'll see you back again, like always. Congratulations one more time for all the contestants here at HV GamerCon. Make some noise. Come on, we got to do better than that. Make some noise for all the contestants at HV GamerCon. Well done as they hold up their Dave & Buster's power card. Beautiful. All right, guys, congratulations. Without further ado, you know, Dan, real quick, let's give you one. HV GamerCon overall experience 2022. How do you feel?
I love it. To have this field, to have teams flying in, some of the best teams in the country flying into Albany for this, and the way that Albany supports us, it's phenomenal. So appreciate it.
Phenomenal. Bringing esports to Albany. That's going to do it for HV GamerCon. We will see you next year. And like always, from the ECAC and everyone involved, all of our spectacular partners, thank you so much for tuning in with us, and we'll see you next time.
undone.